Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to get other romance audiobooks for free.
Chapter 1. What else can I do in this strange city? Muttered a woman who only wore a worn black jacket. Her tears didn't stop flowing and her feet continued to walk aimlessly. Why did you leave me? You should have taken me too, he muttered, sobbing, and covered his head with the capuchon from his parachute jacket. Then the woman was seen walking towards the main road. For a long time he stood on the side of the road with confused thoughts. I'm weak without you. I'm helpless, and I want to die after you, he muttered desperately while sobbing. Then finally, the woman ran towards the main road without looking left and right, even though the traffic was very busy with many cars passing by there. Sigh it. Brack. A car finally hit the woman and caused a series of accidents on the busy road. Everyone involved in the accident finally got out of the car and saw the woman lying helpless on the road. He is still alive, shouted a car driver while checking the pulse of the woman who was hit. Call an ambulance, and we must not be careless in helping him ourselves, said the person again. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived and the woman was taken to the nearest hospital. 2 doctors and several nurses were seen surrounding him when his body was placed on the synthetic leather bed. His heartbeat is weak, doctor, said a young doctor to a more senior doctor. Put on the patient monitor and connect it, said the senior doctor. His femur was fractured and his leg was broken, said the doctor. There is an open wound on his leg, so we have to operate immediately because the blood has been flowing since earlier. Prepare everything and call Dr. Leska, ordered one of the doctors on duty. He doesn't have any identification, doctor, said one of the nurses. It doesn't matter, because safety is the most important thing, answered the doctor. And finally, the woman was taken to the operating room for immediate treatment. The operation went smoothly and the woman's right leg was cast in a cast due to a fracture, and there were also several wounds on parts of his body that were not too serious. Call me when he wakes up, said the doctor named Leska, who was the head of the hospital. Yes, doctor, answered the nurse. Then Leska left the treatment room and headed back to her room. What's your name? The nurse asked the woman who was the accident victim, who had regained consciousness 5 minutes ago. ZENVIA. ZENVIA Arthur, answered the woman softly. We need your identity so we can contact your family, said the nurse again. I don't have a family, answered ZENVIA softly. Call Dr. Leska, said the nurse to the other nurse. Okay, he answered. 2 nurses are still accompanying ZENVIA to check her condition thoroughly. Since when am I here? And who helped me? ZENVIA asked. You were unconscious for 2 days, and now your condition is improving. Several motorists helped you, answered the nurse. Why are they helping me? I should be dead by now, said ZENVIA softly and made the 2 nurses look at each other in surprise. So you deliberately committed suicide? You could be punished because you caused a series of accidents because of your actions, answered the nurse while checking the 4th flow. Not long after, Leska entered the treatment room. Hello, I'll check your condition first, said the doctor, who was still beautiful even though she was no longer young. Chapter 2. What's your name? Leska asked while checking ZENVIA. ZENVIA Arthur, he answered. Leska smiled, then the nurse whispered something to Leska, and the beautiful woman smiled. Don't worry. Your medical costs are free, and we will look after you until you recover, said Leska. Thank you, answered ZENVIA. Hope you get well soon, said Leska. ZENVIA nodded without saying anything. I don't want to get better if I can live here for free, thought ZENVIA. The wound on your head is not deep and you don't have a concussion, said Leska. Are my injuries serious? ZENVIA asked. Your leg is quite bad, and it looks like you will be treated here for quite a long time, answered Leska. Thank God, thought ZENVIA. After checking ZENVIA, Leska left the room and continued her work. 2 weeks passed and ZENVIA's condition began to improve even though her legs had not fully recovered. Good morning, said a beautiful nurse who often accompanied ZENVIA while she was at the hospital. Morning, Rena, answered ZENVIA smiling. This is from Mommy, said Rena, putting a bowl of peeled fruit on the nightstand. Rena is the doctor's daughter-in-law who happens to be a nurse at the hospital. Her husband is also a doctor at the same hospital. Thank you, answered ZENVIA, watching the movements of the beautiful woman in the white uniform. It looks like your baby is a girl. Rena. You're getting prettier, said ZENVIA. You think so? Rena replied while giving ZENVIA a small plate of fruit. You're pregnant. Why is Dr. Clark still allowing you to work? ZENVIA asked. He can't stop me. And I can often be with him here if I'm working. He's too handsome for me to be left alone working here, answered Rena. You're the son-in-law of the hospital owner, but you really blend in with the employees of this hospital, said ZENVIA. Rena didn't answer anything and just smiled. Do you think Dr. Leska will accept my job application? ZENVIA asked quietly. You don't want to just work here? Rena asked. No, I have no experience in the health sector, and it would be dangerous if I didn't understand anything about this life-related work, answered ZENVIA. Okay. You will definitely be accepted, answered Rena. Thank you, said ZENVIA, smiling happily. I will never forget the kindness you did to me. I even wanted to work for Dr. Leska without being paid, ZENVIA said looking down. We're not that bad, answered Rena. ZENVIA smiled and held Rena's hand. Thank you, he whispered softly. You don't want to go to the park? Rena asked. No, answered ZENVIA as usual. You haven't been out since you've been here, said Rena. I prefer inside, answered ZENVIA. Rena just nodded and tried to understand what ZENVIA wanted. 1 month passed and ZENVIA finally recovered completely. Now he can walk smoothly and no longer uses assistive devices. Early in the morning, ZENVIA returned home from the hospital after saying goodbye to several nurses and patients she knew. After that, he went to Leska's mansion to live and work there from today. Hello, darling. Have you come? Come on, your room has been prepared, said Leska. ZENVIA nodded as she glanced around the magnificent mansion. Rena doesn't live here? ZENVIA asked. No. You will occupy my daughter's room because it hasn't been used there for a long time, said Leska. ZENVIA nodded and they entered a magnificent, luxurious room in the corner of the room. Chapter 3. Leska actually doesn't want to hire ZENVIA as a maid in her mansion because the mansion already has enough servants, but Leska feels sorry for ZENVIA, who is alone and has no one else. ZENVIA even told Leska that the accident happened because she wanted to commit suicide by crashing into a car that was passing on the road. Hearing this, of course Leska did not remain silent. Her high social spirit cannot leave ZENVIA stranded on the streets even though ZENVIA is considered an adult woman. ZENVIA has been working at the mansion for 2 days, and ZENVIA positions herself as a servant in the house even though Leska treats her special. ZENVIA even moved rooms because she didn't want to have a gap with the other maids. And Leska could only obey him, so he changed rooms? Thor asked Leska, his wife. He doesn't want special treatment, answered Leska while reading her book while leaning on Thor's arm. Have you investigated his family? Leska asked. He is not from this country, and there are no documents on him, answered Thor, but she is a kind and polite woman. I'm just worried that her relatives are looking for her, said Leska. I think he is a rogue, and all the stories are quite convincing that he was robbed on the street and all his things were gone, answered Thor. Yes, you're right, honey. We don't need to find out any more about it, said Leska. Oh yeah, Kal's penthouse is still occupied by his friends? Leska asked. Yes, it seems so, answered Thor. TSK, that kid made his penthouse look like a club. When will he come from Russia? Leska asked. I don't know yet. He's busy this month. You can put ZENVIA there, so Kal's friends can't occupy the penthouse anymore, said Thor. Hey, you're right. That would be a reason for them not to go there again. I don't like the company of Kal's friends, said Leska. Close your book and we'll sleep now, said Thor, closing Leska's book and putting it on the nightstand. Leska smiled and kissed Thor's lips. No one teased you at the company today? Leska asked, looking at her handsome husband, who was getting hotter after half a century of age. Thor chuckled and hugged her body and kissed the beautiful woman's lips. I love you, said Thor. I love you too, said Leska. So I'm going to move to the penthouse? ZENVIA asked. Yes, it's empty over there, and I want you to clean the place because it's very rarely occupied. You want that, right? Leska said. ZENVIA couldn't refuse it even though she didn't really want to live alone. My son is often abroad, so the penthouse is a bit neglected, and some of my son's friends use it for parties while he's not around, continued Leska. I want you to stand by there, so there won't be any more commotion in the penthouse, said Leska again. Okay, Auntie. I'll be there, answered ZENVIA. Thank you, darling, said Leska. No, I'm the one who should thank Auntie, answered ZENVIA. Come on, get ready. You're going there right now. But I can't take you because I have business at the hospital. You'll be with the driver. Later, I'll send you the code number for the penthouse via your cell phone, said Leska. ZENVIA nodded. Leska provides everything ZENVIA needs, including a cell phone, to make it easier to communicate with her. Upon arrival at the penthouse, ZENVIA immediately entered, and she was shocked by the chaos in the luxurious penthouse. ZENVIA circled around the penthouse, and she could tell that the drink and food marks were still fresh. Oh my God, I didn't expect it to be this devastating, ZENVIA muttered softly. Okay. You can do it. ZENVIA said, encouraging herself. ZENVIA put her suitcase in the room and changed into a t-shirt and shorts. Her long hair was rolled up so it wouldn't interfere with her activities later. Night was approaching, and ZENVIA had just finished her work. HUFFTTT. ZENVIA exhaled in relief, because the penthouse looked very clean. Finally, he said with a smile, even though she is tired, ZENVIA is very happy doing this work. She felt she had been given another chance to live a better life, even though she was only a household assistant. After dinner and showering, ZENVIA went straight to her room. He immediately slept soundly that night. ZENVIA fell asleep with a smile on her face. His life is now happy, and he is grateful that today he can still be given the opportunity to sleep on a soft mattress and eat delicious food. Thank God, he whispered with his eyes closed. Morning approached, and ZENVIA woke up early even though she had no work to do this morning because the penthouse had been cleaned last night. ZENVIA opened the door to her room and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Why you? ZENVIA said. surprised to see a man with the exact same face and physique as the Dr. Clark she knew. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Kal asked, frowning while smoking his cigarette. I am the waiter here, sir," answered ZENVIA, looking down because Kal wasn't wearing his clothes and was only wearing boxer shorts. "Ah, I see. No wonder my penthouse is very clean." "Thank you. I'm Kal." "You?" Kal asked, casually. I am ZENVIA," answered ZENVIA. "No need to be awkward with me." "Just relax," replied Kal, heading into the kitchen to make coffee. "You want to make coffee?" "Let me do it," said ZENVIA, who immediately took over Kal's duties. "Okay," said Kal, and the man sat at the bar table directly in front of him. "I told you not to be awkward with me," said Kal. ZENVIA nodded and still didn't look at Kal. After finishing making coffee in the coffee maker, ZENVIA put the hot coffee on the table. "Sit down," said Kal. "I'll sort it out," said ZENVIA. "This penthouse is clean." "Sit down, this is an order," said Kal, putting out his cigarette. Then ZENVIA sat in front of Kal. "Look at me." "You've always looked down since earlier," said Kal. ZENVIA looked up slowly and finally looked at the handsome man. Kal's face is very similar to Clark's, only Clark seems gentle and kind while Kal is the opposite. "Looks naughty and bad boy. Kal even wears earrings in his ears. I can't believe Mommy sent a beautiful maid for me." "Mommy really understands my tastes," said Kal, with the edges of his lips lifting slightly. I am here to work, not for anything else," answered ZENVIA, looking down again. Kal laughed at that. "I won't harass you if that's what you're afraid of." "Unless you ask for it," said Kal. Chapter 4. Kal-El sipped his hot coffee while looking at ZENVIA's beautiful face, which was slightly covered by her long hair. "Where are you from?" Kal-El asked, starting his interrogation because it was unusual for Mommy to employ a special servant who would stay in her penthouse. "From a small town in the south," answered ZENVIA. "What city?" Kal asked. "Ohio," answered ZENVIA simply. "How old are you?" Kal asked. 21 years old, answered ZENVIA, still looking down. "Why don't you look at me? Are you afraid of me?" Kal asked. ZENVIA swallowed her saliva. I just feel awkward because I'm new to you," answered ZENVIA quietly. "Tie your hair," said Kal. "You for what?" asked ZENVIA, who was still nervous. "Your face is covered in hair," Kal answered. Then ZENVIA tied her hair up, without using a hair tie. "Your face is like royalty." "Are you really an art?" Kal asked when he saw ZENVIA's smooth face and high cheekbones. "Are there any special criteria for becoming an art? Can someone like me not become an art?" ZENVIA replied. Kal-El laughed at that. "I'm going to work. Later, I'll buy all my needs at the supermarket across from this building." "What's your cell phone number?" "I'll send you a message later," said Kal-El while giving his cell phone to ZENVIA. ZENVIA dialed the number and saved it on Kal-El's cell phone. Then Kal-El got up from his chair, and so did ZENVIA. "Are there no delivery orders?" "I still don't know this area," said ZENVIA, because she avoided leaving the penthouse. "Why? You don't want to go there?" "I will replace my servant if you don't carry out my orders," replied Kal. "And no, I'm just afraid of getting lost," said ZENVIA. "The supermarket is right across from this building." "So you won't get lost," answered Kal. ZENVIA nodded because Leska had trusted her to look after this penthouse. "Your coffee is quite delicious," said Kal. "Thank you," answered ZENVIA. bowing politely. Kal smiled faintly at Zenvia's politeness and shy attitude. Then Kal walked towards his room. "Wait," said Zenvia. Kal-El turned his head. "Your back is injured," answered Zenvia, seeing the cut-like wound on Kal's back. "Yes, last night I had a fight. I forgot to treat it." "Get the medicine box and help me treat it," Kal ordered. "Okay," answered Zenvia, who still couldn't relax towards her handsome employer. Then Kal sat on the sofa and Zenvia immediately followed him there. "Don't tell mommy this," said Kal. "Yes," answered Zenvia obediently. Zenvia treated the wound slowly so that Kal wouldn't feel pain. Zenvia gulped again when her hand touched the skin on Kal's back. Her chest was pounding because she was quite close to Kal. "Does it need to be covered with a bandage?" Zenvia asked. "Yes, just cover it with transparent plaster," answered Kal. "Okay," answered Zenvia, and carried out Kal's orders. Then Kal turned around and stretched out his hand to Zenvia. Zenvia saw that Kal's knuckles looked a little bloody. Zenvia didn't dare ask where the wound came from. The red-haired woman began to treat the wound on Kal's hand while blowing on it so Kal wouldn't feel the pain. Kal looked carefully at Zenvia's face, which was quite close to his own. "How do you know mommy?" Kal asked. Zenvia stopped its activities. "At the hospital. I'm a patient there," answered Zenvia. "Can't you pay the hospital fees?" Kal asked carelessly. "Yes, that's right. Auntie helped me and I asked for this job," answered Zenvia, who returned to treating the wound on Kal's hand. Chapter 5. After treating the wounds on Kal's back and hands, Zenvia cooked breakfast for Kal. Zenvia is not very good at cooking, but at least she can still cook simple dishes that don't use too many spices. Not long after, Zenvia had finished cooking and prepared it on the table. Zenvia waited for Kal to come out of his room by standing near the refrigerator. Zenvia waited for a long time, until finally Kal came out of his room. Kal smelled the aroma of cooking and saw that the dining table was already serving breakfast. "I only cook simple dishes. If you want, please eat. If you don't like it, no problem," said Zenvia slowly and politely. This is quite good," said Kal, looking at the typical breakfast food he usually eats at restaurants. Then Kal sat down and looked at Zenvia. "You have eaten?" Kal asked. "Not yet," answered Zenvia. "Sit down, we'll eat together," said Kal. "No, I'll just stay here." "I'll eat after you eat," answered Zenvia, who wanted to maintain boundaries between boss and employer. "Sit down, this is an order," said Kal, who didn't want to be denied at all. Zenvia then walked slowly towards the seat in front of Kal. Then they had breakfast together. "Tell me about yourself." "I like making lots of new friends," said Kal, who then chewed his food. "There's no story about me," answered Zenvia, and chewed slowly while looking down. "Tell me anything. You must have family, right?" "Where are they?" Kal asked. "They're gone." "I'm alone," answered Zenvia quietly. "So you're alone?" Kal asked. Zenvia nodded. Kal didn't ask any more questions, and they finished their breakfast. Then when finished, Kal will go straight to his company. "Aki has texted you the shopping list," said Kal. Zenvia nodded and stepped back slightly because Kal was approaching her. "You're quite attractive," Kal said, smiling and ruffling Zenvia's red hair. Zenvia didn't say anything and still looked down. Then Kal came out of his penthouse, while Zenvia went back to her room to change her clothes. Zenvia was silent in front of her bedroom mirror. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. "They won't get here. I've run very far," he whispered to himself. Then Zenvia opened her shirt at her shoulders and saw the red marks on her white skin through the mirror in front of her. I have to get rid of it, he muttered again. The red mark on his shoulder was very visible on his white skin. That's why Zenvia has never worn short clothes or open swimsuits since she was little. After midday, Zenvia went to the supermarket across the road. The woman covered her head with a capuchon attached to her jacket. Zenvia also wears a mask because she is more comfortable not looking like that. After buying all her employer's groceries, Zenvia then immediately returned to the penthouse. And it didn't feel like it was already late afternoon. Zenvia was quite surprised when there were several men and women waiting in front of the penthouse door. Zenvia passed them and pressed the password button on the door. "Hey, who are you?" asked a woman. Zenvia didn't answer because she felt like she didn't know the person. "We asked you, miss," said the man next to the woman. "He's my relative," said Kal, who looked like he had just arrived. Chapter 6. Auntie Leska said you shouldn't bring your friends here, said Zenvia, daring herself to say that to Kal-El. "So he's staying here to watch over you, Kal?" asked Jose, one of Kal's friends. "This is my penthouse and only my rules apply. You can go back to Mommy's mansion if you don't like it here," said Kal and opened the door to his penthouse. "Did you change the pin?" asked Laura, Kal's other friend, the only woman among Kal's 3 male friends. "Yes," Kal answered, and then they entered the penthouse together. Zenvia walked at the back and looked down because Kal's friends seemed to be watching her. Zenvia doesn't like meeting too many people like them, and that makes her uncomfortable. Some of Kal's friends were seen taking their own drinks from the refrigerator and also taking the food on the dining table. "I'm Jose." "What's your name?" Jose asked. Zenvia just kept quiet and didn't answer, and then arranged her purchases in the cupboard. Jose shrugged his shoulders and ignored Zenvia's attitude, which seemed like she didn't like him. "I'm Laura. We often come here to talk about our work," Laura said to Zenvia, who was still sitting downstairs arranging her shopping. Zenvia just nodded and quickly arranged the items. "Don't be awkward with us," said Laura, who looked a little tomboyish. Zenvia again just nodded and made everyone pay less attention to the passive woman. "Let's start," said Mickey, the man who had a thin and tall body. Come on," said Kal-El. The 5 of them, namely Kal, Jose, Mickey, Laura, and Andrew, have work projects outside of their respective jobs, and that is why they use Kal's penthouse as their base camp. But sometimes they also party there to relieve boredom by inviting some of their other friends. The 5 of them were college friends, and then created an apartment project with a unique building concept and unique facilities. 2. Zenvia then went to her room because she had nothing else to do. Zenvia closed and locked the door slowly. He then sat on the edge of the bed while looking out the window, which was right in front of his eyes. After contemplating for a long time, Zenvia took her cell phone and sent a message to Leska. "Zenvia, can I go back to work at the mansion, Auntie?" "Leska, what's wrong, darling? Did Kal throw a tantrum at you?" Zenvia, "No, I just like the atmosphere there." Leska, "You can play here if you miss this place." Zenvia, "Okay, Auntie. I'll be there tomorrow." Then Zenvia put her cell phone back down and then lay down. "You're just a household assistant, Z. You shouldn't ask your employer for that. He's been very kind in giving you this job even though they don't actually need your work." Zenvia monologued in a whispered voice. Zenvia closed her eyes and finally fell asleep in this cold atmosphere. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Zenvia's bedroom door and Zenvia woke up and immediately sat up. Zenvia tied her hair and immediately walked towards the door. Check. The door opened and Zenvia saw Kal at the door. I'm leaving, so there's no need to make dinner for me, Kal said. Yes, answered Zenvia, nodding. Okay, bye, said Kal and left in front of Zenvia. Kal left with his friends earlier and Zenvia just looked at him from near the door. Chapter 7. Zenvia locked the door to her room after Kal left the penthouse. Kal's friends already know the new code for Kal's penthouse, and that means Kal's friends can come to the penthouse at any time. And Zenvia doesn't like that because her privacy will be disturbed even though she is only a household assistant. Zenvia then climbed into bed and slept even though her heart was a little anxious because Kal was not in the penthouse. Brak, Zenvia heard something outside the room and it woke her up. Zenvia got out of bed and stood in the corner of the room. Brak. The voice was heard again, and Zenvia became even more afraid and sat curled up in the corner of her room, covering her ears. Zenvia didn't dare go out because she was afraid that there would be strangers she didn't know out there. The sound no longer sounded. Klek klek klek. The door handle to Zenvia's room moved as if someone wanted to open it from outside. Doc doc doc. Zenvia. Come out. It's me. Kal shouted from outside the door. Zenvia opened her hands covering her ears. Then the woman stood up and walked slowly towards the door. Zenvia unlocked the key, and then the door opened. Zenvia saw that Kal's head looked bloody and so did his hands. What's wrong with you? Asked Zenvia, panicked. I got into a fight at the club. Help me treat it, answered Kal. Wouldn't it be better to go to the hospital? Or to Auntie Leska's house? Auntie will treat you, said Zenvia. This is a small wound and you cannot disobey my orders. Get the medicine box now, said Kal. Oh, okay, Zenvia stammered. Then Zenvia headed towards the kitchen where the medicine box was. Then Zenvia headed to the living room. Kal lay down on the sofa. Zenvia opened the medicine box and took alcohol to clean the wounds on Kal's head and hands. It's just a scratch, so I don't need to go to the hospital, said Kal while looking at Zenvia's face, which seemed close to his because the woman was focused on cleaning the wound on Kal's forehead. Do you often fight? Zenvia asked quietly so that Kal wouldn't get carried away by the charm of her beautiful face. Not narcissistic. But Zenvia is quite aware that her face is beautiful and looks striking. That's why she often wears a hoodie on her head and a hat so that her beautiful face doesn't attract the attention of many people. Yes, that's my hobby, answered Kal randomly. Zenvia blew gently on Kal's still open wound. Zenvia then continued to treat the wound on Kal's hand, which was also scratched until there was a fairly long wound there. Kal was still observing Zenvia's beautiful face, which looked serious, and that actually made her even more beautiful even though there was no smile on her face. Then when he was finished, Kal took Zenvia's hand and rubbed her soft and smooth palm. Zenvia was quite surprised by what Kal did. Your palms are very smooth and well maintained. That means you never do manual labor. Why do you work as a manual laborer? Kal continued again. My family died, so I had to earn my own money. That's why I'm your household assistant now, answered Zenvia. There are lots of jobs you can do besides this. You can work at my company if you want, said Kal. Zenvia shook her head. I prefer to work at home, answered Zenvia. Chapter 8. Find out about ZENVIA ARTHUR, said Kal, who was talking to someone on the other end of the phone. Yes, sir, answered the man. Then Kal hung up the phone. Kal is now at his mother's mansion. Zenvia wanted to go there, and Kal finally took her before she left for the company this morning. You found out about it? Asked Thor, who was also sitting on the back porch. Yes, Daddy already knows about it, right? But why doesn't Daddy look into its origins in more detail? Kal-El asked. Because he's not a threat, Thor replied casually. Daddy isn't usually like this, said Kal-El. Do you know how he ended up in our hospital? He wanted to commit suicide by crashing his body into a passing car, said Thor. Really? Shouldn't we find out about him? Maybe something happened to him before he wanted to commit suicide, said Kal. Zenvia just said that all her family died and she was robbed when she arrived in New York. Her life was scattered on the streets until she decided to just commit suicide, replied Thor. I didn't know that because he was very quiet and we rarely saw each other, said Kal-El. He's an illegal immigrant, said Thor again. That means he came here illegally. What about his identity? Kal-El asked. Daddy made him a new identity. He wanted to get rid of Arthur's name behind him, answered Thor. This is very suspicious. Daddy should investigate it more deeply, said Kal-El. Just investigate it yourself. Mommy doesn't want that because she feels that this is the only place Zenvia will be safe with us, said Thor and stood up from his seat. Let's have breakfast first. Mommy's beautiful voice is calling from inside, said Thor. Said Kal and stood up. Thor and Kal-El walked towards the dining room. Zenvia seemed to be smiling while talking to Leska. Zenvia never smiled and laughed like that when she was with Kal-El. Maybe their discussions were different and Zenvia always avoided Kal-El. Kal's busy life also means they rarely meet at the penthouse. Mommy isn't going to the hospital today? Kal asked. No, Z is here so Mommy will accompany her, answered Leska. I wanted to hire him at the company, but he refused, said Kal during his breakfast. Really? Why did you refuse, darling? Wouldn't that be a better job? Leska asked. I don't have a diploma, and I won't be able to work there. I prefer to be at home, answered Zenvia. You want to go to college? Auntie will take care of it for you if you want, answered Zenvia. Zenvia shook her head. I've already gone to college and didn't continue because I just wanted to work at home, answered Zenvia with a sigh. Which country are you from? Kal asked straight to the point. Zenvia stopped eating and looked at Kal. We know you are an illegal immigrant, so it doesn't matter if you are honest with us. Darling, said Leska, holding Zenvia's hand so she wouldn't panic about what Kal was asking. Sweden, answered Zenvia finally. You're honest this time? Kal asked. Zenvia just nodded. Then why did you become an illegal immigrant? Kal asked again. Kal, don't talk about this in a situation like this. Let's finish our breakfast first, said Leska to intervene, because she saw Zenvia's facial expression seem to have changed. Chapter 9. After eating, Zenvia was taken by Leska to the park to avoid being interrogated by Kal-El, who had been wanting to know Zenvia's true background, and Kal finally went to the company while Zenvia stayed there until the afternoon. Does Kal not like me, Auntie? Zenvia asked. No, darling. It's not like that. He's always like that when there's someone new in our family, answered Leska while cutting the leaves of her pet plant. Zenvia just nodded. Auntie, I want to say something, said Zenvia while arranging the small plant pot in a place exposed to sunlight. Just tell me what's wrong, said Leska smiling. Kal's friends came to the penthouse yesterday and they knew the new door pin password. I'm afraid they will come there at any time and I will be the only one there, answered Zenvia honestly. Leska stopped what she was doing and looked at ZENVIA. You don't need to worry. I will tell Kal this, said Leska. But don't tell Kal that I said this, said ZENVIA. I heard it, said Kal, who was already standing near the door. ZENVIA was shocked to hear Kal's voice and automatically stood behind Leska because she was afraid of Kal's reaction. ZENVIA looked down deeply because she felt that Kal would be angry with her, and she didn't feel good because she had complained about this to Leska. I'm not angry with you, Z. If you feel uncomfortable, then I won't invite my friends to gather at my house. We'll look for another place, said Kal. Sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to you, said ZENVIA awkwardly. Z. He has agreed to this, so you don't need to hesitate anymore, said Leska, turning around and looking at ZENVIA, who was still looking down. I'm picking you up, said Kal. Okay, are you going home now with Kal, or will the driver take you tonight, darling? Leska asked. I'll just go home now with Kal, answered ZENVIA. ZENVIA didn't want to bother anyone, and she chose to go home with Kal even though she still wanted to be there. Okay then. Be careful, said Leska, and led the two of them to the front after ZENVIA washed her hands. Bye, Auntie. Thank you for accompanying me here, said ZENVIA politely. Yes, darling. You're the one accompanying Auntie, said Leska, smiling. Then the woman kissed ZENVIA on both cheeks, and then Kal kissed Leska's cheek. ZENVIA and Kal left Leska's mansion and returned to the penthouse. ZENVIA was silent throughout the journey, and Kal was already used to ZENVIA's quiet attitude. Kal glanced briefly at ZENVIA, who always wore a capuchon from her hoodie on her head when she left the house. Upon arrival at the penthouse, ZENVIA and Kal immediately entered Kal's penthouse unit on the top floor. What are you really avoiding, Z? Kal finally asked when they had just entered. ZENVIA turned to Kal and didn't answer immediately. Did you find out about me, Kal? ZENVIA asked. Yes, I have to know who is living with me. Your origins are unclear. Even though Daddy doesn't suspect you, I still have to find out about you, answered Kal. ZENVIA gulped and then knelt in front of Kal. Don't find out about me, I beg you. If that happens, sooner or later I will die, and so will you, said ZENVIA, which actually made Kal even more curious. Chapter 10. About 2 months ago, they found us? Sophia said to her husband in a low voice. We're moving tonight, answered Sergio, the husband. Didn't I tell you before that it would be safer if Z lived in the dorm? You're making our lives even more complicated, said Sophia. He's our trust. I can't leave him in the dorm. What if they find him, said Sergio. They don't know that Z exists, and they are still looking for her. So we were still able to hide it for a long time. Now our lives are a mess because of it, answered Sophia. Miss Alma was so kind to us before. At least this is our reward for her good service to us, said the middle-aged man. Sophia had no other choice but to follow her husband's orders. We should just send him abroad, said Sophia. Yes, that's what we're going to do. I've asked my brother for help, replied Sergio. Then the two people packed quickly and then put all their things in the car. Mom, Dad, where are you going? Asked ZENVIA, who had just arrived at college. We're going on holiday. Prepare your clothes. Just bring what you need, answered Sophia. Vacation? But I'm taking exams on campus, Mom, answered ZENVIA. Don't talk too much. Pack your clothes now. Sophia snapped, who had always been tough on ZENVIA from the start. What about my studies? ZENVIA asked. Can you just obey, Z? Sophia replied, increasingly emotional. Okay, answered Zenvia resignedly, and went into the house. Honey, we will take your sister to school first, said Sergio. Yes, answered Zenvia unenthusiastically. Then they both left the house and headed to Sharon's school. Do they still not know about Zenvia? Sophia asked. Not yet, they are still guessing. And we are one of the servants they suspect. They looked for us after asking other servants and several orphanages, answered Sergio. How long are we going to live like this? Sophia asked. Sergio didn't answer anything, and a few minutes later, they arrived at Sharon's school, Sophia and Sergio's 12-year-old child. Mom, Sis Susan wants to come with us because Sis Idef can't pick her up today, said Sharon when her mother picked her up to class. Okay, quickly call him, said Sophia. Yes, wait a moment, answered Sharon, and the girl ran towards the teacher's room. Susan is Sharon's cousin, who is also Sharon's teacher at her school. Susan is the daughter of Sophia's older sister who lives not far from their house. She is almost the same age as Zenvia, and they are quite close. Now the four of them are in the car and returning home. Auntie, where are you going? Why are you carrying so many suitcases? Susan asked when she saw lots of bags and suitcases in the back. We are going on holiday to grandfather's house, replied Sergio. In school season like now? Susan asked in surprise. Sophia and Sergio didn't answer and were just silent. Brakkkkk. Their car was suddenly hit by a large truck until the car crushed a pole on the side of the road. The enormity of the collision made all the passengers no longer move, and blood flowed everywhere. How? Asked an old woman to the man who was her subordinate. The DNA doesn't match. The woman in the car is not the one we are looking for, answered the man. Sheet. Look again until we find you. And I don't care how many people die to find that child, said the middle-aged woman with sharp eyes. Where are we going, uncle? Zenvia asked when her uncle pulled her hand out of the house. The old man did not answer. I have to be here waiting for mommy and daddy, said Zenvia again. They are dead, answered Saran, Sergio's older brother. What? How is that possible? Zenvia asked in shock. They had an accident. Everyone died. And you have to come with uncle, answered Saran, and told Zenvia to get into the car. Zenvia's body immediately felt weak when she heard that. He was silent and only had tears streaming down his face. Saran could only remain silent and carry out what his younger brother had instructed him to do yesterday. He was going to take Zenvia away from this country, and the tickets had already been prepared, even though he used illegal methods because he didn't have enough money. When he got home, Saran took Zenvia into his house. Zenvia sat in the living room and Saran took something out of his cupboard. This is your ticket. You have to leave this country tomorrow morning, said Saran, which of course made Zenvia even more confused. I don't understand what you mean, answered Zenvia. Look. Uncle will explain briefly. Someone is targeting you and wants you dead. Your parents died because of that. And one more thing, they are not your biological parents. Uncle has to convey this, because you are old enough to accept it. Tomorrow morning, go to port. You will go to America. Sergio has prepared all your needs, including money. You can start your new life there. You are no longer safe in this country, said Saran. Which made Zenvia even more confused. I don't understand and my brain still can't process this, answered Zenvia, whose eyes were still watery. You don't need to digest because you won't be able to digest this at a critical time like this. Saran snapped. Go upstairs to Sheila's room. You'll stay here overnight, said Saran. Then ZENVIA went upstairs and was still thinking about what really happened to her family. Evening approached and all of her uncle's family were seen having dinner downstairs, while ZENVIA didn't come down because she was still sad about what happened to her family. He couldn't even see his family one last time. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots were heard from below. ZENVIA was immediately frightened and panicked when she heard this. ZENVIA hid in the cupboard and covered her mouth so she wouldn't scream hysterically. Her tears came out because she heard what the criminals down there were saying. The voice could be heard clearly even though he was on the top floor because the house was quite small and made of wood. Take a sample of this woman, said one of the men. He's Sergio's older brother. So our target is correct. It could be that this man is looking after the child, said one of the men who looked at Sheila, Saran's only child, who was covered in blood. Burn this house down, said one of the thugs. ZENVIA, who was above, immediately came out through the window and carried the backpack that her uncle had prepared earlier. Now his only thought was to run away from home and this country. Chapter 11. Still flashback. ZENVIA entered a dark cellar under the front veranda of the house. He couldn't go out to the front because there were still several people guarding there. ZENVIA hid in the dark room for a while until the people left there. There was the sound of several people's footsteps coming down the veranda stairs, and it could be heard clearly by ZENVIA, who was hiding underneath. The woman has a red mark on her back, and it's a shame that we only just found out about this. At least this time we won't miss the target again and can find her more quickly. The old woman should have said it earlier, instead of dying in vain like that, muttered one. A man who talked about Saran's wife. Have you checked Sergio's house again? Traces of the woman are definitely still there. And this time we have to know her identity and photo. That will make it easier for us to find and kill her, said the man again. ZENVIA closed her mouth again, which was shaking in fear because she was the target of a murder that she didn't even know the reason for, until finally the men burned the uncle's house and left there. ZENVIA immediately came out of hiding, which was already hot from the fire. Then ZENVIA ran and left there. Now his only supplies are tickets in his trouser pocket and money and jewelry in his backpack. ZENVIA doesn't know what will happen to her next. He was just following his instincts to save himself. Upon arrival at the port, ZENVIA immediately boarded the illegal ship. ZENVIA didn't know that it was an illegal ship containing illegal immigrants. ZENVIA just showed her ticket and followed the ship officer's directions. The ship looked like it had too much cargo. So many passengers were crammed into the ship, which was not too big. ZENVIA sat in the corner of the ship near the window. He just stared blankly at the calm sea tonight. ZENVIA put on her capuchon and wore a mask over her mouth so that her face was half covered. He wore a 3-layer jacket because the air was cold. ZENVIA has been on the ship for 3 days and stopped in several countries until finally arriving in New York. Hey, Mississippi. Where are you going? Asked an old man walking beside him as they exited the ship. I don't know, Uncle, answered ZENVIA. I have relatives here and work in a restaurant. Do you want to come with me? You remind me of my daughter, so I can't bear to leave you alone in this strange city, said the man. Thank you, Uncle. I'll go with you, answered ZENVIA, who immediately believed the man because they had chatted for a long time on the ship. The man and ZENVIA walked several blocks until they finally reached a crossroads and stopped the bus. This is the route to my relative's apartment. Come on, said the old man. Then ZENVIA got on the bus, and they sat separately. There were quite a lot of passengers there, and it made ZENVIA uncomfortable. The woman raised the collar of her jacket even further until it covered half her face. How many hours does the journey take, uncle? Asked ZENVIA. About an hour. Go to sleep, uncle will wake you up when you arrive, answered the man. ZENVIA nodded and her eyes were glued to the view outside the bus window where many people were passing by on the street, and the streets looked busy. A few minutes later ZENVIA fell asleep because she was very sleepy. While on the ship, ZENVIA couldn't sleep soundly due to the large number of passengers, and that made her a little worried. Hey, Mississippi, get up. The voice sounded in ZENVIA's ears, and made ZENVIA immediately wake up. ZENVIA blinked and saw the man who seemed to be the bus driver. Sorry, said ZENVIA, and was going to take her bag. But the bag was gone, and he looked around at the bus area where there were no passengers except him. Where's my bag? ZENVIA asked. I don't know. Hurry up and get off because this is the last route, said the bus driver. What do you mean? My bag was next to me. Did someone take it? Asked ZENVIA, panicked. I don't know. Hurry up and get out now. I'll lock this bus, said the bus driver. Then ZENVIA was forced to get up and get off the bus. ZENVIA looks panicked because she doesn't have anything left now. All his important documents and money were in the backpack. How about this? ZENVIA muttered, panicked, and shed tears because she was afraid. ZENVIA looked left and right, and she didn't recognize the strange place. ZENVIA didn't know where to go. ZENVIA has been running around for 3 days on the streets of New York City. ZENVIA tried to look for a job, but no one accepted her because she didn't have an identity card. There were some people who offered her a job as a prostitute because it was easier for illegal immigrants like her, but ZENVIA rejected it. He was forced to beg on the streets and beg people to give him food. Then what difference does it make to me living like this? He whispered while covering his face with his arms. ZENVIA didn't even shower for 3 days because she really didn't know what to do in that foreign city. Her dirty jacket looked worn and smelly because ZENVIA slept on the street on a cardboard box. All this time, ZENVIA has been sleeping at the police station gate because she is afraid that someone will do something bad to her. ZENVIA stood on the side of the road for a long time, enduring the cold of New York City. He thought long and hard about stepping into the crowd on the main road. Cars passed by at moderate speed, and ZENVIA gulped several times as if she was ready to do the crazy thing that was on her mind right now. Not long after, ZENVIA closed her eyes and stepped off the sidewalk. His cold hands clenched into tight fists and seemed to solidify his heart to do this crazy thing. Those short thoughts had taken over ZENVIA's brain, and she was too tired of all this. He didn't have anyone anymore and felt lost, and there was no point in living in this unknown world. He wanted to give up because in the end he would definitely go crazy because he didn't know anything that was happening to him and his family. There is nothing more to wait for. There is no one to protect him anymore. No one will be by his side anymore. It's all gone. He wished to just disappear from this world. The world seemed so dark and she cried all night. Will I feel better if I disappear? Yes. I will feel better, whispered ZENVIA. Then ZENVIA's feet ran towards the middle of the highway. Chapter 12, Present Time. So that's the story? Kal said after hearing ZENVIA's story. ZENVIA nodded. You don't want to know who your family is, and what is behind the incident that happened to your adoptive family. Kal-El asked. No, absolutely not, because in the end I will die if they find me, said ZENVIA. Please, don't find out about me. Uncle Thor gave me a new identity, and I want to live in peace here. ZENVIA continued to plead. What if I still want to find out about that? Said Kal. ZENVIA looked at Kal-El. Why? Why you don't like me? I'll leave here if you don't let me stay and work here, said ZENVIA, a little panicked, and clenched her hands, which were already covered in cold sweat. Kal seemed to think for a moment. Okay, you can stay and work here. But only temporarily while I think again, said Kal. What do you mean? You can throw me out at any time? I've never done anything wrong at all, have I? Said ZENVIA, whose eyes looked glassy. Hey, don't cry. If I don't need you anymore, you can work at Mommy's mansion, answered Kal-El. ZENVIA was silent and finally nodded. Thank you, answered ZENVIA, and she got up from the sofa. I'll make dinner, said ZENVIA, and walked towards the kitchen. Kal-El said. Then Kal-El went into his room and immediately took a shower. He seemed to still be thinking about ZENVIA's story earlier. Kal-El does not have no empathy for ZENVIA's life. But he actually wants to give ZENVIA the courage to be able to fight and face her fear of someone who wants to kill her. If you always hide, it will affect ZENVIA's life in the future. He will live in fear for the rest of his life. An hour later, ZENVIA knocked on Kal-El's door. Dinner is ready, so ZENVIA calls Kal-El over for dinner. Check. Kal-El opened the door to his room, and he didn't appear to be wearing his clothes as usual. The man prefers to wear pants only when he is at home. Even though she had often seen him like that, ZENVIA still felt awkward and uncomfortable when she saw Kal-El's body. After all, ZENVIA is a normal woman who also likes men as hot as Kal-El. Dinner is ready, said ZENVIA, who immediately looked down when Kal opened the door. Said Kal. Then they both headed to the dining table. And as usual, Kal will tell ZENVIA to sit with him and also eat with him at the same table. You don't want to work at my company? Asked Kal, who offered him this job again. ZENVIA shook her head and chewed her food slowly. ZENVIA is a woman who doesn't act much and is obedient from the start. His father taught him high manners, and his mother's strict attitude towards him since childhood taught him the meaning of discipline. ZENVIA hasn't talked much in the past because she tends to keep her feelings hidden if something bothers her. Moreover, since childhood, his mother was not close to him. Now he knew why his mother always avoided him every time ZENVIA approached. That's because they are not related, and ZENVIA's existence puts her family in danger. Kal-El seemed to notice ZENVIA's still awkward expression on his face. ZENVIA, who felt seen by Kal-El, tilted her seat slightly and turned her head to the right. Are you still awkward with me? Kal asked. ZENVIA nodded. Chapter 13. You think I'm scary, Z? Kal-El asked ZENVIA. ZENVIA just shook her head. Then why do you never lift your head and always lower your head when talking to you? Kal-El asked. You are my employer, answered ZENVIA quietly. Are there still restrictions because of that? Kal-El asked casually. ZENVIA nodded again. This is my house, and I enforce all the rules. Look at me if I talk to you and don't be afraid of me, said Kal. Then ZENVIA slowly raised her head and those blue eyes stared at Kal's sharp eyes. Just looking at Kal for a moment made ZENVIA look down again. Then Kal grabbed her chin and lifted ZENVIA's head. Don't be afraid of anything. If you are always like that, then your life will always be full of fear. It will really torture you, said Kal, looking straight into ZENVIA's eyes. Zenvia gulped because Kal was looking so intently into her eyes. You want to live and work here, right? Kal asked. Zenvia nodded. You have to follow my rules. Can you? Kal asked. Zenvia nodded again. First rule, come with me out tomorrow. And you can't refuse, said Kal. Where to? Asked Zenvia with a confused look on her face. You'll find out tomorrow. I want to make you a little braver, Kal-El said. What do you mean? I don't understand, answered Zenvia. You'll find out tomorrow, Kal-El answered and got up from his chair after his dinner was finished. Whether it should be? Zenvia asked and made Kal look back at her. Yes, you have to. That's your condition for being able to stay here, replied Kal. Then the handsome man went to the living room and turned on the television. Zenvia sets and cleans the table and rinses dirty dishes, then puts them in the dishwasher. Half an hour later, Zenvia finished doing all her tasks. The woman approached Kal, who was in the living room. Is there anything else I need to do? Zenvia asked. No, go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow and put on your sports clothes, replied Kal. Exercise? Are we going to exercise tomorrow? Are you taking me to exercise outside? Zenvia asked. Replied Kal. But you have a gym here. Why don't we just exercise here? Zenvia asked. So that you can socialize more with lots of people. The world is too beautiful for you to miss out on. Enjoy it, okay? Kal said. Zenvia was silent and didn't answer anything. What if there was? There's me. You're with me, so you don't need to worry. Kal interrupted Zenvia's words. Zenvia couldn't say any more. He just looked down and turned to walk towards his room. Kal called again when Zenvia was in front of his room door. Zenvia turned and looked at Kal. Do you have sports clothes? Kal asked. No, answered Zenvia. Why didn't you just say so? Kal asked. Zenvia didn't answer because she didn't know what to answer. Okay, I'll buy it in a moment, said Kal. That will bother you, answered Zenvia. No, my assistant will buy it, said Kal. Zenvia just nodded. Are you going to sleep? It's still 7 o'clock, said Kal. Zenvia shook her head. Come here, sit with me here. We'll watch a movie together, Kal said. Zenvia is still silent. This is an order. Your job is just to sit here with me. Isn't it still your working hours? Kal said with many reasons. Zenvia nodded and approached Kal and sat there. He sat a little further away from Kal, because it kept his heart a little safer than being close to Kal. Chapter 14. Zenvia was not at all comfortable with this awkward situation. He wasn't used to sitting alone with a man because his father used to be very protective of him. His father only let him go when he entered college. Before that, his father always picked him up when he went to school. A few minutes later, Kal's cell phone rang and the man immediately picked it up. He then spoke to someone on the other end of the phone. Kal seemed to stand up from his seat and go straight to the room. That made Zenvia relieved. But Zenvia didn't move from her seat and remained sitting there until Kal told her to come in. Not long after, Kal came out again, fully dressed. I'll go out first, said Kal in a hurry. Zenvia looked at Kal and nodded. Looks like Kal left because of that phone call. Zenvia thought Kal would meet his friends as usual. Zenvia then turned off the television and went into her room. He immediately got into bed and started to close his eyes even though he wasn't actually sleepy. The next morning, Zenvia came out of her room as usual. He didn't see Kal anywhere. Maybe Kal was still sleeping, he thought. Zenvia hopes Kal doesn't ask her to exercise this morning because she's still reluctant to leave the penthouse. Until the clock struck 8, Kal never came out of his room. Then Zenvia tried knocking on Kal's door, and there was no answer from inside. Zenvia still thought Kal was still asleep in the room, and finally Zenvia ate first, and she brought her food to the room, because she felt it would be rude if she ate before the boss. After eating breakfast, Zenvia immediately started doing her household chores even though she didn't do much. The penthouse is still very clean and neatly arranged. And Kal's clothes were all washed at a professional laundry. So Zenvia doesn't have too much work there. At 10 p.m., Kal had not yet appeared, and that made Zenvia knock on his room door again. Because there was no call at all, Zenvia finally turned the door handle and slowly opened it. Kal's room was empty and the man was not there. Did he not come home last night? Zenvia muttered. Zenvia shrugged her shoulders, and that actually made her relieved, because that meant she wouldn't be exercising today. Zenvia thought maybe Kal was just making small talk with her yesterday. There's no way a conglomerate employer like Kal would take his household assistant jogging, right? That's what Zenvia had in mind. Because Kal's room was empty, Zenvia finally cleaned the room. Half an hour later, Zenvia came out of Kal's room and saw Kal at the dining table. Why does he always appear like a ghost? It just shocked me, said Zenvia in her heart. You have eaten? Asked Kal, who saw Zenvia just coming out of her room. Yes, answered Zenvia and looked at Kal, whose face was scratched and slightly bruised. Is he a thug? Her body often gets injured, thought Zenvia. Get me the medicine box, said Kal. Zenvia nodded and then took the medicine box from the cupboard in the living room. After that, he returned to the dining table and waited until Kal finished his meal. Just wait in the living room. My food is almost finished, Kal said to Zenvia. Said Zenvia, nodding and walking towards the living room. Chapter 15. After finishing his meal, Kal took the ice cream from the refrigerator and took it to the sofa in the living room. He ate a medium bowl of ice cream and looked at Zenvia. Please, Kal said to Zenvia, and the beautiful woman opened her medicine box. Then Zenvia started cleaning the wound on Kal's face with alcohol first. Kal didn't seem to feel any pain at all when Zenvia cleaned his wound. Kal's blue eyes stared at Zenvia's beautiful eyes. Then Zenvia's eyes accidentally met. Kal's eyes. Kal is still eating his ice cream. Do you like ice cream? Kal asked. Answered Zenvia briefly. Here, open your mouth, Kal ordered and spooned the ice cream in front of Zenvia's lips. Zenvia opened her mouth because it would not be ethical if she refused her employer's gift. Kal no longer asks about Zenvia's past, and that makes Zenvia relieved. I love fighting, Kal said. Usually I take part in illegal wrestling matches, because the sensation is extraordinary. Nobody knows me there. But last night I actually got into a fight at the club because my friend was in trouble and I helped him, continued Kal. Zenvia looked at Kal. Does this do you any good? Asked Zenvia, who finally opened her mouth because Kal thought Zenvia would only respond with a nod. This is my hobby, and I used to want to be a professional fighter, but mommy wouldn't let me. But I've reduced it because I'm busy with the company, replied Kal, smiling crookedly and returning to feeding ice cream into Zenvia's mouth. I can eat alone later, said Zenvia finally because she didn't feel comfortable with a situation like that. Open your mouth, because there's one left in the refrigerator and it will melt if you eat it later, said Kal. Then Zenvia opened her mouth, and because it melted a little, the ice cream smeared a little on Zenvia's lips. Kal casually cleaned the ice cream from the edge of Zenvia's lips with his finger. Zenvia automatically turned her face away, and a blush appeared on her cubby cheeks. Kal saw this and chuckled. Just relax, okay? Kal said. Zenvia gulped and then put the medicine in her hand into the medicine box again. Then Zenvia immediately got up from her seat and put the medicine box in the cupboard. Get ready, we're going to exercise, said Kal. Zenvia turned to Kal. We're going to exercise? Aren't you injured? Zenvia asked. It's just a scratch and doesn't cause any pain to my body, Kal answered. Get ready, your sports clothes are on the living room chair. I put them there earlier, said Kal. Okay, answered Zenvia resignedly. Then Zenvia walked to the living room and took a brown cardboard bag containing sports clothes for her. Zenvia went back into the room to change her clothes. The sportswear consists of white training pants and a tight t-shirt with short sleeves, and the color is also white. This shirt still looks closed, muttered Zenvia in relief. Then the woman changed into her sports clothes. Zenvia tied her hair high and then left the room. He didn't see Kal in the living room. Maybe Kal was changing into sports clothes. Zenvia finally sat down and waited for Kal in the living room. Chapter 16. Kal is seen leaving the room. He wore black shorts that showed the tattoo on his calf, likewise with the black t-shirt too. Come on, Kal said to Zenvia. Your shoes are in that orange shoe box, Kal said, pointing to a box near the door. Zenvia nodded and took the shoe box. Then he opened it and saw white shoes that matched his foot size. How does he know the size of my feet? Zenvia muttered to herself. Then Zenvia put on her shoes and then stood up again. Kal then took a white hat that was hanging on the wall near the key. The man put his white hat on Zenvia's head after adjusting Zenvia's head circumference. Thank you, said Zenvia politely. After that, Kal opened the apartment door and Zenvia walked next to him. Kal then took her hand and once again she felt uncomfortable about it. I just want to look after you according to Mommy's orders, said Kal, but there's no need to hold me. You're my master, said Zenvia softly. I told you, I never enforce your boundaries with me. I always consider my servants to be my relatives, replied Kal. Zenvia then lowered her head and continued walking beside Kal. He couldn't refuse Kal's orders. As long as it is within reasonable limits, Zenvia doesn't have a problem with it. Ting, the elevator doors opened and they entered. Only the two of them were inside, because it was a special elevator that took anyone who wanted to go up to Kal's penthouse on the top floor. Kal was still holding Zenvia's hand with his right hand, and his left hand was in his shorts pocket. Ting, the elevator doors opened again, and they went out into the lobby. Kal's luxury car is in the VIP parking lot in front of the lobby. Aren't we going jogging? Zenvia asked. But not here. Let's go to the gym. There are more people there, answered Kal. Zenvia was a little worried hearing that. He was just afraid that the people who were chasing him would meet him there. They're in Sweden and don't know where you are. So just relax, said Kal when he knew what Zenvia was thinking. Zenvia didn't say anything and got into the car with Kal. Then Kal started his car engine and sped quickly towards the sports arena, which was only 10 minutes from the penthouse. When he got there, Kal took Zenvia's hand again and entered the sports arena. Kal saw that it wasn't as crowded as he had imagined. And being with Kal calmed him down a bit. We're running from here, said Kal, letting go of Zenvia's hand. Then Kal started running slowly and told Zenvia to run beside him. Just slow down, said Kal as he jogged. Zenvia jogged casually and Kal accompanied her beside her. As time went on, they started running a little faster and Zenvia increased the tempo of her running speed. Kal continued to run beside him and matched his running speed with Zenvia. Zenvia felt that by running her burden was gradually reducing. The faster he ran, the more it seemed to release all the burdens that had always occupied his mind, making him always filled with fear. Then Zenvia stopped when she couldn't breathe enough to run anymore. His breathing sounded labored and Kal stopped too. You have strong strength too. Rest for a while, then we'll go in there, said Kal, pointing towards the large building to the right of the arena. What for? Asked Zenvia, who was still panting. Boxing, Kal answered. P-boxing, said Zenvia with a surprised face. Chapter 17. Come on, said Kal as he stretched out his hand to Zenvia. Then Zenvia stood alone without holding Kal's hand. Then Kal took Zenvia's hand without caring whether Zenvia objected or not. Kal, called a woman behind the two of them. Then Kal turned and so did Zenvia. Zenvia tried to let go of Kal's hand, but Kal still wouldn't let go. A sexy woman is seen wearing very tight sportswear which makes her body look very sexy in the buttocks and chest. Zenvia slightly covered her face with her white hat. What's wrong? Kal asked. Do you exercise too? Asked the woman. Yes, then? Kal asked. You want to go to the gym? Asked the woman again while looking in surprise at Zenvia, who didn't look at her at all. And the woman thought that Zenvia was an arrogant woman and looked down on her because she didn't look at her even though they were standing opposite each other. Yes, Kal answered. He's your sister? Asked the woman again. My boyfriend, Kal answered randomly. Zenvia looked up at Kal's face and Kal rolled his eyes. Girlfriend? But I've never seen him with you when you go to the club or anywhere, said the woman. Do I always have to take my girlfriend everywhere? And that's none of your business either, Kal answered, and he turned to leave. Kal. Isn't there another chance for me? The woman shouted. Kal didn't answer anything and continued walking towards the boxing arena building. Zenvia knows a little about the situation. Zenvia thought it looked like the sexy woman was Kal's ex-girlfriend and Kal deliberately introduced Zenvia as his girlfriend so that she wouldn't bother him anymore. Zenvia didn't ask anything and just walked where Kal's feet went and took him. When he arrived at the sports gym, Kal immediately took off his hat and t-shirt and put them on a long bench. This afternoon it wasn't that busy because it was a weekday. Take off your hat, Kal ordered. Zenvia took off her hat and then Kal took her to the punching bag area. Then Kal put boxing gloves on Zenvia's hands. Meanwhile, he only wore cloth. After that, Kal stood right in front of the punching bag. Look at me, said Kal and gave an example of how to hit a bag properly. Kal took a hair tie from his pocket and tied his slightly long hair. Then the man hit the bag in front of him again and Zenvia watched him carefully. This movement is slow but full of emphasis. Do you understand? Kal said. Zenvia nodded as a sign that she understood enough. Try it, Kal ordered. Then Zenvia started punching, but her movements were very stiff. Again, and do it many times, said Kal. Zenvia hit the bag again. Then Kal stood behind him and adjusted the position of his feet and hands. Like this, said Kal, holding Zenvia's hand and modeling the correct movements for her. Zenvia gulped because she was a little nervous because her back was touching Kal's chest. You understand? Kal asked again. Zenvia nodded and Kal let go of her hand. Then Zenvia started hitting the bag again, and she hoped she had done it right because she didn't want Kal to be standing behind her again. Your movements are good. You're quite smart, said Kal, watching beside ZENVIA. Harder. Take out all your emotions and anger on that punching bag, said Kal, and ZENVIA hit the bag again hard and repeatedly because she remembered what happened in her life at that time. Yes, keep hitting until you're satisfied, said Kal. Chapter 18. ZENVIA still took a long time hitting the punching bag until Kal had to stop her. Today's training is enough. Tonight we'll just go to the gym in the penthouse, said Kal as he took off the boxing gloves on ZENVIA's hands. ZENVIA just nodded. Speak so I don't look like a fool, said Kal. Sorry, answered ZENVIA in a low voice. After leaving the boxing gym, the two of them headed for the car parked quite far away. Kal still didn't wear his clothes because his body was still sweating. When he arrived at the car, Kal opened the trunk of his car and wiped his body with a dry towel. Then the man put on the clothes he had just taken from the trunk. Kal then took another black t-shirt and gave it to ZENVIA. Here, change your clothes, said Kal. Thank you, answered ZENVIA and walked towards the building again to go to the bathroom. Just change in the car, said Kal. ZENVIA turned her head and looked doubtful. The glass is dark and can't be seen from the outside. Come in, I'll wait here, said Kal while drinking water from the bottle. Okay, said ZENVIA. Then he got into the car and Kal closed the trunk of the car. ZENVIA took off her clothes quickly in less than a minute. Then ZENVIA came out and looked at Kal. Kal gets in the car and they go to a restaurant. Kal laughed a little at the interaction between the two of them, who seemed to only use their inner eye when communicating. ZENVIA didn't react in any way, and that made Kal even more curious about ZENVIA's laughter, which he had never seen since the beautiful woman became his housewife in his penthouse. Arriving at the restaurant, ZENVIA looked out the window. Then the woman turned to Kal. We don't eat at home? ZENVIA asked. No, I'm very hungry, Kal answered. I'll just wait here, said ZENVIA. Then I will carry you so you can go to the restaurant, replied Kal. I just want to eat at home. I don't want you to waste your money on eating at that expensive restaurant, said ZENVIA, looking for an excuse. Kal automatically laughed when he heard that. Come on down. No reason or I'll fire you, Kal said, opening his car door. ZENVIA finally got out of the car even though she was reluctant to meet many people. ZENVIA lowered her hat slightly so that her face wasn't too visible. Come on, Kal said, holding out his hand. ZENVIA saw the hand and Kal's sharp eyes seemed to intimidate her. ZENVIA had no choice and finally held Kal's hand. The two of them then entered the restaurant, which was quite busy because it was lunchtime and many office employees were eating there. We'll just be on the second floor, said Kal. ZENVIA just nodded and they went up the stairs to the second floor. ZENVIA was a little relieved because there weren't too many visitors on the second floor. There were only a few tables occupied. They sat by the window, and ZENVIA could see the view in front of the restaurant. What are you eating? Kal asked, and the woman turned to Kal. Same as you, answered ZENVIA. Okay, replied Kal, and said his order to the waitress. After that, ZENVIA looked back at the window and supported her chin with both hands. Kal also supported his chin, but he didn't look out the window, but stared closely at ZENVIA's eyes and beautiful face. And the woman who was busy contemplating did not realize that her master was looking at her intently. Chapter 19. ZENVIA looked back when their drinks came and were placed on the table. The woman just looked at Kal, who seemed to be staring at her closely. ZENVIA immediately looked down and took her drink and drank it. Kal was still looking at him and didn't look away at all. ZENVIA tilted her body slightly to look at the window so Kal wouldn't see her again. you don't want to go to Rena's apartment? Kal asked. And no, answered ZENVIA stammeringly. Why are you still awkward with me? Are you afraid of me? Kal asked. ZENVIA shook her head and then put her drink down. After that, the food came and they had lunch together. Without any conversation, and half an hour later, they returned to the penthouse. Upon arrival at the penthouse, they went straight to KAL-EL's top penthouse unit. I've investigated it, said Kal, and made ZENVIA stop walking as she was about to enter her room. The woman looked into Kal's eyes. What do you mean? ZENVIA asked quietly. About you, and why they were looking for you. Kal answered. You shouldn't find out anything. They're not just anyone, said ZENVIA in a depressed voice. You don't need to be afraid. They won't be able to find you, Kal answered. What if something happens, and they find out that your people are investigating them? What if your people get caught and they follow me to New York? ZENVIA said with a scared face. Kal just smiled crookedly. I can face them, Z. Calm down, said Kal. ZENVIA looked silent and seemed to be holding back her anger. Calm? You think I can be calm after all my adoptive family died? They even burned my uncle and his family. They killed everyone who was near me. What if they killed you? ZENVIA snapped. This was the first time Kal saw ZENVIA's emotions come out. And his face really looked depressed. Kal faced it calmly and was not provoked by ZENVIA's emotions. You don't experience what I feel, Kal. You don't know what it's like to be me, shouted ZENVIA, who was now shedding tears. So you will always run and run? How long? Kal asked in a calm voice. Until I actually die, because their goal has been achieved, answered ZENVIA, who was still emotional. ZENVIA has never been this angry before, and she really vented all her emotions on Kal at this moment. The emotions he had been holding back because of the fear he always felt. You underestimate the Robert family, Z. You don't know our strength yet. I could even make that old woman die right now, if I wanted to. How about it? Do you want me to take care of the woman who is targeting you? Kal asked. ZENVIA frowned. I don't understand what you mean, answered ZENVIA. You want to know who wants you dead? Kal said. ZENVIA fell silent and stared closely at Kal. Who? Is it my own family? ZENVIA asked. Yes, your grandmother's sister. Your grandmother was looking for you because she just found out that her only daughter gave birth to a baby safely, and that baby was you, said Kal. ZENVIA clenched her fists when she heard the story that shocked her so much. You want to hear the rest of the story? Kal asked. ZENVIA didn't answer and remained silent because her mind was still digesting what Kal had said. I don't want to hear it, said ZENVIA and turned towards the room, but Kal held her hand. You have to listen to this. Don't be a coward who can only hide, said Kal. Let me go, said ZENVIA. No, replied Kal, smiling crookedly. You think this is something funny for you, don't you, said ZENVIA. Absolutely not, replied Kal, who now pulled ZENVIA's hand so that ZENVIA's body was pulled in front of Kal. Chapter 20. ZENVIA stared intently into Kal's eyes. I'm leaving here, he said quietly. Tell who can you leave here, said Kal. ZENVIA let go of Kal's hand, which was gripping her wrist. Let me go, said ZENVIA. If you get out, imagine what will happen to you, said Kal. I'm not scaring you, but just so you know that the safest place for you is with me here, Kal continued. Kal then let go of ZENVIA's hand. Sorry, said Kal when he saw ZENVIA's wrist turn red because of this. ZENVIA then turned to go to her room. "Don't forget to clean this house," said Kal before Zenvia entered his room. Then Zenvia entered the room and closed the door. "Hey! You haven't answered me, and that's rude to your employer," Kal shouted from outside. "Check." Zenvia opened the door to her room again. "Okay," said Zenvia, looking down and returning to her room. "This woman really is like strawberry ice cream." "Cold but sweet," muttered Kal, smiling crookedly. Zenvia sat on the edge of her bed and thought again. He thought about Kal's words earlier. Honestly, it was bothering him and he felt uncertain at the moment. Zenvia rubbed her eyes, which looked glassy. He really hated himself for being whiny and cowardly. The woman had tried to be braver, but it was very difficult. It's not that easy to get him back to living a normal life like before. Now Zenvia seems to be hugging herself and seems angry with herself. "I really hate myself. I should never have been born if I had to take a steep path like this," he whispered, sobbing. "I should never have existed. My mother should have just killed me when I was born," he muttered again. An hour passed. Now Zenvia came out of her room and didn't see KAL-El there. Zenvia always feels relieved when Kal isn't there in the penthouse. He prefers the house to be quiet so he can work quickly and quietly. Zenvia walked slowly towards the kitchen. Her relief brightened when she saw the presence of this cool and handsome man in the kitchen. Kal has a cool character, but he also has a cool face and attitude that makes anyone who looks at him feel intimidated just by the sharp gaze in his blue eyes. Kal was seen taking the bread he had just baked and spreading chocolate on it. Then their eyes met and Zenvia immediately looked down again. "Can I help you?" asked Zenvia, who was now back to normal as usual. "No," Kal answered. "Then I'll clean up," said Zenvia. "This penthouse is very clean." "Come sit with me," said Kal, who then took a bite of his bread. Then Zenvia stepped slowly and headed towards the kitchen sink, which was a little messy. Kal looked at Zenvia. "You never laugh, Z?" Kal asked. "I have nothing to laugh at," answered Zenvia. "You won't go crazy just from laughing," Kal said. Zenvia didn't answer and wiped the marble table near the sink with a rag. "You are not suitable to be a maid." "Would you like to be my wife?" asked KAL-El, who was either serious or joking. And Zenvia thought it was just a joke because Kal never looked serious. Zenvia was still silent and did not answer Kal's words, which she didn't need to answer. Kal smiled crookedly and went back to eating his chocolate bread while still looking at Zenvia. Chapter 21. Late in the afternoon, Zenvia headed to the gym in the penthouse. Kal already waiting for him there. "Why don't you change your clothes?" Kal asked when he saw Zenvia didn't change, dressed in sports clothes. "I bought some sports clothes for you earlier," continued Kal. "I'm more comfortable wearing this," answered Zenvia. "Change right now," said Kal. "The sleeves are too open for me." "I'm not comfortable wearing them," answered Zenvia. Then Kal stood up from his seat and walked slowly towards Zenvia. Zenvia put her feet back and then turned towards the door. "Okay," said Zenvia because she already knew those intimidating eyes by heart. Zenvia came out and Kal just smiled a faint smile. Zenvia went to her room and immediately took a sports shirt that only had straps on it, the shoulder. Zenvia took off her clothes and then put them on. Then he stood in front of the mirror and saw a red mark on his back shoulder. Zenvia has already told Kal about this. The story that they were looking for him, because of the red mark on his shoulder blade. Zenvia rubbed the red mark that looked like a scar. And he knew that it wasn't birthmark, but scars from hot objects. And he himself didn't know where the wound came from. It originates Maybe by seeing this red mark, he will feel disgusted with me and not so much. Come closer to me again, muttered ZENVIA quietly. 15 minutes later. ZENVIA came back into the room. KAL looked at him and told him to do some warm-up moves before starting exercise on a treadmill. After a few minutes, KAL told ZENVIA to get on the treadmill and KAL saw a sign, scar on ZENVIA's back shoulder. KAL held ZENVIA's arm and touched the mark. ZENVIA was surprised because of this. Is this the sign? KAL asked. ZENVIA moved away a little, but KAL still held her back by still holding her arm. KAL rubbed the scar again. And that made ZENVIA look up. KAL, I don't like you touching me, said ZENVIA honestly. You can get rid of this scar if you want, said KAL, who didn't pay any attention. ZENVIA protested. ZENVIA was still silent. You can do plastic surgery to remove it because the scars aren't that big, deep, continued KAL. I can ask Mommy, said KAL again. Can it disappear? ZENVIA finally asked. Of course. Do you want to? KAL asked. ZENVIA nodded quickly. Okay, I'll tell Mommy this tomorrow, said KAL. Now, let go of my hand, said ZENVIA. KAL smiled and let go of ZENVIA's arm so slowly that the movement was stroking her smooth arm. That small movement made ZENVIA's body shake and her chest pound. He cursed himself because he felt that way due to KAL's touch. Come up, KAL said to ZENVIA. Then ZENVIA returned to focus and got on the treadmill. KAL stood behind the ZENVIA and reset it after pressing the treadmill button. You can do it from the bottom, KAL, ZENVIA said quietly when KAL's chest touched his back. I prefer it like this, said KAL, whose breath was felt on ZENVIA's shoulder. ZENVIA seemed like she would lose her breath the longer KAL stood behind her. KAL, said ZENVIA when KAL didn't finish resetting the treadmill button. Wait, I'm looking for a speed that suits you, replied KAL, where ZENVIA didn't believe it, with KAL's words. Chapter 22. After adjusting the treadmill settings, KAL got off the treadmill and he practiced weightlifting, right next to ZENVIA. ZENVIA ran slowly for a few minutes until then KAL increased his running speed by pressing the treadmill button. Continue, KAL-El said. ZENVIA ran a little faster again and now she is starting to get used to this. This makes his body fitter and his mind calm. Yes, he just realized that exercise not only makes him healthy physically, but also physically. ZENVIA looks focused facing forward where you can see the blue sky in front of her. Looks beautiful in his eyes. His sweat had covered his entire body, and he seemed to be wiping away the sweat gathered on his forehead. KAL turned off the treadmill and ZENVIA started walking slowly until it finally stopped. Come here, said KAL, who headed towards the cupboard and took out boxing gloves. KAL puts a roll of cloth on ZENVIA's hands before putting on boxing gloves. ZENVIA just looked at her hands until KAL finished putting on the boxing gloves. KAL put on a punch mitt on his hand and then went to the center of the room above him. Mattress, hit the foam on my hand like you hit the bag this morning, said KAL. ZENVIA hit him with all her might. Good, said KAL smiling, and ZENVIA released her emotions by hitting a punch. The mitts are quite hard and insistent, and they finished the exercise after practicing for quite a long time. After training, ZENVIA immediately started cooking because now she was really hungry. KAL makes fruit juice and ZENVIA cooks their dinner. Leave it there. I'll wash it, said ZENVIA when KAL was about to remove the juicer machine, which he just used. Okay, replied KAL, standing next to ZENVIA, holding a glass of fruit juice in his hand, his right. Drink it, said KAL, bringing the juice to ZENVIA's mouth. Open your mouth, KAL continued. Zenvia's hands were still wet from mashing the potatoes and arranging them on the baking sheet. "I'll make it myself later," said Zenvia. "There's a lot of juice, and I made this for you too." "Open your mouth," said Kal. Zenvia reluctantly opened her mouth, and Kal drank the juice to Zenvia. Zenvia stopped drinking after the juice was reduced to half a glass. "Thank you," said Zenvia, and Kal wiped Zenvia's lips because there was juice left on the edge. His lips. Zenvia gulped her saliva and stepped back slightly. Kal just smiled at Zenvia's awkward attitude. "After dinner, come with me," Kal said. I am very tired," answered Zenvia. "You just sit there and don't do anything later," Kal said. Zenvia didn't answer because whatever she said wouldn't make Kal change his decision. As usual, they had dinner without any conversation at all, and Kal was very annoyed with the beautiful woman in front of him because of her same cold attitude, never melted. If it were another woman, she might have taken advantage of this moment to tease Kal and come in the trap, but it's different from Zenvia, who doesn't seem interested at all in Kal. That's why Kal often teased him and wanted to know his reaction. After dinner was finished, Zenvia cleaned her body and prepared to go together. Kal again. Actually, he wanted to rest, but he couldn't refuse Kal's orders because of Kal's orders. This is an absolute condition for Zenvia to live in the penthouse. Chapter 23. Zenvia doesn't know where Kal will take her. Moreover, it's quite late and the streets already looked deserted. Kal didn't tell Zenvia anything and the girl didn't ask anything either. Kal, half an hour's journey, they finally arrived at a place where there were lots of cars, parking. "Where is this?" Zenvia asked. "Ist. Just come along," replied Kal, smiling. "Can I wait in the car?" Zenvia asked. "No, you're my assistant, right? So you have to go wherever I tell you to go," replied Kal. Then the two of them got out of the car and walked towards an old, colored building, gloomy. Kal took Zenvia's hand and they entered the building. For guards, the big man seemed to greet Kal and bowed his head. "Is my place ready?" Kal asked. "Yes, you can go straight there," answered one of the big men. "Thank you," replied Kal. Then Kal took Zenvia's hand and they walked about 20 meters and arrived at a very crowded room with many people. Zenvia was a little afraid of the dimly lit atmosphere with bright lights in the middle room. "Is this a fighting place?" asked Zenvia when she saw someone fighting in the middle room. This is very exciting," Kal replied, smiling. Then they sat on the front bench. Zenvia saw one of the men fighting. He was battered and his face had a lot of blood on it. The fight is over and the next fight continues. Kal stood up and Zenvia looked at him. "Kal, don't tell me you took part in that fight," said Zenvia with a scared face. "Keep your eyes sharp and prepare my medicine box later," said Kal, smiling and heading to the ring. Kal took off his jacket and t-shirt. The cheers from the audience were thunderous and it made Zenvia is afraid. Zenvia gripped her own hand tightly. "He's really crazy," muttered Zenvia, worried about Kal. The fight began. Zenvia always closes her eyes when Kal's opponent hits Kal. Zenvia covered her face with both hands and only saw a little of the scene, that brutal. Her body trembled when she saw blood dripping down Kal's temple. He bit his lip. He saw Kal and the man looking at him with a smile. He looked down. "Stop, Kal." "Stop," whispered Zenvia. The fight lasted almost 15 minutes and at the end of the fight Kal hit. The opponent fights over and over again until the opponent collapses on the arena. The shouts and cheers in the room grew louder and finally there was a fight, won by Kal. Kal raised his hands up and smiled happily. Is he crazy? ZENVIA muttered softly when she saw Kal, who was so happy. Kal took a cigarette from his jacket and lit it. The audience could still hear screams. To welcome Kal's victory, the dealer gave Kal a wad of money and the man then stood up. One ring post, you fuck out? Kal shouted, and several spectators seemed to gather in. Underneath, the cheers resumed and the room became noisy again as Kal started throwing. A lot of money from winnings goes to the audience. Yes, he really is crazy, whispered ZENVIA. Kal held his cigarette to his lips, while both hands threw out the sheets, the money sheet towards the audience below. Yes, it has become a habit. If Kal wins, then the money will be distributed to him, viewer. That's why they will fill the arena if there is a fight involving Kal. Chapter 24. ZENVIA appears to be treating Kal's wound on his temple. At least your presence is quite useful by my side, said Kal smiling. What are you looking for? ZENVIA asked quietly while applying medicine to Kal's wound. Satisfaction perhaps, said Kal. You're destroying your body, said ZENVIA. You know? When I was at school, my parents were often called to school because my brutal behavior. I don't like looking for trouble, but I was faced with a situation in, where should I fight? And finally, I like fighting. Then I found the container, without having to fight people on the street, said Kal. When people prefer to avoid problems, you actually come to problems. He said. ZENVIA then blew on Kal's temple, whose wound was now quite deep. Kal just smiled and looked into ZENVIA's attractive blue eyes. No chat. After that, Kal continued to stare at her beautiful doll-like face. My guess was not wrong about you. You are of noble birth. Your grandmother was wrong, a member of the kingdom who separated himself and chose his own path in life, said Kal, and made ZENVIA's hand stop. ZENVIA looked into Kal's eyes. Your story really is like a fairy tale. Want to hear it? Kal asked, smiling casually though. ZENVIA stared at him sharply. ZENVIA didn't answer anything and then continued applying plaster to her temples. Kal, your grandmother was a tycoon of noble blood who struggled to build his own company with your grandfather, who came from ordinary circles. See, with that success, your grandmother's sister finally left the royal family and went to work with your grandmother. Your grandmother only had one daughter, your mother. Your mother married a man, which your grandmother disapproved of, and ran away with your father. Your father died when your mother gave birth, and you were cared for by servants when your birth was discovered by your mother. Wanted to take you away at that time and separate you from your mother. Your mother said that you were dead and couldn't be saved. She didn't want you. Be like your mother, whose life is constrained even though her life is full of riches. Overflow. Your mother died 1 month after giving birth because she fell down the stairs, said, long and wide. ZENVIA was silent. Even though he didn't want to know this story, he still listened to it, and it made his heart pinch a little to hear the sad story of his father and mother. A few years later, your grandmother found out that you weren't dead, and there was news on the grapevine that you were put in an orphanage. He finally looked for you, in the hope that all his wealth will be passed on to you. The younger brother heard this, and secretly he finally took action by looking for you too, to eliminate you, because if you don't exist, then your grandmother's sister will control your grandmother's property, continued Kal, telling the essence of ZENVIA's problem. Actually, if you remove the red marks on your back, then your grandmother and her sister won't ever find you, and you will never inherit your grandmother's fortune. Now the choice, it's in your hands. You face it, or you will stick with your escape with, close the wound forever, said Kal. Zenvia looked at Kal. Why are you doing this for me? Zenvia asked. Because you're beautiful, Kal replied. I'm serious, said Zenvia. I'm serious too, Kal answered with a grin and lit his cigarette again. Kal, said Zenvia. Yes, ZENVIA Arthur, said Kal with an annoying look and smoking his cigarette, while leaning on the sofa. Chapter 25. I haven't finished treating your wound, said Zenvia when she saw Kal was already sucking the cigarette. I'm just smoking and you can still treat me, said Kal. Zenvia wanted to curse at the stupid man in front of her. Then Zenvia moved forward a little because Kal leaned against the sofa. He smeared medicine on the edge of Kal's lips, and that made Zenvia even less focused. Kal again openly looked at him. Zenvia became even more embarrassed when Kal became silent and didn't speak anymore. The beautiful woman gulped her saliva and tried to focus on Kal's wound, not on him, his lips. Do you know the quickest way to heal a wound on your lip? Kal asked. Zenvia doesn't pay attention to Kal, because usually Kal always talks randomly. By kissing on the lips, said Kal. It's rude of you to say that to me, Kal, said Zenvia, looking into Kal's eyes. I'm just saying that, and that doesn't mean I'm telling you to kiss my lips, he said. Kal. Zenvia became embarrassed because of Kal's blunt words. Zenvia immediately finished her task and then got up from the sofa. He wants to go far away from that handsome Tengil man. Where are you going? Get me some ice cubes, said Kal. What for? Zenvia asked. My leg hurts. It looks like it's a little swollen from earlier, Kal answered and opened his trousers, jeans in front of Zenvia without any hesitation at all. Kal, what are you doing? Zenvia asked, looking away. My legs hurt in the calves, so I'm more comfortable opening my jeans first, before compressing it, Kal answered lightly, and his cigarette was still stuck in his mouth. His lips. I'm wearing boxers. You don't need to worry, said Kal. Oh my God. I'm going to go crazy living with him for so long, Zenvia's mind screamed. Then Zenvia put the medicine box away and then took ice cubes from the refrigerator. He put the ice cubes in plastic and then wrapped it in a small, thin towel. Zenvia returned to the sofa even though her legs were very heavy because Kal only just wearing his boxers. Give me the ice, Kal asked as he stretched out his hand. Zenvia gave the ice to Kal's hand. Go rest, said Kal. Zenvia nodded and then turned to go towards her room. Then Zenvia stood behind the door and held her chest. He always makes my chest flutter, he muttered in a whisper. Then Zenvia locked the door and went to her cupboard. He took off all his clothes, and then went into the bathroom. Kal's cell phone rang while he was holding a cloth filled with ice in his left hand. Then Kal picked up his cell phone. Yes, Dad? Kal asked. Can you go to Croatia tomorrow? Daddy can't go there tomorrow, answered Thor. Must be tomorrow? Kal asked. Yes, it should be tomorrow, and you will be there for about a week until that's all. Business is finished, replied Thor. Okay, Kal finally answered. You're fighting again tonight? Cut down on that habit, Kal. Mommy will find out too, at one time. And you will receive the consequences from Mommy if you stay. Do it, said Thor. Yes, Dad. I've cut back. At least only once a week, Kal replied. Many reasons. Zenvia will be picked up by a driver tomorrow to stay at our mansion while you are away, Thor said. He will come with me. I have promoted him to my personal assistant. So he is. You have to come with me wherever I go from now on, replied Kal. Chapter 26. Zenvia woke up early as usual and tidied and cleaned the penthouse inside. Just 1 hour. He took all the laundry baskets out when the laundry attendant came to collect them, Kal's dirty clothes. After that, he cooked and then headed back to his room when he was done. Cook. For breakfast, Zenvia always cooks food that is not too complicated and simple. It was just the two of them, so they only made a small amount of food. Half an hour later, Zenvia came out of her room and saw Kal already there. Dining table. Get ready, you will come with me to Croatia. We leave in 2 hours, said Kal. Why invite me? Zenvia asked. Because you work with me, right? So you'll go wherever I go. I was in Croatia for a week. You will help me prepare my needs, answered Kal. Okay, answered Zenvia resignedly. Sit down, Kal ordered. Zenvia nodded and sat in front of Kal. They had breakfast together as usual. Kal always looks at her, which makes Zenvia always embarrassed because he still doesn't used to it, even though Kal was always like that to him. You don't need to bring a lot of clothes because I will buy you clothes there, said Kal. Zenvia nodded. I won't cut your salary. Instead, I will increase it, continued Kal. Zenvia nodded again. Thank you, said Zenvia finally, because she just realized Kal was looking intently at her. Because Kal doesn't like it when Zenvia answers his questions with just a nod. After breakfast was finished, Zenvia cleaned up the kitchen and then returned to her room to pack his clothes. Zenvia packed it in a medium-sized bag because she didn't have a suitcase. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at Zenvia's door and the woman immediately opened it. This is a suitcase for you, said Kal while handing him a medium black suitcase. Zenvia. Thank you, answered Zenvia. After finishing, pack my clothes and everything I need into my suitcase. I'll wait there, room, said Kal. Okay, answered Zenvia while nodding. Okay, said Kal and left in front of Zenvia. The man shook his head because he was really annoyed by Dan's residence, Zenvia's stiffness towards him. You'll see, he muttered in a whisper. 20 minutes later, Zenvia entered Kal's room. He didn't see Kal there, and the bathroom door appeared to be closed. Then Zenvia immediately packed Kal's clothes into a suitcase and some of Kal's necessities, such as perfume and others, into the suitcase. Zenvia chooses what she thinks is important and she notes what she has put it in earlier so he could answer correctly if Kal asked that question. Kal is then seen coming out of the bathroom. Zenvia automatically turned towards the man, only wearing a towel around his waist. Zenvia immediately turned her gaze to the suitcase and immediately packed it, fast. What did you bring? Kal asked. Then Zenvia gave Kal a small piece of paper that he had written on earlier. Add 2 blue and gray ties and 3 more perfumes, said Kal. Okay, answered Zenvia, who went back into the walk-in closet. Kal also went into the walk-in closet because he was going to wear clothes. The man, with his casualness in wearing clothes in front of Zenvia, made the woman look down deeply and turned his face away from Kal. You shameless bastard, Zenvia thought angrily. Chapter 27. After finishing packing Kal's suitcase, Zenvia quickly left Kal's room. Then he went to his own room to get ready and change clothes. When he had just taken off his clothes and put them on the table, the door to his room opened. Zenvia was so shocked and hid behind her cupboard. KAL, he shouted irritably. Kal actually laughed when he heard Zenvia scream because for some reason he liked it better. Zenvia shouted angrily instead of just keeping quiet and nodding. It's not My fault that you didn't lock the door, said Kal lightly. Get out now, said Zenvia. Kal was still standing in the doorway. Now, hang on, Zenvia. Kal smiled crookedly because that was the shout he was waiting for. Then Kal came back, closed the door to Zenvia's room, and the woman ran, then immediately locked it, huffed. Why does he always have his own way? He muttered in a whisper then, holding his chest which was beating fast until now. Then Zenvia immediately put on her clothes quickly and took her cell phone from her bag. Then Zenvia called Rena. Hello, Rena, said Zenvia. Hey, it's been a long time since we talked. What's wrong, Z? I heard you're going to Croatia together, Kal said. Rena, yes, and I'll be leaving in a moment, answered Zenvia. Then what's wrong? Is there something you want to ask me? Rena asked. Yes, answered Zenvia doubtfully. Just ask. Is this about Kal? Rena asked. Yeah, do you think I'll be safe traveling with him? I'm a little scared of him, because of her underscore. Zenvia's words were hanging. He's brutal, you mean, said Rena while laughing softly. Yes, answered Zenvia. Calm down, Z. Even though he's a little brutal and his brain is a bit wonky, he's harmless and will hurt you, said Rena, who was still laughing softly because she imagined Zenvia, who was scared because of Kal. He's a little nasty, said Rena. Yes, answered Zenvia honestly. Rena laughed at Zenvia's words. Maybe he's interested in you. He won't flirt with just any woman, Z. Even Kal, known to be very cold to women. I know a little about Kal's character, said Rena. What do you mean? It can't be him underscore. Hey, he won't hurt you, and I hope you'll look after him in Croatia later, mainly prevent him from joining the fight again. Maybe he will listen to you, said Rena. I still don't understand what you're saying, Rena, said Zenvia. You don't like him, Z? You two live together, so it's a little impossible if you don't like him. Men like Kal, while many girls are queuing to get him, said Rena. I'm here to work, answered Zenvia. Yes, I know. So work well, darling. I think Kal will continue, tempt you and strengthen your defenses, because the Robert family's temptations are very difficult to parried, said Rena. He won't be like that to you, so don't worry. Daddy Thor is always watching over him, far away, continued Rena. Okay, answered Zenvia. He's a good man, Z. You must feel that way, right? Yes, even though he is a bit irritating. Don't feel awkward or afraid of him. Just hit him on the head if he does, said Rena, huffed. He's starting to wear out my patience, Rena, said Zenvia. Rena laughed again. At least your days are more colorful with him, right? Said Rena. No, I think my day gets bleaker when I'm with him, answered Zenvia. Chapter 28. KAL-El and Zenvia are already on the Robert family's private plane. They'll be leaving in a few minutes. Kal sat next to Zenvia, though still, there were about 8 empty seats on the other side. Kal took off Zenvia's hat and put it on the table. Zenvia turned to Kal and the man just smiled crookedly. Sleep if you want to sleep, said Kal. I've slept all night, said Zenvia and looked out the plane window. In a month I will go abroad at least 3 times. So you have to come along, accompany me. At least if I invite you, I won't be confused about preparing everything. I need it, said Kal. Yes, I understand, replied Zenvia, nodding. Then from behind a flight attendant came and served food on the table. The flight attendant seemed to be looking at Zenvia, which she had never seen before. Please, said the flight attendant with a smile. Thank you, said ZENVIA, smiling faintly. Then the flight attendant walked back. There were 2 flight attendants and they were behind mosquito net in the back room. ZENVIA took the chocolate candy on the table and Kal then opened his laptop. Table. ZENVIA glanced slightly at Kal's laptop. Then the woman looked at Kal Young, seemed focused on his laptop screen. Kal looks different when he's focused on work like this. Kal rarely smiles. Even if he smiled, the man only smiled faintly and actually looked annoying. ZENVIA leaned back while holding a drink. His eyes were still stealing, looked at Kal. Only this time he saw clearly and studied Kal's face more intensely. Long enough, the beautiful woman looked at him. His jaw looked strong and defined with thin sideburns. His eyebrows knit slightly, and his forehead seemed to be furrowed as if he was concentrating and thinking about something. Then suddenly Kal leaned his body against the back of the chair. ZENVIA immediately diverted his gaze towards the glass he was holding. Kal closed his eyes. Do you have a lot of work? ZENVIA asked, daring herself to ask first. Kal opened his eyes and turned to ZENVIA. Do you want to help me? Aren't you studying taxation? And that, it means it's related to the economy. Isn't it, said Kal. I have no work experience and only theory, answered ZENVIA, who was still looking down. Hey, look at me, said Kal. ZENVIA then looked at Kal. You don't want to work as my secretary? I don't have a female secretary yet, said Kal. No, I don't have any experience, answered ZENVIA. You know? I'm a little lazy about going to the office and don't really like working with numbers, like this. But Clark made me deal with all this complexity because he chose, become a doctor. I will teach you so you can be my assistant and replace me at the company if I'm lazy at work or have something to do outside, said Kal, casually. ZENVIA frowned and thought for a moment. Are you crazy? ZENVIA asked. Kal laughed at that. You're brave enough to say your master is crazy, said Kal. Sorry, because what you said didn't make sense, answered ZENVIA. You think I didn't investigate you far, Z? I even investigated you in the area, your college. You are very smart and always get the highest marks in your class. That's why I offer you this. Do you want me to teach you? Kal said, smiling faintly. Chapter 29. ZENVIA was still looking at Kal and hadn't answered anything. No, I prefer my current job, said ZENVIA finally and looked away. His face was from Kal. I'm so sleepy, said Kal and lightly laid his head down on ZENVIA's thigh. What are you doing? ZENVIA asked nervously. Massage my head. My head is a little dizzy, said Kal. ZENVIA's body was stiff and her hand was still raised with the glass still up. He held. Don't hit that glass on my head, said Kal, closing his eyes. ZENVIA still didn't move until Kal's eyes finally opened. Please. Massage my head because I'm not pretending, said Kal. Then ZENVIA put her glass on the table and then her hands hesitantly. Holding Kal's head, Kal took ZENVIA's hand and placed it on her head. Don't hesitate, said Kal. Lish. This man. ZENVIA thought annoyed. ZENVIA gulped down her saliva and began to slowly massage Kal's head. You don't have the energy, Z? Kal asked. Then ZENVIA returned to massaging Kal's head with more pressure. Kal sighed and made ZENVIA frown. This is really delicious, said Kal. Can you not say that? People will misunderstand if they hear it, he replied. ZENVIA is slow. I said what I was feeling. Is it wrong? Said Kal, who was still, closed his eyes. Don't stop. That movement was really nice, said Kal when ZENVIA stopped the massage, his hand. 0000. This man is really driving me crazy, thought ZENVIA, who was getting increasingly annoyed. ZENVIA returned to massaging the little man's head and Kal was still talking. It's random, which will definitely make people misunderstand if they hear it. Did you hear that? They were doing that on the sofa. Oh my, the flight attendant whispered to him, her friend. Yes, I heard that, and I think that woman is indeed Mr. KAL-EL's lover. You know that, Mr. Kal has never brought a woman before except his relatives, whispered the woman. How lucky that woman is. I don't have another chance, Huft, he said. The woman was still whispering. Come on. Watch your ethics, or you will be fired by Robert's family. Many people wants our jobs, whispered the other woman. Oh my God, I can still hear her sexy voice. It makes me excited, whispered the man, air hostess. Hush, never mind. Let's just put our headphones on, said the woman again. Are you not dizzy anymore? ZENVIA asked quietly. Still dizzy, said Kal. Should I just get some medicine? ZENVIA asked. Where's the medicine? Kal asked. In my suitcase, which is upstairs, answered ZENVIA. I don't need to be lazy about changing the position of my head because you will definitely get up from this sofa if you take the drug, said Kal. It's really an unreasonable reason. You bastard, ZENVIA thought. Kal then opened his eyes. Say what's in your heart. Are you cursing me, Z? Just say it straight away, in front of me if you want to curse me, said Kal with a smirk. ZENVIA didn't answer anything and continued massaging Kal's head slowly but firmly, quite pressing movement. Ooh. You really are an expert at this, said Kal again with his random words. Wouldn't it be better if you shut up and sleep, sir? Said ZENVIA. Kal laughed. I like teasing you because you'll talk more. Kal answered. I think you should massage my back later, said Kal. And ZENVIA really wanted to hit Kal on the head with the glass in front of her. Chapter 30. The flight took a very long time and had no stops at all. Imagine that ZENVIA would spend 12 hours non-stop with Kal-D on the plane, and of course that made him have to do hard exercises every time Kal threw a tantrum, the temptation. And it's still 3 hours into the flight and it's not even half his journey. Now they are enjoying the food that has just been provided by the flight attendant and ZENVIA got the medicine in the small suitcase she put upstairs. Then he put the small medicine box on the table. Kal couldn't find any more excuses if he feels his head or body hurts. You're very well prepared, said Kal, chuckling. This is my job, answered ZENVIA. Take that, it looks delicious, said Kal, looking at the red spiced food. Feed me because my hands hold bread and a fork, said Kal again, who always had a lot reason to have ZENVIA serve him. Then ZENVIA took a spoonful of the paste and fed it to Kal's mouth. 2 flight attendants who had just delivered their last meal appeared, stealing glances at the 2 of them who looked like a couple. Thank you, baby, said Kal while chewing. ZENVIA narrowed her eyes when Kal heard the call. Then ZENVIA got the food Kal wanted and fed him back to him, Kal's mouth. ZENVIA was really like Kal's babysitter because throughout the meal, Kal asked for it, fed by deliberately holding bread and a fork in his hand even though the bread was not. Eat it. After eating, ZENVIA took the books in her suitcase and sat on a different sofa. Kal stood up and sat back next to ZENVIA. There are still plenty of seats, Kal, said ZENVIA. I'd rather be next to you, said Kal. Then Zenvia looked back at her book. You bought that book? Kal asked. No, Auntie Leska gave it to me, answered Zenvia, who remained focused on the direction, book. Then Kal leaned next to Zenvia and also looked at the book. Do you like reading heavy stories like this? Kal asked. I really like reading to fill my time. Zenvia answered. Then Kal took the book and closed it. Kal, I'm reading, said Kal. I don't like being ignored. I invite you to have someone accompany me, said Kal. Aren't you sleeping? Zenvia asked. No, I was sleeping on your thigh earlier, said Kal. Then what do you want me to do? Zenvia asked. Tell me about you. Your life, your family, your friends, or anything before you. Come to New York, Kal said. There's nothing interesting about my life story. Trust me. You'll get bored of hearing it, said Zenvia. I won't get bored because your face is not boring at all. Moreover, I like it. Look at your lips when you're talking, said Kal. Do you always speak so bluntly like that, Kal? Zenvia asked. Yes, I'm the type of person who speaks straight and I'll say anything. What's on my mind? Kal answered while supporting his head and looking in the direction. Zenvia, who was beside him, I am your employee, but I don't like my private area being invaded by other people, he said. Zenvia. Kal smiled crookedly and brought his face closer to Zenvia's beautiful face. Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them, they only create sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like, he said. Kal slowed down and smiled. Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't fight it, it just is, creates sadness. Let reality become reality. Let things be, flow forward naturally in whatever way they like. Chapter 31. Zenvia remained silent and did not answer Kal's question, and the man still didn't take his eyes off Zenvia's blue eyes. I will listen to whatever you tell me no matter what you think. Boring, said Kal. Zenvia is still silent. And now I insist, said Kal, who had lowered his orders. Then Zenvia leaned back in her chair and began to dream away, remembering a little of her past. There is nothing interesting in my life. My life is just ordinary. Daddy and Mommy are enough. I've been strict with you since I was little. Daddy never took his eyes off me. Even Daddy still takes me to senior high school, said Zenvia. Starts the story. Since childhood, Mommy was never close to me, and now I know the reason. She is closer with my younger brother, who is his own biological child. Daddy loves me, but he's not there, warm feeling inside. His treatment of me was only protective. And new, now I just understand it. It's all just because of my biological mother's duties, said Zenvia. After I went to college, Daddy started letting me go and I started going everywhere on my own, without an escort from Daddy because maybe he thought I was safe and could do it, take care of myself, continued Zenvia, until finally the incident happened and took me to New York. Nothing interesting, no? I didn't even make friends with anyone because Daddy forbade me to, that matter. I can't be close to strangers. Even my own classmates. And it's surprising that I always obey him because since I was little, this has been embedded in my brain, said Zenvia. Kal is silent and hasn't responded to anything. Then Zenvia took the book back from Kal's hand, but the man didn't let go. Their eyes met and Kal just smiled a crooked smile. What about men? Have you ever had sex with a man? Have you ever liked a man? Kal asked. No, Zenvia answered briefly and tried to take her book back, but Kal persisted. Didn't give it. Don't make me be rude to you, Kal. Give me the book, said Zenvia. I like it when you are rude to me. Try it, said Kal. Then Zenvia turned her body back and leaned back and looked outside. Airplane window. Hey, look at me. And this is an order. I told you I don't like being ignored, said Kal. Oh my God. Why does this man always have his own way? Zenvia thought annoyed, but she didn't. Can ignore his boss's orders. Zenvia then looked at Kal. Is there anything else I need to do for you, sir? Zenvia asked. Kal just smiled and took Zenvia's hand. He traced the smooth palm. Zenvia, your hands are not the working type. I think your father really takes good care of you. First, said Kal. Can you let go of my hand, said Zenvia, who felt uncomfortable with this, because it makes the nape of his neck tingle. Kal just shook his head and still traced Zenvia's palm with his fingers. And of course it made Zenvia's chest flutter, because Kal's finger movements were so slow, and, as if deliberately teasing him, tell me, what do you feel when I hold your hand? Kal asked. Zenvia gulped her saliva and tried to withdraw her hand, but Kal still held it tightly. Say it, said Kal again. I feel uncomfortable, said Zenvia. Kal laughed a little, then lifted Zenvia's hand and kissed the tip of her index finger. It was like an electric current that stung Zenvia's body. Zenvia widened her eyes and Kal smiled and looked into Zenvia's eyes. Chapter 32. Zenvia released her hand from Kal's grasp and the man let go. Kal then returned to his chair and opened his laptop. Meanwhile, Zenvia is back, took the book and opened it. He read the book again even though his focus had been broken due to what he had done by Kal earlier. Zenvia thought that Kal just wanted to tease her and play games with her. Zenvia was annoyed with herself because she was tempted by Kal's touch. He hoped Kal wouldn't tease him anymore because that would make him lose control, eventually. Zenvia closed her eyes briefly to regain her focus. After that he exhaled slowly and then opened it again, his eyes. He started reading his book again and began to be able to concentrate again. Zenvia a little glanced at Kal and the man seemed focused on the laptop in front of him. Zenvia read until she finally felt sleepy and fell asleep in the chair. Kal, who was sitting across from him, looked at him and then stood up. Kal took the blanket that was on the back of his chair. Then the man walked towards Zenvia's direction, then covered the beautiful woman. Then Kal sat next to Zenvia and rested her head on his arm. Zenvia woke up when she felt like she had slept too long and she was really sleeping, restful. Zenvia opened her eyes slowly and realized that her sleeping position had changed, because he lay down on the sofa at an angle, and her hand held the man's hand that was around her neck. Zenvia immediately sat up as soon as her consciousness had fully recovered. Zenvia looked at Kal and the man seemed to be smiling. You, said Zenvia irritably but in a low voice. You were the one who laid your head on my thigh, said Kal with a smile. His victory. Zenvia just frowned and decided not to argue with anything Kal said, because it's useless. Zenvia sat back down and leaned back in her own chair. She smoothed her long hair by untying it again. Kal looked at him quite intensely again, and that always bothered Zenvia, even though Kal often saw him like that. Kal folded his arms and studied Zenvia with his sharp eyes at once. That tease. Zenvia tilted her body and looked at the window because she was always awkward if Kal looked at it that intensely. After that, Zenvia tied her long hair again, but then Kal opened it. Zenvia's hair ties back. Kal, said Zenvia, turning to Kal. Kal then pocketed Zenvia's hair tie and just smiled. "I'd rather you let your hair down," Kal said. "My hair has nothing to do with you, Kal," answered Zenvia. "Yes, because you are always next to me and I prefer it if your hair is loose," he said. "Kal, how long are you going to keep bothering me? Do you really have a hobby of bothering me, all your servants?" said Zenvia. "You are my most special employee," said Kal with a grin. Zenvia didn't talk much before, but Kal always teases him and makes him emotional and angry until finally he felt that he had been nagging a lot lately. Then Kal held Zenvia's hand and the woman turned back to Kal. "Kal," said Zenvia, warning the stupid man. "Be my lover," said Kal, and it shocked Zenvia. Zenvia didn't know what to answer because it seemed impossible to her. It's impossible, the master becomes his lover. Wouldn't that be strange and unnatural? That's what was on Zenvia's mind. "Okay, thank you for accepting me. From now on you will officially be my lover," Kal said, smiling, even though Zenvia hadn't answered anything. Chapter 33. "I haven't said anything," said Zenvia. "Your silence is yes to me. You can't change it." "Case closed," said Kal casually. "Alone." Then Zenvia ignored Kal anymore and chose to look at the glass window and see. "The sky is white there." Kal took Zenvia's hand and linked their fingers together. Zenvia closes his eyes and let whatever Kal wanted to do, because once again, her protests were useless because Kal was very dominant and didn't want to. Completely denied. "Don't forget, tomorrow we'll still go to the gym and you still have to practice boxing," Kal said now, kissed Zenvia's hand. Said Zenvia without looking at Kal because she was controlling her pulse. His heart was beating erratically due to Kal's behavior. Kal played with Zenvia's hand on top of his big hand, and the man rubbed her gently until finally Zenvia withdrew her hand. "Because I can't stand it anymore." His body shuddered because of it. Not to mention Kal also kissed every finger. Kal smiled crookedly when Zenvia hid her arms with her arms crossed, in the jacket he was wearing. "When can I kiss your lips?" Kal asked, which made Zenvia's face turn red. This is the first time a man has seduced her this openly because in the past men would have been shy, approaching Zenvia, who incidentally is a cool girl who doesn't socialize much. "Kal, watch your words," said Zenvia. "I will give you your first kiss in a very impressive way," he said. Kal doesn't seem to care what Zenvia says. "I really want to cry and hit you at the same time. It sucks. I will complain to Auntie Leska that you are not acting. Be polite to me," Zenvia said, and actually made Kal laugh. "Oh my god. It's so fun teasing you," Kal said. "He's teasing me? Was he just teasing me?" Zenvia thought, a little annoyed. "Are you playing with me, Kal? Do you like seeing me like this?" said Zenvia. Kal brought his face closer and then stared closely at the beautiful eyes. "I really want to bite your lips," whispered Kal and made Zenvia's face even bigger, red like a tomato. Zenvia bit her lip and then looked away from Kal, but Kal cupped her cheek with just one hand and forced her to look towards him. "Want to try it?" Kal whispered. "No, thanks," said Zenvia, and let go of Kal's hand. Kal just smiled and leaned back in his chair. His eyes were still looking towards Zenvia, who didn't want to look at him because her face still looked red, and that actually makes her even more beautiful and adorable. Kal took it back, Zenvia's hand, and linked it again with her fingers. "I just want to hold your hand," said Kal when Zenvia tried to pull away his hand. Kal and Clark are different, but they have one thing in common. that is, they will always be, clinging to and touching people he likes. They are both men with a physical touch type of love language, which shows feelings. He likes being close and touching physically, even if only just holding hands. ZENVIA allows this as long as it is within reasonable limits. The long flight finally ended and ZENVIA could breathe a sigh of relief because of that. Babysitting Kal on the plane really made him dizzy and he couldn't escape at all from that bastard man. We will stay in a hotel while in Croatia, said Kal in the car when he got there. Journey to the hotel. Answered ZENVIA. I chose a room with one bed, said Kal and made ZENVIA look surprised at him. Chapter 34. Upon arrival at the hotel, Kal and ZENVIA arrived at a hotel that was not very big but had a lot, vintage and aesthetic look, and it is very visible that it is a luxurious and expensive hotel. Kal took ZENVIA's hand when they just got out of the car and ZENVIA is now gone, accustomed to Kal's careless attitude. This is your key, sir, said the receptionist to Kal while handing him a shaped key. Card on Kal, Vala, Kal said in Croatian. ZENVIA just looked at it and observed it. Then they walked towards an elevator and went up to the 3rd floor where their room was. Arriving at the room, ZENVIA looked around the small room. You didn't book the wrong room? This room is small, said ZENVIA, who finally spoke on Kal. Yes, I prefer the restroom so you can't avoid me, said Kal smiling and took off his clothes and ZENVIA just looked at him. Oh my. Kal annoyed ZENVIA, who immediately turned her face away. What's wrong? I was going to take a shower so I took off my clothes, replied Kal casually and go into the bathroom. Kal, can you book another room for me? You can cut my salary, said ZENVIA, when Kal had entered the bathroom, but the door wasn't closed. No, said Kal screaming under the shower. TSK. ZENVIA clucked and pouted, then started to open Kal's suitcase first, arrange his clothes in the cupboard. ZENVIA arranged Kal's clothes and belongings in the cupboard very neatly. After everything was finished, ZENVIA put the empty suitcase in the corner of the room. A few minutes later, Kal came out of the bathroom wearing only a towel wrapped around his waist. Get my clothes, said Kal from behind ZENVIA, which shocked the woman. He wanted to curse, but he still realized that Kal was his crazy employer. Then ZENVIA took Kal's clothes and gave them to the sexy man. Kal's hair was wet and Kal gave ZENVIA a small towel. Dry my hair, Kal said. ZENVIA took the small towel and Kal sat on the edge of the bed. ZENVIA started drying Kal's hair with the towel and stood next to Kal. Then Kal's hand grabbed ZENVIA's waist and changed ZENVIA's position to be in position the front. This beautiful woman couldn't avoid what Kal did because Kal had a stubborn and very dominant nature which he did not accept at all. Rebuttal or rejection. You didn't shower? Kal asked. Soon, answered ZENVIA slowly. Then Kal's cell phone rang and ZENVIA took it because Kal's cell phone was right on the table, who was beside him. Then ZENVIA gave her cell phone to Kal and stepped back. Hello, said Kal. Okay, I'll come there tomorrow night, said Kal again. Kal seemed to be listening to the person he was talking to on the other end of the phone. I already know the rules, Kal answered again. Okay, just send me the address. I'll be there tomorrow night, said Kal and then hung up. Telephone connection. You're going to fight? ZENVIA asked. Hey, how do you know? You really seem to understand me, said Kal, took off his towel and put on his clothes near ZENVIA. KAL, shouted ZENVIA, who still couldn't get used to Kal's perverted behavior. That one. Kal just chuckled and put on his clothes, and ZENVIA returned to focusing on her suitcase again. Chapter 35. I don't want to control your life. It's just that you can listen to people's orders. Are you old enough not to fight anymore? Said ZENVIA as she took out her clothes from the suitcase. Then Kal sat on his knees behind ZENVIA, who was still arranging her clothes. If I have something to do at home, then I will stop fighting, whispered Kal, behind ZENVIA's ear, causing the woman to startle again and sit on the floor. ZENVIA looked up at Kal and the man kissed her sharp nose. I got you, said Kal, smiling. Then Kal stood up and took his jacket. I'll be gone for a while. You just go to sleep, don't wait for me, said Kal, then glanced at ZENVIA before opening the door. Then Kal came out of the room, and after closing the door, ZENVIA held her chest. He was pounding again because of what Kal had done to him just now. Huffed. He always surprises me, he muttered softly. Then ZENVIA continued to arrange her clothes and put them in the lower cupboard. After that, the woman went into the bathroom. ZENVIA brought her change of clothes inside bathroom because he was afraid that Kal would suddenly come, because that man was always there. Startled him. ZENVIA saw that there was a bathtub in the bathroom and tempted her to do it. Soak in it. I'll just soak for a while, muttered ZENVIA and took off her clothes. Then ZENVIA filled the bathtub with warm water. Once full, ZENVIA immediately logs in a bathtub filled with warm water. ZENVIA leaned her head and closed her eyes. He just realized since staying with Kal, he had even forgotten his previous life problems. He no longer thought at all about his fears about the terror that had happened. Attack him first. I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, Uncle. Because I made you and your family victims of my family. Sorry, whispered ZENVIA and closed her eyes and then cried. No matter what, ZENVIA always feels guilty because this tragedy happened because of her, his presence. If I weren't there wouldn't be a tragedy in your family, whispered ZENVIA. ZENVIA bent her knees and hugged him. He remembers his past. It was very flat until finally the tragedy occurred. What can make me escape from that past? He muttered in a whisper. ZENVIA spent half an hour in the bathroom. He then went out from the bathroom and still didn't see Kal there. Is he fighting tonight too? Didn't he say he would fight tomorrow? Hopefully he doesn't invite me, muttered ZENVIA and headed towards the bed. ZENVIA sat on the edge of the bed and seemed to think for a moment. If I sleep here, then where will Kal sleep? Will he sleep here too? Said. ZENVIA was quiet. ZENVIA saw that there was no sofa there at all and only a small chair. ZENVIA then placed a dividing pillow in the middle of the bed. Should I tell Auntie Leska this? I can ask her for help. Booked another room. But ZENVIA's words lingered until she finally decided not to say that, because he was sure that Kal couldn't possibly go beyond his limits. ZENVIA finally closed her eyes because she was very sleepy. I hope Kal doesn't come home tonight so he can sleep in peace. Morning approached and ZENVIA woke up to sunlight coming in through the window room. He really fell asleep so soundly last night that he didn't realize there was a hand curled around his stomach, and he knew whose hands they were. Morning, Kal whispered behind ZENVIA's ear and made ZENVIA scream in annoyance. KAL-EL. ZENVIA shouted and let go of Kal's hand and hit Kal in the face with it. The pillow. Chapter 36. ZENVIA was really annoyed with Kal's behavior this time because she thought Kal had done it rude to him. Kal just laughed at ZENVIA's anger, who had been grumbling all this time. He annoyed while still hitting Kal with a pillow. Kal finally caught the pillow that Zenvia hit him with and pulled it up. Zenvia's body fell on top of Kal's body. Hey, just say so if you want to hug me. I've been hugging you all night. Are you still there? Not long enough? Kal asked with a mischievous smile. You're being rude to me, Kal. I'm going to complain about this to Auntie Leska. Zenvia was angry and tried to get away from Kal's body, but her legs were already stuck between Kal's thighs and the man was sandwiching them. Zenvia looked at Kal, who was still smiling, and shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't feel guilty. We're lovers, right? So it's natural for us to make out like this, said Kal. I'm not your lover. Zenvia said adamantly and was still trying to free herself from Kal. Her movement actually made her chest rub against Kal's chest. Oh my. This could bait me, honey bunny, said Kal in a sighing voice. Maid, Kal, let me go. Please, said Zenvia with a pleading face. You don't like me, Z? Kal asked. Zenvia didn't answer anything. Answer me. I want to know how you feel about me, said Kal. I don't know, answered Zenvia. You're afraid of me? Kal asked. No, answered Zenvia. Then? You refuse me to be your lover? Kal asked. I don't know. It's confusing to me because you always seem to be joking and not serious, said Zenvia. So you want me to be serious? Okay, I'll be serious. Look at me, replied Kal, who still didn't let go of Zenvia and now looked at her sharply and seriously. Their eyes met and now Zenvia became embarrassed and her blue eyes were confused. Where do you want to turn your gaze? Hey, look at me. Don't you want to see me being serious? Kal said increasingly seductively. Zenvia. Zenvia finally lowered her head and hid it in the crook of Kal's neck. Don't look at me, said Zenvia. Why? Kal asked, smiling and cupping Zenvia's head and tilting it towards him. His face, Kal, said Zenvia slowly. Kal said with a mischievous face and a very soft tone of voice. I just want to live in peace and without any disturbances, said Zenvia. So you think I'm bothering you and making your life uneasy? Kal asked. Kal, let me go. This is something inappropriate. We are just employees and employers. Us has limits, said Zenvia. There are no laws that regulate that. And this is my life, so my life is my decision, Kal replied stubbornly. Can you let me go first? Said Zenvia. Not unless you seduce me, Kal answered. Zenvia closed her eyes and was confused about what to do because she couldn't do anything. That's not her style and Zenvia can't seduce Kal. I can't seduce you. I've never seduced anyone and I can't do anything, said Zenvia. Kal's cell phone rang and that made the man take his cell phone without letting go. Zenvia. Hello, said Kal. Then Kal seemed to be listening to the person he was talking to. Yes, I'll be there in half an hour. Bye, said Kal and hung up his cell phone. I'll let you go this time. Not next time, said Kal looking at Zenvia's face, which is only 20 centimeters above his face. Kal kissed Zenvia's chin and then let go of the woman who was still glued to him. The place. Do you want me to kiss you again? Kal asked when Zenvia still didn't move from above him. Zenvia suddenly realized and immediately got up from on top of Kal's body. Chapter 37. Kal went into the bathroom and Zenvia just sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't know what to do because they were just in the restroom. Half an hour later, Kal came out of the bathroom and Zenvia got up from her seat. Kal, what should I do if you leave? Zenvia asked. You will come with me every time I go. Aren't you my assistant? So you have to come along, wherever I go, including to branch companies, answered Kal. But there is no objection, and this is an order. Get ready quickly, said Kal. Zenvia could only sigh softly and finally took her clothes and went inside. Bathroom. Kal wore formal clothes, namely a neat suit with neatly styled hair. Very smooth. A few minutes later, Zenvia came out of the bathroom wearing a camisole, white and black pants. Kal looked at her and the woman immediately looked down. Kal is still annoyed by Zenvia's attitude, who is always avoiding and very shy. Zenvia then took her gray blazer and put it on to cover her shoulders and his open arms. Kal, of course, didn't keep quiet when he saw Zenvia, who always looked beautiful in his eyes. Kal stood up and sat down and approached Zenvia. Zenvia is combing her hair, immediately turned to look at Kal, who was seen in the mirror approaching him. What is it? Zenvia asked. It's nothing. I just wanted to see you up close, replied Kal, smiling. Full of mystery. Then Kal grabbed the nape of Zenvia's neck and massaged gently there. Zenvia gulped down her saliva because her chest was pounding again. Kal's appearance looks different with his neat and sleek appearance. Added fragrance. The perfume made her female hormones suddenly tempted to take a sip of the fragrance. Around Kal's neck. Put on my tie, said Kal, giving his tie to Zenvia. Then Zenvia took the tie and looked up to put the tie on Kal's collar. Kal spread his legs and made his body level with Zenvia's body, tiny. Kal grabbed Zenvia's waist and Zenvia's body immediately moved because it was ticklish. Can you let go of your hand? Said Zenvia. Okay, Kal answered and lowered his hand but with a slow making movement, Zenvia widened her eyes. Kal. Zenvia was annoyed. Kal just laughed a little and leaned closer to Zenvia. I can't tie the tie if you're too forward, said Zenvia. Don't you have to be versatile to be my partner, said Kal. Zenvia chuckled and quickly put on Kal's tie. That's it, said Zenvia. Thank you. Want a gift from me for helping me? Kal asked. No, I have received a salary from you, answered Zenvia. Kal kissed Zenvia's chubby cheek and made Zenvia immediately step back. Just one more time, Kal said. What do you mean? Zenvia asked. Nose, chin, cheeks, and I think there's just one more. You know what that is, Kal answered. Smile. Zenvia automatically held her lips when she heard Kal's random words. Kal laughed seeing what Zenvia did. Come on, get ready, said Kal and took Zenvia's hand out of the room. Zenvia took her bag on the nightstand and they went out together. Zenvia pushed back her long hair and Kal took the woman's hand like that, a lover. No one will believe that they are his master and assistant because Kal already is, treats Zenvia quite special and claims her as his lover at once, his personal assistant. Chapter 38. Are we going to be there long? Zenvia asked. I'm working as usual. You will sit next to me to help me, Kal answered. Kal, I'm just a household assistant. My job is only at home and not in the office, say Zenvia while they were still on their way to the office. It's the same. You'll help me in the office too. You'll see for yourself later. What help do I need from you? Kal answered casually. In the end, Zenvia didn't say anything else because all the power was in the hands of the little man. Not long after, Kal arrived at his branch company. He got out of the car and came back, took Zenvia's hand. From the lobby, several staff members could be seen welcoming the arrival of the big boss. They lined up in front of the lobby door, and Kal entered with ZENVIA. All eyes were on Kal. Several female staff members looked at ZENVIA from above, down. Because everything ZENVIA wears is a gift from Leska, of course it's not cheap product. So they immediately thought that ZENVIA was Kal's girlfriend because the man didn't seem to be. He completely removed his hand from ZENVIA's hand. "Welcome, sir," said Jose, the director of the branch company. "We'll have a meeting straight away." "Prepare everything," said Kal to the director. "Yes, sir," answered Jose, and the old man looked at ZENVIA. "He's my fiancé," said Kal, and this made ZENVIA raise her head to Kal. Kal smiled at ZENVIA, who looked surprised. "Welcome, miss," said Jose. ZENVIA just smiled faintly and nodded. Then the three of them and 3 staff followed behind him. Meanwhile, the other staff returned to their rooms to prepare for a meeting together. "Did you hear that? That woman is his fiancée. TSK, annoying. And that woman looks really good, arrogant," said one of the employees who was now walking into his room to get it. "Meeting materials. There's no more chance," answered the friend next to him. "Hey, they're not married yet, and show off your charm," said another woman. TSK, TSK, TSK. "Don't you look in the mirror? That young lady must come from a conglomerate family, also." And his face looked very aristocratic. "Don't dream of getting big boss," said one of the male staff, behind the 3 sexy women. "Shut up, Johan. Can you not interfere in our conversation?" said one of the women. "That, I just want to make you aware," replied the man, smiling and going inside the room. "Tisk, he's really annoying," said the woman. "Never mind, let's hurry, because we will soon meet the handsome big boss again. Come on," answered the staff. ZENVIA and Kal and 4 company officials are in the elevator. "Kal, I'll just wait in your room," said ZENVIA in her always soft voice, and slow. "No, you will sit next to me throughout the meeting." Kal answered. "Kal, I'll look like a fool if I just stay there," said ZENVIA, whispered in Kal's ear because behind him there were several staff following them. "I won't let you be alone in my room, baby," said Kal and kissed his nose. ZENVIA, even though there are employees behind them. "Kal," whispered ZENVIA, embarrassed because she saw many of Kal's employees behind her. Kal looked back at his employees. "Hey, can you guys look down? I want to kiss him and he'll be embarrassed if you look." "Us," Kal said plainly. ZENVIA stepped on Kal's feet because of his crazy words. Chapter 39. "Kal, I'll just go outside." "Please," said ZENVIA, who was still begging when they were inside, in the meeting room. Then ZENVIA looked around and saw a small room in the corner of the room. "That meeting, look over there. I'll just wait there." "Yes? Yes, yes, yes," said ZENVIA, still begged, and his face looked pitiful. "Okay, but there are conditions," Kal answered, and his eyes looked deceptive. "Kal, I don't want to joke at a time like this," said ZENVIA, who still seemed to be whispering. "I'm not joking. I'm really serious," said Kal. "Kal, please," said ZENVIA, begging once again. "Kiss me first." "Here," Kal said and pointed at his lips. "You are crazy," said ZENVIA. "No, I'm very, very sane, and you are my lover," replied Kal. "You're really annoying." "You know I wouldn't do that," said ZENVIA quietly. "I will do it for you," replied Kal in all his ways. "Oh my. You're really right _ cool? Charming? Charming? Cool?" Kal said confidently. ZENVIA stared at him sharply and sneered. Kal likes it when ZENVIA is in annoyed mode. like that because he thinks Zenvia looks even cuter. I'll just sit next to you, said Zenvia finally. Okay, you've made your choice. Now sit down, Kal answered and pulled slowly. Zenvia's hand went to the chair that had been provided. Then one by one the staff and company officials began to enter the room, that meeting. Zenvia thought there were only 4 people in the meeting, but it turned out that almost 20 people came in that room. This of course made Zenvia feel very uncomfortable. Then Zenvia held Kal's hand, who was talking to the branch company director, and then the handsome man turned to him. What is it? Kal asked. I'll just go to that room, Zenvia finally said and made the corners of Kal's lips lift, triumphant. Don't forget the conditions, Kal whispered. Zenvia frowned and then stood up. This made him the center of attention, and Kal stood up to accompany Zenvia to the house, small room in the corner of the meeting room. Kal then grabbed Zenvia's hand, who was about to enter the small room. Kal quickly grabbed Zenvia's nape and kissed her lips. As you promised, baby, said Kal smiling, and Zenvia's face looked surprised. Kal kissed again on the lips, which were still gaping in shock, and Kal even had time. Take a small sip. I like your surprised face, said Kal. Zenvia held her lips and hid behind Kal's body so she couldn't be seen. The number of employees behind Kal. You're crazy, Kal, whispered Zenvia. There were some employees who saw the sweet scene, although 4. Zenvia, it wasn't sweet scenes, but adrenaline-pumping scenes. I'll just be for a moment. Play with your cell phone while you wait for my meeting, Kal said and turned back to his seat. Zenvia immediately turned quickly towards the small room where there was only a sofa chair, measuring 2 meters, and a table with a small computer in the corner of the small room. Zenvia slowly closed the door to the room and sat on the sofa. Then he covered his face, embarrassed by what Kal had done to her in front of many of his employees. You bastard! Zenvia cursed in a whisper, and this was the first time she cursed, because his annoyance at Kal. Chapter 40. Kal opened the door to the corner room where Zenvia was waiting during his meeting. Kal spent 2 hours in a meeting with all the staff and officials, branch company. Zenvia seemed to be asleep curled up on the sofa, and Kal really liked this situation. The Tengil man smiled crookedly and approached the woman he claimed to be his girlfriend. Kal mischievously kissed Zenvia's sexy lips, which would tempt anyone. Looked at him, including Kal. Zenvia opened her eyes and saw Kal. Zenvia spontaneously pushed Kal's shoulder and made the man hold Zenvia's waist until finally the woman fell on top Kal's body. Baby, not here. We can do it in the hotel room, Kal said. Call. Zenvia shouted. Already annoyed with the stupid man. Check. Jose opened the door to the room and saw Zenvia on top of Kal's body. Sorry, sir, said Jose, and immediately closed the door. Kal. Zenvia got annoyed again and hit Kal's chest. Kal actually laughed at Zenvia's anger. Kal hugged Zenvia tightly and then reversed its position to be above Zenvia. Let's go home. I will fight tonight. Accompany me, said Kal. Let go of me. I want to stand up, said Zenvia. Then Kal stood up and took Zenvia's hand. Are you finished work? Zenvia asked while fixing her hair. Untidy. I finished it faster. It's my first day, and I'll be new tomorrow. Start it, replied KL. Do you have to fight tonight? Zenvia asked. Yes, the sensation is different here, because it's more brutal. I'm really looking forward to it, answered Kal, and took Zenvia's hand out. If I told you not to fight, would you obey? Zenvia asked. Then Kal stopped in his tracks and turned to Zenvia. What will you give me if I don't fight tonight? Kal asked with his eyes, which is tempting. ZENVIA looked into those nosy eyes and she knew exactly what was going on in Kal's brain right now. I won't give anything, answered ZENVIA. Then don't stop me, said Kal and walked back towards the door. Go out. ZENVIA just followed Kal's steps without being able to say anything else. Master KAL-El, call Trisha, one of the sexy female staff. What is it? Kal asked with his face turning flat again. Mr. Jose is waiting for you in the main room, answered Trisha with her best smile. ZENVIA saw this, and she could already conclude that the woman was looking for her. Kal's attention was paid to her cleavage, which was slightly visible beneath her work shirt, very tight. Does it matter? Kal asked. Yes, it's about tomorrow's meeting, Trisha answered in an elegant tone. Okay, said Kal and took ZENVIA's hand into his main room. Trisha looked at ZENVIA and ZENVIA's eyes only glanced at her. Trisha walked behind ZENVIA and Kal then entered the main room together, where Jose and the deputy director were already there. Are you needed here? Kal asked. Yes, I will note down the important parts for tomorrow's discussion, answered Trisha. No need. Just call Mr. Jose's secretary, replied Kal, giving orders to Trisha. Yes, please just call Alina because this is her job, Trisha, said Jose. Yes, sir, Trisha answered smiling even though she was actually annoyed by that because she didn't can see Kal a little longer. Trisha came out of the room and called Alina, Jose's secretary. Kal, I'll just sit there, said ZENVIA. No need, Mississippi. Because we only talked for a moment, said Jose. But I don't want to disturb you, answered ZENVIA in her soft, soothing voice. You're not bothering me. Darling, said Kal, who then kissed the back of ZENVIA's hand, in front of Jose and his deputy. Chapter 41. Evening arrived. Kal and ZENVIA go to the battle site. Kal, it's very busy, said ZENVIA, holding Kal's hand tightly. I like this euphoria. It makes me excited, replied Kal. You should look for other activities that make you enthusiastic than this, he said. ZENVIA. Only fighting and fucking turn me on, Kal answered while sucking the cigarette. Kal walked towards the ring and told ZENVIA to sit in the front seat already, prepared for him. ZENVIA saw that Kal was talking to several people and the man appeared, threw away his cigarette and stepped on it with his shoe. ZENVIA held her hands in front of her chest, which was now pounding. I shouldn't have let him fight again, he muttered softly. Kal was seen taking off his clothes and tying up his hair, which was starting to grow long. Then the Tengil man entered the fighting ring arena. The audience cheered loudly, filled the room. ZENVIA heard the chatter of several viewers about Kal. And it looks like Kal is already quite well known in the world of illegal fighting. Not long after this fight began. Kal's opponent is slightly larger than Kal and, maybe about 2 meters high. ZENVIA seemed increasingly worried about this because at the start of the fight Kal was always getting hit, opponent's blow. Even so, Kal still managed to smile. ZENVIA bit her lip because of that worry. ZENVIA closed her eyes several times every time Kal was hit in the face. The fight this time lasted quite a long time because the opponents were evenly matched. Kal's face is gone, quite battered, and so were his opponents. Cold sweat began to appear on ZENVIA's body because she was increasingly worried about the situation. Kal. Today's battle was different from before, where Kal was very easy to beat his opponent, until finally, Kal started to attack when his opponent was running out of energy. Kal, using this strategy, drains the opponent's energy. The crowd's loud screams were heard again, and this made ZENVIA even more anxious. Kal quickly hit the man who was his opponent until he finally locked the opponent, and makes the opponent unable to move anymore. The referee stopped the fight, which had been going on for quite a long time. Kal raised his hand as a sign that Kal was the one who won the fight. Tonight, Kal raised both hands and didn't forget to show his grin. Kal took a look at ZENVIA and rolled her eyes. ZENVIA was relieved by the end of this battle, but her chest still wouldn't stop pounding. Kal then carried out his mandatory process, namely sharing the results of his battle share it with the audience. KALEL, 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 shouted the audience as they enjoyed the splash of money from Kal is still on one of the ting rings. After doing this, Kal came down from the pole and from behind his opponent, hit Kal hard on the back and made Kal fall instantly. The atmosphere became noisy again, especially as the man hit Kal in the face, but Kal fought back. He clamped his arm around his opponent's waist, then turned his body, until finally making the man's back shake, because Kal locked his body by pulling the man's hands and feet back. Kal then brutally beats the man until he is separated by the referee and several others. There. After being separated, Kal fell again. ZENVIA, who saw this, immediately stood up and approached Kal to the ring because he was afraid something would happen to Kal. Kal, wake up. This isn't funny. ZENVIA shouted next to her and made a move. Kal's shoulder. Then Kal opened his eyes and smiled crookedly, then grabbed ZENVIA's nape and pressed him, then kissed his lips in front of many people. I got you, said Kal with a grin. Chapter 42. ZENVIA and Kal went into the mini-market and bought some medicine to treat Kal's wounds after coming home from that crazy fight. Kal put on his sunglasses and chose food and drink. Meanwhile, ZENVIA is looking for medicine. He already knew what Kal and the man needed, seemed relaxed choosing his shopping items. You crazy man, muttered ZENVIA in a whisper. I can hear you, baby, said Kal, who was in front of the shelf opposite and still choosing snacks to buy. After almost 15 minutes in the mini-market, they both finally finished shop. Kal got into his car with ZENVIA. As usual, Kal will light his cigarette and opened the car window. Kal, you can't drive while smoking, said ZENVIA. I don't want to leave yet. I'll finish a cigarette first and then we'll go home, Kal answered and leaned back casually in his car seat. ZENVIA took a tissue and wiped a bit of blood on Kal's temple as she opened it. Kal's sunglasses. You don't love yourself, Kal, said ZENVIA. You've said that 100 times, darling, Kal replied while smoking his cigarette. ZENVIA leaned forward slightly and started treating Kal's wounds even though they were still there. Is in the car. Aunt Leska would be sad if she saw. You like this, said ZENVIA quietly. Mommy is used to seeing things like this, said Kal. You have nothing to gain from all this, said ZENVIA. I won't accompany you to fight again. I don't like seeing you beaten like that, continued ZENVIA, applying the medicine that had been placed in gauze to the wound on her face. Kal, you have to stay with me. There's no objection, Kal replied adamantly. I will complain to Aunt Leska and ask her to send me back to New York, said ZENVIA. And again, reduce your smoking habit. It's really not good for your health, he said. ZENVIA. Kal smiled at ZENVIA's words. Maybe if another woman said it, it will look like mere nagging, but it's different if ZENVIA says it. His voice is smooth and seems calm. In fact, it looks like a teacher who is giving advice to his naughty students. Kiss me, said Kal while looking at Zenvia's eyes. You know I won't do that, replied Zenvia, who then took the plaster and stuck it to Kal's right temple. Then Kal grabbed the nape of Zenvia's neck and gently sucked on the beautiful woman's lips. How does my blood taste? Kal asked when there was blood stuck to Zenvia's lips, because Kal's lips were bleeding. Kal wiped the blood stuck to Zenvia's lips with his finger. Don't kiss me again, Kal, said Zenvia. You know what my answer is, Kal replied. Does your chest beat fast when I kiss you? Kal asked. Zenvia didn't answer. Then Kal threw his cigarette butt onto the road. The man didn't wait for Zenvia's answer, but immediately kissed Zenvia's lips. Look for the answer yourself. And the man pressed Zenvia's back so that Zenvia's chest was pressed against his chest. Kal began to feel Zenvia's heart pounding against his chest. You're fluttering, whispered Kal while still kissing Zenvia. Then Kal's hand traced Zenvia's neck until Zenvia's chest pounded even faster. Chapter 43. Stop, okay, said Zenvia, who then leaned back in her chair. Kal just smiled crookedly and then started the car engine. Then the man drove off. The car was driving at medium speed to the hotel where they were staying. Kal was silent throughout the journey, and so was Zenvia. The beautiful woman's eyes looked out the window while holding his lips several times, kissed by Kal. Kal even dared to bite his lips, and that made it even more difficult, avoiding Kal's charms again. Zenvia is still confused about her feelings for Kal, even though the man is clear about it, shows his feelings for Zenvia. Upon arrival at the hotel, Kal and Zenvia did not go straight to their room, but instead bought coffee at the cafe. Hotel. Zenvia, who had memorized Kal's favorite coffee, immediately ordered without asking Kal first. After buying coffee, the two of them headed to their hotel room. Zenvia hasn't completely finished treating the wounds on Kal's face and body, so after this, the work is still not finished. Arriving at the room, Kal took off his clothes and immediately lay down on top bed. Kal, I haven't finished treating your wound, said Zenvia. I'm sleepy, replied Kal. Drink your coffee, said Zenvia and gave the coffee to Kal. Kal still doesn't want to wake up. Kal, called Zenvia again. Said Kal. Your face will be ugly if you don't treat it immediately, said Zenvia. Kal laughed softly at Zenvia's rare joke, and that made Kal eager to tease him again. Kal then opened his eyes and turned around. If I was ugly, would you still want me? Kal asked while taking a cup of coffee from Zenvia's hand. No, answered Zenvia. Kal smiled and pulled Zenvia's hand closer to him. I will treat your wound, said Zenvia. Kal answered and let go of Zenvia's hand. Then the beautiful woman took the medicine box she bought earlier and sat on the edge of the bed. Kal lightly lifted Zenvia's body and sat her right in front of him. Kal opened his legs wide and made Zenvia sit between his thighs. Zenvia's chest started pounding again. He felt like he would never be normal if close to Kal. Kal always teased him and he thought he might have a heart attack if he did. Kal always did that to him. Zenvia then took out the medicine and started treating Kal's wounds on his face and parts of his hands. Kal just stared closely at Zenvia's beautiful face, which he never got tired of looking at. You want to marry me? Kal asked. Zenvia froze and looked into Kal's eyes. This time there was no smile on his lips and his eyes looked serious. Zenvia gulped down her saliva and Kal grabbed her waist and pulled her closer. I'm serious and not playing around, said Kal in his low but deep voice. There's nothing interesting about me, and you can still get more than me. Me, just your assistant, said Zenvia finally. Oh my. I never liked your humble attitude. Change that, replied Kal. Zenvia looked down and Kal cupped Zenvia's chubby cheeks until their eyes met, linked. What are you afraid of? Kal asked seriously. I'm just trying to stop hoping. Because hoping too high will hurt, Zenvia answered. If that hope is me, then I won't hurt you, Kal said and brought it closer, his face at Zenvia until he finally bit her sweet lips gently. Chapter 44. Kal kissed Zenvia's lips for a long time until Zenvia finally returned the kiss. The first time, Kal smiled and kissed Zenvia's lips gently. I want to talk to you about something serious, and this time it's really serious, said Kal, slow. Zenvia looked into Kal's blue eyes. I found your grandmother and she already knows about you, said Kal, and, making Zenvia surprised, his hand suddenly trembled because of that. Hey, there's no need to be afraid, okay? Your grandmother is a good woman and she already knows all his sister's evil plans. He wants to see you, Kal said, holding Kal's hand. Kal did all this secretly without Zenvia knowing. Kal doesn't want to. Zenvia is trapped too deeply in her dark past because of a terrible incident that swallowed her up. Many victims, including the family of his adoptive parents. Why did you do that, Kal? Didn't I tell you I wanted to go and disappear from their shadows? Said Zenvia. Then you will always live in fear for the rest of your life? No, I don't want you like that, replied Kal. I don't want his wealth. Darn, I don't want to know him, said Zenvia. I already said that. You don't want his wealth because you don't need it, but you still have to get to know him. After all, she is your grandmother. And he doesn't. Who else do you have but you? You are the only memory that remains of my daughter, single, replied Kal. He'll be here the day after tomorrow, said Kal again. What? You should have asked for my approval first. Kal. Zenvia snapped quietly. You won't agree. At first, he asked me to take you to Sweden, but I don't want to because you would still feel traumatized about going back there, said Kal. But I underscore. Kal interrupted Zenvia's words by kissing her lips. There's me and nothing bad will happen to you, okay? Kal said calmly. Zenvia, it's time for you to end your fear, and now your grandmother herself will help you. He really loves you, said Kal again. You won't leave me, right? Zenvia asked. Oh God, of course not. Aren't you my future wife? Said Kal. I haven't answered your proposal yet. Zenvia answered. What? Wait. What makes you still think about not accepting my proposal? Kal asked. I'm still considering it. You're too brutal for me, answered Zenvia. That's an unreasonable reason, said Kal. It makes sense because I don't want to have a husband who likes fighting, answered Zenvia. So it's just because of that? Kal asked. Yes, what else? I just want to enjoy a peaceful life, said Zenvia. Then Kal grabbed Zenvia's neck and laid her down on the bed. Kal, what are you doing? Zenvia asked. You want to see more of my brutality? Kal asked and started to smile. His tangibility always makes Zenvia anxious. Not at all, answered Zenvia. Come on. You will definitely like this, and will change your decision to accept my proposal, Kal answered. Kal, why are you so pushy? Said Zenvia. If your grandmother comes, she will match you with one of the noble descendants, and that's why I have to force you tonight to accept my proposal, said Kal. Grandma said that? Zenvia asked. More or less like that, replied Kal. That means he doesn't love me because he wants to make me like my mother, he said. Zenvia, that's why you have to marry me. Okay, baby? Kal cooed and kissed his face. Zenvia, even though her face is now quite battered. Kal, shouted Zenvia. Chapter 45. Kal, let go of me, said Zenvia when Kal was still on top of her. Kal once again kissed Zenvia's lips and changed position behind Zenvia's back. Kal hugged Zenvia from behind and looked for the most comfortable position and warmth. There, Kal, you haven't changed your clothes yet. And could you not hug me this tightly, said Zenvia when Kal had closed his eyes while hugging Zenvia on the bed. I'm really tired and sleepy, said Kal lazily and didn't open at all his eyes. Kal, this is too taboo for me. You are my master, and I feel like a slut if you are, sleeping while hugging me like this, said Ev. Baby, you are not my assistant anymore. But you are my future life partner. We are doing it. Glady cleared to enter the gates of a truly new life, answered Kal, random. Kal, I'm not joking, said Zenvia. Me too. I'm very, very serious about you. Go to sleep, I won't touch you. Kal answered, hugging Zenvia's waist even more. Kal, called Zenvia again in her low voice. Kal answered him softly. I'm absolutely not going to touch you, Kal said. I don't believe you. You can't be trusted with things like that. Zenvia answered, yes, because I can't guarantee that. Sorry, said Kal, which made Zenvia even more, a little annoyed with Kal's careless attitude, and Zenvia elbowed Kal in the stomach. Oof. My stomach hurts, baby. Don't touch my stomach anymore. Except under my stomach, that's no problem, said Kal, which made Zenvia's brain even more polluted by his words. Kal is always the pervert. Do you always talk to women like that, Kal? Zenvia asked. No, just you and my crazy friends, Kal answered. I don't believe it. You must be a female player, said Zenvia. I was quite a playboy before I often fought in the ring arena, answered Kal. Because of heartbreak? Zenvia asked. No, I've never had my heart broken. Women often have their hearts broken because of me, replied Kal, with high self-confidence. TSK. Zenvia chuckled and over time her eyes grew heavy. She no longer asked Kal and let Kal hug her from behind. He believed Kal wouldn't do anything out of line to him. Kal's a jerk, though. He never did anything rude to Zenvia, let alone did something inappropriate, wanted by Zenvia. There was no more conversation between them. They sleep in the middle of a different bed, that's too big. Zenvia can no longer stop Kal because the man really can't be controlled and, quite stubborn. Kal opened his eyes when he felt Zenvia's heartbeat slowly and peacefully, near his hand. That means Zenvia is fast asleep. Kal very slowly kissed the top of Zenvia's head. He didn't even make it, movement so that Zenvia doesn't wake up. You make me happy in a way no one else can do, Kal whispered almost inaudibly. You make me happy in a way no one else can. I met you, I liked you, I love you. And the end, I will keep you, whispered Kal again with his hands, who increasingly grabbed Zenvia's waist. I met you, I like you, I love you. And in the end, I will, looking after you. Chapter 46. The morning light had been visible from behind the hotel window curtains which had not been closed since last night. Kal woke up and didn't see Zenvia by his side. There was a faint sound of water from inside the room. Take a shower and that means Zenvia is in the bathroom. Kal took his cell phone on the nightstand and called the assistant at the company, the branch. I'm going to the office a little later in the day and won't be there too long, said Kal. Yes, sir, answered the assistant and Kal hung up the phone. Then Kal got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. Is it still long? Kal shouted from outside. Honey. Is it still long? Kal asked again. Not long after, the bathroom door opened. Check. ZENVIA only showed her face from behind the door. Can you not scream? ZENVIA asked quietly. I can't. Are you finished? Kal asked, smiling mischievously as if he wanted to do something to tempt ZENVIA. Not yet, so don't bother me yet, answered ZENVIA. You're not wearing clothes? Kal asked with his mischievous eyes. ZENVIA immediately closed the bathroom door again when she heard Kal's words. Kal just smiled and waited outside. He took out his cigarette and stood near the window balcony. Kal enjoyed his cigarette until ZENVIA came out of the bathroom a few minutes later. Kal saw ZENVIA's beautiful fresh face. The man put out his cigarette and approached ZENVIA. Get my razor and help me shave my sideburns, said Kal. Can't you do it yourself? ZENVIA asked. Not if you're around. Kal answered, and the man took off his trousers until he was only wearing them. Just the boxers. Oh no, thought ZENVIA, who was about to start facing Kal's stupidity again. Honey. I'm waiting for you. Kal shouted from inside the bathroom. Then ZENVIA walked slowly and took Kal's shaver that was put in yesterday, in the cupboard. Then the woman went into the bathroom. He saw Kal, who had taken off his boxers and was only wearing a towel, her waist. ZENVIA opened the box containing the razor and saw the tools inside. I can't use these tools, Kal, said ZENVIA. Then Kal took one of the shavers and adjusted the settings. Look at me, Kal said, and shaved his sideburns a little. You can do it yourself, Kal, said ZENVIA. There you are. And I will use your strength, Kal answered and handed him the razor. On ZENVIA. Then Kal grabbed ZENVIA's waist and lifted ZENVIA's tiny body until she sat on him, on the sink table, which is not too big. ZENVIA blinked her big doll eyes while focusing on the shaver he held. Just tidying up, right? ZENVIA asked. Kal answered and looked at the beautiful net. ZENVIA gulped her saliva because Kal's face was getting closer and closer. And once again. ZENVIA couldn't think of this as a normal thing, even though Kal had done it often. Kissed his lips. Kal, said ZENVIA as Kal leaned forward until ZENVIA's thighs opened. Kal's Tengil smile was still visible. I can shave all your sideburns if I'm distracted, said ZENVIA. Is your concentration disturbed? Kal asked. Said ZENVIA and went back to shaving her sideburns a little thinly. Then Kal grabbed ZENVIA's thighs and made the woman a little surprised. Finally shaved off Kal's sideburns a little more. Yoops. This is because of you, Kal. You can't keep quiet at all, said ZENVIA. I've been quiet ever since. My head hasn't moved at all, replied Kal. Your hands are moving, said ZENVIA. Kal chuckled. You will be punished for this. Get ready, said Kal, starting to launch the action. Chapter 47. Now wash my face. Kal ordered. ZENVIA looked at Kal, and Kal was seen smiling crookedly. Don't say any more that I can do it myself. Because as long as you are there, beside me, then you will do it for me, said Kal before ZENVIA protested. Then ZENVIA took the soap equipment from the place she had brought it from. Penthouse. I have to go down, said ZENVIA. No, your height is quite far from mine. So it's better if you just sit here, so that I don't get tired of looking down, answered Kal, who always had an answer for every word. ZENVIA. Then ZENVIA slowly took the soap and rubbed it on her hands, until foamy. Then Zenvia rubbed the foaming soap onto Kal's handsome face, who still looks at it intensely. Zenvia avoided looking at Kal's sharp, mischievous eyes. Kal's hand gradually went towards Zenvia's buttocks and pulled Zenvia closer. Near. What are you doing? Zenvia asked quietly. Kal just shrugged his shoulders. Zenvia immediately rubbed Kal's face and made eyes. Kal closed. Done. Now rinse your face, said Zenvia. Then Zenvia turned on the water tap next to her and Kal rinsed his face but didn't let Zenvia go down by holding Zenvia's legs with her feet. Kal, said Zenvia. Kal said while cleaning his face. I want to go down, answered Zenvia. Then Kal wiped his wet face with his hands and took a small towel. Beside him, Kal gave the towel to Zenvia and the beautiful woman knew what to do. Did it? Zenvia took the towel and dried Kal's face with the white towel. Am I handsome yet? Kal asked. Zenvia answered simply. Then Zenvia tried to get down from the marble table because her task was finished. But Kal still held it back and actually drew his face and body closer to her. Zenvia. And that made Zenvia's breath feel short of breath. There was a vibration felt from the tip, head to his feet. Zenvia held Kal's chest when the man started to bring his lips closer to Zenvia's, which without realizing it had opened as if wanting the touch of Kal's lips. Kal then very gently kissed Zenvia's lips and made Zenvia's eyes closed. Then Kal began to play his tongue skillfully around Zenvia's lips and mouth. Zenvia instinctively returned Kal's soft kiss, and Kal leaned closer. Zenvia on her body. Kal held the nape of Zenvia's neck and enjoyed those sweet lips with satisfaction. That kiss, reciprocating each other and getting hotter and hotter until it makes both of them breathless, roaring. Kal's hands are starting to dare to get into the clothes Zenvia is wearing, rubbing her smooth back. 1. There was no resistance from Zenvia because the woman seemed to have fallen under Kal's charm, which was too strong for him to push away. Kal hugged Zenvia's body and made Zenvia wrap her arms around Kal's neck. Then Kal stopped the kiss and looked closely at Zenvia's eyes. Want to continue this? Kal whispered. Zenvia closed her eyes and bit her lip. No, he answered quietly. Kal is not angry with Zenvia's answer because it is Zenvia's right. He won't force Zenvia do something he doesn't want to do. Then Kal hugged Zenvia and kissed the top of her head. You still doubt me? Kal asked. Zenvia couldn't answer anything and was just silent. Chapter 48. We'll go to the company for a while, then we'll meet your grandmother, said Kal, casually, put on his shirt. Zenvia looked at Kal. Didn't I say I didn't want to see him? Said Zenvia. Your fears will disappear when everything is clear and you can tell your grandmother that you don't need that treasure. This is just to explain everything what's what happened, Kal answered, approaching Zenvia. Button my shirt, said Kal. Zenvia just sighed, seeing Kal's increasingly spoiled attitude day by day. Then Zenvia buttoned Kal's shirt and also tied his tie. You're so beautiful, whispered Kal as he stared closely at that beautiful face. Zenvia had changed her clothes into a revealing floral dress. Beautiful shoulders. The dress was a gift from Kal's older sister, and Kal had told her to do it. Wore that dress because they were going to meet Zenvia's grandmother. Zenvia even wears high-heel sandals on her beautiful feet. Kal ordered the assistant. Bought it yesterday. Give me one kiss, said Kal as he grabbed Zenvia's waist. You know I wouldn't do that, said Zenvia. Then do that for me, said Kal. Kal, said Zenvia. Just one kiss, whispered Kal in Zenvia's ear. Zenvia gulped down her saliva when Kal blew softly in her ear. Then Kal kissed her smooth shoulder. I love you, whispered Kal and shocked ZENVIA with Kal's declaration of love. Kal then looked into the beautiful woman's blue eyes and cupped her face. "You don't believe that I love you?" Kal asked. ZENVIA blinked her beautiful eyes. Then Kal slowly kissed ZENVIA's lips. The intimate kiss was interrupted by the sound of Kal's cell phone, which was on the table, and that made him curse softly. Kal was forced to stop the kiss and take his cell phone. "Yes, hello," said Kal. Kal seemed to be listening to the voice on the other side of the phone. "I'll be leaving in a minute," Kal said and hung up the phone. Kal pocketed his cell phone and then put on his black jacket. "We'll continue at the office," Kal said lightly, and it made ZENVIA's face blush. "Oh my, your red face is really adorable. I can't wait to make love with you," Kal said. "Kal," said ZENVIA in protest. "Why?" "I'm telling the truth. I really want to make love to you, baby," Kal said, then took ZENVIA's hand and they left the room. "This summer I want to go to the beach. After everything is finished, let's go to the beach," he said. "Kal in the car. I just follow wherever my master goes," said ZENVIA. Kal smiled and gently pulled ZENVIA's nape and kissed her lips. "Kal, you're driving," said ZENVIA scoldingly. "I can't stand seeing your lips idle," said Kal. "But you're not unemployed," ZENVIA answered. "Hey, you're good at answering now. If there's no meeting soon, maybe I will. I'll stop this car and kiss you as much as I want on the side of the road," said Kal. ZENVIA just shook her head. He didn't know where Kal's naughty and perverted attitude came from. It originates. He is different from his parents and siblings, except Loki, which is almost similar to Kal. "Is Mighty's character like you?" ZENVIA asked because Mighty was the only one. "Never met him. The twins are my duplicates." "So Loki and Mighty are almost the same as me," Kal answered. "Mighty likes fighting too?" ZENVIA asked. "No, he doesn't like that, but he can fight. He takes good care of his body, don't get hurt in the slightest. And that's why he often fights with Loki, very brutal," replied Kal. "They're my age, aren't they?" ZENVIA asked. "Yes," Kal answered and kissed ZENVIA's lips again. Who was still talking? Chapter 49. ZENVIA spent a few hours in Kal's company and he was just filling up. It's time to read some of the books on the bookshelf in Kal's room. Meanwhile, Kal was still in a meeting room with company officials. Because Kal wanted to shorten his time in Croatia, he wants to return to America immediately because he will officially propose to ZENVIA together. His extended family there so that women no longer keep their distance. ZENVIA waited for 4 hours in Kal's room. Bored? Of course that's how it feels, ZENVIA. But he considered this also included in his duties as Kal's assistant. Even though Kal had confessed his love for her, it didn't immediately make ZENVIA feel proud and still act normally like an assistant to his employer. The bedroom door opened and ZENVIA turned towards the door. Kal grinned. He smiled when he saw ZENVIA sitting on the sofa. ZENVIA didn't ask anything as usual and just waited for Kal's orders. "What to do after this?" "I'll get my paperwork in order and then we'll go see your grandmother," said Kal. ZENVIA just nodded and closed the book she was reading earlier and put it on the bookshelf. Kal saw ZENVIA's movements, which were always beautiful and graceful in his eyes. The man arranged documents while looking at the beautiful woman, just putting down the book. ZENVIA's movements are so graceful, especially when it's a beautiful woman. Slightly tiptoed his feet when placing the book on the top shelf. Kal's sharp eyes were still faithfully observing the woman who had won his heart. So, Zenvia turned back after picking up the book. Her eyes met Kal's eyes, who seemed to be looking at her intensely. "Come here," said Kal. "I'll just wait here," said Zenvia, who seemed to know what was in Kal's brain. "I said come here, baby," said Kal with a crooked smile which was actually thrilling for him, Zenvia, because that means Kal wants to kiss her again. Then Zenvia stepped slowly and headed towards where Kal was standing behind his desk. Then Kal grabbed Zenvia's waist and raised her body on the table. "It's greatness, Kal. This is the office," said Zenvia quietly. "Yes, this is my office." "So," said Kal, cool as usual. "This is rude," answered Zenvia. "No one will come into this room if that's what you're afraid of," Kal said softly, nose that is already attached to Zenvia's nose. "Kal." Zenvia whispered softly, Kal said no less slowly, and his voice sounded seductive. "Cup." Kal just kissed Zenvia's lips and put Zenvia back down from her desk. "I won't kiss you because time is short and I definitely need time. It's a long time to kiss you," said Kal. Zenvia didn't respond, and Kal took Zenvia's hand outside. 15 minutes later, Kal and Zenvia arrived at the restaurant where they were going, met Zenvia's grandmother. The restaurant manager took the two of them to a private VVIP room. That restaurant, Zenvia saw several men dressed formally in black, and that made Zenvia a little bit afraid. He held Kal's hand tightly. "Calm down. They are your grandmother's bodyguards," whispered Kal. The sliding door was opened by two well-built men, and Zenvia saw an old woman, who still looks healthy even in his old age. The woman stood up and smiled at Zenvia. "My beautiful granddaughter, ZENVIA ARTHUR Stenbach." "That's your real name, darling," he muttered, while still smiling at Zenvia. Chapter 50. Freja shed tears while still looking at her beautiful granddaughter. "You look a lot like your mother, and I would feel guilty if I remembered that. I've done it to him before," said Freja. Zenvia still didn't react, and just remained silent. "Speak, darling. Grandma really wants to hear your voice," said Freja pleadingly. "I don't know what to talk about," said Zenvia finally. Freja smiled. "Even your voice is very similar to your mother," said Freja and hugged Zenvia again. Then Freja looked into Zenvia's beautiful blue eyes. "You can ask Grandma anything about your origins. About your mother or about anything you want to know," said Freja again. "I don't want to know anything because it will make me remember bad things inside my life." Zenvia answered. Freja smiled. "Okay then. Let's eat first," said Freja. Zenvia nodded, and Kal did not interrupt the conversation between the grandmother and her grandson. Then they started eating together. Freja asks about light things, and Zenvia always answer it briefly. After eating, Freja talked to Zenvia again. "Do you want to go back to Sweden? Grandma just wants to experience living with you, although maybe only for a moment," answered Freja. "I don't want to," said Zenvia honestly. "Why don't you want to? Are you still afraid?" Freja asked. Zenvia nodded and then looked at Kal. "I'm here," Kal whispered, and Zenvia nodded. "You can bring your friend if you still feel unsafe with Grandma." "Honey," Freja said with a pleading look at Kal, "I'll accompany you to Sweden if you want to go there," said Kal. "I don't want to go there. I don't want to ever go back there again," answered Zenvia, very clear. "Please don't force me anymore," said Zenvia. "Okay, then while you're in Croatia, Grandma will be here. And Grandma will often visit you in America later." "Hope you don't mind that," Freja said. Zenvia just nodded and didn't say much as usual. After chatting for a long time, Kal and Zenvia finally left there. His grandmother received strict supervision from her bodyguards, and that made ZENVIA uncomfortable. ZENVIA left the restaurant with KAL towards the car. They went down the stairs leading to car park. KAL saw a car driving in front of them and stopped right in front of them. KAL grabbed ZENVIA's hand when a man took out his gun from the car window and fired at ZENVIA. Bang! The bullets shot towards them and made a commotion there. Chapter 51. KAL protected ZENVIA until the bullet finally penetrated his right shoulder. KAL cursed loudly and several of Freja's bodyguards immediately protected KAL and ZENVIA, who is still on the stairs, because there is no protective wall there. KAL started to slump. Meanwhile, ZENVIA's body shook violently seeing the blood on her body. KAL, tears began to fall from her eyes when she saw KAL's condition. KAL. KAL, shouted ZENVIA hysterically. Hey, I'm okay, okay? Calm down, said KAL, who was still able to calm ZENVIA. Some of the bodyguards chased the car that attacked them and several others lifted KAL into the car to take him to the hospital. ZENVIA accompanies KAL to the hospital. Meanwhile, Freja followed him to the hospital, along with 2 other bodyguards. This news immediately reached Thor's ears, and he was furious with it. What? How is that possible? Doesn't KAL always carry his gun? Said Leska panicked. It happened very quickly, and he couldn't avoid it because the distance was so close, Thor answered. Clark appeared to be coming from the living room. I'll be there. How is he now? Clark asked. Lady Freja is looking after him. He will be fine, answered Thor. I'm still going there, said Clark. Mommy will come, answered Leska. Lady Freja is looking after him. He will be fine, answered Thor. I'll still go there, said Clark. Mommy will come, answered Leska. Baby, you don't need to come. In 2 days, KAL will be moved here, said Thor. But I can't wait that long, said Leska worriedly. I'll be there, Dad. I'll accompany him until he gets here. I will, leaving tonight. Rena will be here for a while, Clark said. Sis, I'm coming, said Loki, who had also just arrived at the mansion. Let's prepare for our departure now, answered Clark. Keep us informed at any time about his condition. Clark said Leska. Don't worry, Mommy. I'll handle it straight away, Clark answered and said, kissing Mommy's forehead. We'll go first, Clark said. Then Thor hugged Leska and calmed her. Even though Thor said that KAL's condition is fine, but Leska is still worried about her son. I will not let them go. Be calm, said Thor. ZENVIA waited in front of the operating room and sat curled up there. Freja, who had just arrived, saw ZENVIA and immediately hugged her. Sorry, Grandma. This is all because Grandma hasn't finished it completely. This problem is with him, said Freja in a trembling voice. Will he be okay, Grandma? Asked ZENVIA with tears already spilling. Yes, calm down. He will be fine, answered Freja, and still hugged her grandson. This is all because of me. I heard someone near me again, said ZENVIA. Cry. No, it's not your fault. It's all Grandma's fault. Grandma is the root of all bad incidents, replied Freja, hugging ZENVIA, who still seemed traumatized by the incident. Grandma promised that she would solve this problem until it was completely resolved and nothing would happen. That's bothering you again, said Freja. Then one of Freja's bodyguards approached her and whispered something in Freja's ear. They found it first, said Freja. The man nodded. Then, let the Robert family do it. It's easier for me because I don't need to show mercy to my sister anymore, said Freja. Freja is still hugging ZENVIA, who is very depressed due to this incident, and KAL, who is injured, making him even more scared. Chapter 52. The operation went smoothly, and KAL was moved to the treatment room after passing critical period because the bullet almost hit his heart, and it really made ZENVIA weak when the doctor explained KAL's condition. Now, let's just wait at the hotel, darling. How about it? Said Freja. Wait a moment, answered ZENVIA while looking at KAL, who was lying on the bed, with eyes still closed. Freja held ZENVIA's shoulder and rubbed it slowly. Grandma, why does everyone around me always get hurt? Even the second one, my parents were like that too. Am I unlucky? Asked ZENVIA. No. No, darling. Don't say that. Don't ever have such bad thoughts. That. Grandma feels lucky to have you. Really? You're a blessing to Grandma, darling, he replied. Freja. ZENVIA was silent for a long time, and Freja was still rubbing her shoulders and arms. His eyes stared. Kalnyang's face was still attached to oxygen in his nose. Grandma, take me away from him. I don't want to harm him again. If he's near me, then he could get hurt again because of me, said ZENVIA quietly. No one else will dare to disturb you, darling. Everything has been resolved, answered Freja. I feel like it will bring bad things to her. If Grandma wants to live with me, then take me away, said ZENVIA. ZENVIA stood up and held her grandmother's hand. ZENVIA stood up and held her grandmother's hand. I just don't want to hurt anyone near me anymore, said ZENVIA softly and with her eyes glass. ZENVIA felt very guilty about what happened to KAL, even though it was true, not his fault. But because of him, KAL was involved in this incident and even caused it, almost died because of it. Freja looked closely at her beloved grandson's blue eyes and then hugged him. Okay, if that's what you want, answered Freja, even though she didn't actually want ZENVIA. Took this path because KAL would definitely be disappointed if ZENVIA left. KAL blinked after 2 days of long sleep. Hey, bastard, Clark said to his twin brother. Hey. You here? KAL asked quietly. Sis, are you feeling better? Asked Loki, who was next to Clark. Not bad. Where is Z? KAL asked. Is he okay? KAL asked. He left with Mrs. Freja before I arrived. That's what the nurse said, answered Clark. What do you mean? He's gone? KAL asked. He left with Mrs. Freja before I arrived. That's what the nurse said, answered Clark. What do you mean? He's gone? KAL asked. Yes, he's gone. Maybe he's going home to Sweden. Don't worry, Mrs. Freja's sister is here. It was handled thoroughly by Uncle Axe's men in Sweden, answered Clark. Sheet. He shouldn't have gone, Clark. KAL said emotionally. You can follow him there when you're better, KAL. Maybe Mrs. Freja would like to, spending time with his newfound grandson. Clark said, but he shouldn't have left me, complained KAL. When can I go home from the hospital? KAL asked. Hey, you just woke up, so it will take a long time to recover, answered Clark. How dare he leave me, annoyed KAL. KAL, you can still see him later, Clark said. He's avoiding me on purpose, said KAL. No, ZENVIA won't do that. She definitely wants you to get better first because the nurse said she was very shocked when she saw you were critical, answered Clark. He has to look after me no matter what, Clark. He can't leave me, KAL snapped. who for some reason was very emotional about Zenvia's departure even though it would be later. He could meet Zenvia again. Chapter 53. A week passed and Cal was being treated in America with direct care from Clark, and also the mommy. Cal insists on following Zenvia, but Leska won't allow it until Cal is right, completely healed as before, and Cal's patience, which was as thin as tissue, really couldn't accept this situation. Cal feels dependent on Zenvia's presence, and being away from her makes him. He often becomes angry and cannot control his emotions. In fact, Zenvia never informed him at all. That made Cal even more annoyed and even slammed his cell phone yesterday. Clark again bought a new cell phone for Cal with the same number. One cold afternoon, Cal's cell phone rang, indicating an incoming message. His smile widened when the message was a message from Zenvia. He immediately opened it, message from Zenvia, and immediately read it. Not long after, his smile disappeared and Cal threw his cell phone back to him. Wall. In the message, Zenvia said that she didn't want to see Cal again and rejected his proposal because from the start she didn't love Cal and felt like she was always being forced by Cal doing something he doesn't like. This made Cal annoyed and very angry. He was determined to meet Zenvia after he really recovered. You want to run from me? Don't expect it. Cal growled. 3 months passed. Cal's health was getting better, and he was even following suit. Wild fight again. This time he was even more brutal in his fight and didn't care about anything anymore. Especially after he couldn't find Zenvia in Sweden. Freja is no longer in Sweden and has gone somewhere with Zenvia. Cal even mobilized all his men to look for Zenvia and her grandmother, until finally Cal gave up because he felt everything was in vain. Zenvia doesn't want that himself, and that made him really hate that woman. Cal vents his anger at the battle he participates in. Look for Zenvia until we find her, said Leska to Thor. I'm still trying to find him, darling. I even asked Kingsford and Costa to help. But Grandma Zenvia still has royal power, hard to penetrate, answered Thor. Cal is getting out of control, said Leska. We've been looking for him for 3 months. Maybe he's hiding downstairs, palace tunnels, answered Thor. Honey, don't joke, said Leska. I'm not kidding. Zenvia is still a royal descendant, so she must be fully protected by them, especially if Zenvia wants that. Zenvia herself doesn't want to meet Cal, Thor answered. Preach Cal's engagement in the media on a large scale. I'm sure Zenvia will come out by itself, said Given, who had just emerged from the living room. Leska looked at her eldest child. Will this work? Leska asked. Yes, I'm sure Zenvia actually loves Cal, but something is making her undecided. So let him appear by himself by fishing like I suggested earlier. Given answered. That's a good idea, said Thor. Cal won't agree, said Leska. Cal won't know, and just say it's a business marriage if he finally finds out. Besides, Cal, too busy with his fight and also his work at the office. He won't care, with this, said Given. We can at least try, darling, Thor said to Leska. Okay, we'll try, answered Leska finally. Okay, I'll move starting tonight with Ken's help. He can give orders at his entertainment company, said Given. Leska and Thor just nodded, following Given's plan. Chapter 54. Miss, the old lady is calling for you, said the horse caretaker's servant to Zenvia. Was in a forest area belonging to the royal family. Zenvia turned to the waiter and smiled broadly. Yes, I'll be there in a moment, uncle, answered Zenvia while holding flowers, wild things he had picked. "Don't play too far, miss," said the man. "Yes, I never exceed the territory, uncle," answered Zenvia, and then went up on his horse. Then Zenvia rode her horse and the middle-aged man followed her from behind. "Miss, don't be too tight," shouted the waiter as Zenvia drove away. "The horse is too fast." "This is fun, uncle," shouted Zenvia while laughing cheerfully. The man was overwhelmed by chasing Zenvia, who was getting better at riding a horse day by day, a gift from his grandmother. The distance was quite long. It only took 5 minutes because Zenvia had gone overboard the speed limit allowed by the grandmother. Freja was seen standing on the back veranda looking at her grandson, who was always making things. "His heart beats fast every time he rides a horse. Oh my God, why has his gentle attitude disappeared since he was here?" said Freja, who always grumbles every day because Zenvia is rarely in her castle. "Graniak, look!" Zenvia shouted, lifting her flowers up as if showing them to the grandmother. "Thank God he brought flowers, not a dead rabbit like yesterday," Freja muttered, and, waiting for the grandson on the stairs, Zenvia got off her horse and ran to her grandmother. "This is for Grandma," he said, panting. "This flower grows deep in the forest." "Don't play too far, darling," said Freja, while smelling the fragrance of the flowers. "It's not far, Grandma," said Zenvia. "Thank you for the flowers, darling." "Let's have lunch," said Freja. "Come on, the sandwiches I brought this morning are gone and I'm very hungry now," he said. Zenvia held her grandmother's hand and walked inside together. "Are you happy here, darling?" Freja asked. "Very. I am very happy and feel free here." "Thank you, Grandma. Grandma wants it, brought me here, and left all of Grandma's company for me," answered Zenvia, who then kissed Freja on the cheek. "You don't want to visit America?" Freja asked, provoking Zenvia. "No, I'm very happy here with Grandma and the servants. This is my heaven," answered Zenvia, even though her heart was a little pinched because she couldn't forget Kal. "He is very healthy now." "Grandma's man informed him about his condition," said Freja. "Thank God." "That's because I'm not by his side. So he will always be fine," answered Zenvia. "No, he keeps fighting and more often," said Freja. "That's been his habit since before he met me. He's definitely back to it, her old life of freedom and happiness without me." "Never mind, I don't want to talk about this again," answered Zenvia, and went to the sink to wash her hands. "Honey, your clothes are dirty." "It's better to change clothes before eating," said Freja. "No, Grandma. Later." "I'm very hungry," said Zenvia. "Okay, naughty boy," answered Freja, and they sat down at the large dining table, having lunch together. Freja was so happy because she was given the opportunity to stay and live happily with his grandson. Moreover, now Zenvia is very happy with her, and her cheerful attitude makes Freja, remembering his memories with his only daughter. Zenvia's true nature and attitude are not much different from her mother, and that is what makes Freja felt that his only daughter had come back to life in Zenvia. Chapter 55. Zenvia and her grandmother now live in an old castle in Spain which still exists. The castle belonged to a royal relative who had inherited it from Freja. That means the castle will eventually belong to Zenvia. Freja's power cannot be underestimated, because he is quite respected by members of the kingdom and conglomerates in country, even though he is no longer part of the royal family. The person he trusted was his own younger brother, who turned out to be his inner enemy, Blanket. Freyja handed over her sister's affairs to Robert's family because she was afraid they wouldn't connect firmly with his younger brother, and Freyja disappeared with Zenvia, which even Robert's family couldn't trace. Because he had entered royal territory that could not be penetrated easily, KAL's engagement was finally spread through all media. Heir to the throne of a business empire, Thor Robert's property has become a trending topic on several social media and among circles. Business world. KAL's fiancé's identity is still a secret because he doesn't actually exist, just engineering. This news also finally reached KAL's ears, who initially didn't know anything about it, the plans of the older brother and his family. KAL went to his parents' residence that night to ask about this news. What does Daddy mean by all this? You guys were going to set me up, and I didn't even know who I'm going to be matched with, said KAL. A little annoyed, but still holding back his anger. You're old, and I think it's time to get married so someone will stop you. Fight, said Leska. What? Mom, I'm still young and not too old, answered KAL, who sat on the sofa with both parents. You play around too much, KAL. It's time for you to get serious, said Leska. Dad. Help me, said KAL, asking for help from Thor, his father. You know that Mommy's power is higher than Daddy's. And you are all in control, Mommy, said Thor, shrugging his shoulders. Oh God. Complained KAL, who certainly couldn't deny the Queen Mother's orders. Supreme power in the Thor Robert clan family. You can't disobey Mommy's orders. You just have to sit until the woman, Mommy's choice, will come to see you later, said Leska. Can't Mommy cancel it? KAL asked. I can't, said Leska firmly. This must be Sis Given's idea, said KAL. This was all our idea, said Leska casually. I'm not a baby, Mom. I can take care of my own life, said KAL. You will always be Mommy's baby, answered Leska. TSK. KAL chuckled and then went up to the second floor. Since Zenvia wasn't around, KAL had been at his parents' mansion more often because of her. Felt that there were too many Zenvia shadows in his penthouse. Leska hugged Thor and went back to enjoying the film they were watching before KAL arrived, earlier. Are you sure this will work? Thor asked. Yes, we'll see. Hopefully Zenvia doesn't have a stubborn nature like me, said Leska. Thor laughed when he heard this because he remembered their quite tragic past. If fate hadn't brought us together, maybe you would have kept hiding, given from me, said Thor, kissing the top of Leska's head. Leska smiled and raised her head and kissed her husband's still lips, still handsome even though he is no longer young. Chapter 56. KAL is getting engaged, said Freyja while eating breakfast with her grandson on the veranda, behind. Zenvia immediately stopped eating breakfast. He seemed stunned. That's good. That means he didn't love me from the start, said Zenvia finally. He loves you so much, and the Robert family is doing this because KAL is getting out control and hurt herself, answered Freyja. Zenvia looked at her grandmother. Grandma wants to ask you a question and answer it honestly, said Freyja. You love KAL, darling? Freyja asked. Zenvia was silent and didn't answer. Honey, don't hold back your feelings. What you're doing is unreasonable. All of it. The problem was resolved and you just moved away from KAL after everything got better. Shouldn't you now enjoy your happiness with KAL, darling? Don't regret it for the rest of your life. Grandma knows that even though you are happy in here with Grandma, but KAL always takes over your heart and mind. Think about this. I would regret it if I lost KAL forever. Maybe now you still feel it, everything is alright. But over time you will realize that this is your decision, was a fatal mistake, said Freyja at length. I'm sorry if Grandma had to say that you were a coward, darling. You broke it, his heart, and just walked away. It must have been very painful for him that way. Love you, continued Freyja. You always think you're unlucky, don't you? Get rid of those petty thoughts. Every time, humans have their own roles in this world, and you are not the bringer of bad luck. You bring happiness to Kal and Grandma too. Freyja held Zenvia's hand and, trying to convince him, then Zenvia let go of her grandmother's hand and stood up. The woman walked to her room and then locked it from inside. He sat in edge of his bed and pondered his grandmother's words. What have I done? He muttered softly while holding his head. The grandmother's words seemed to have slapped him and made him realize that what he did was a waste of time and actually hurt many parties, including himself. Do I love him? Zenvia asked herself. Yes, I love him, but I'm too cowardly to admit it. Grandma's right, I am a coward, muttered Zenvia, who now closed her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Freyja knocked on Zenvia's door. Honey, it's never too late. Meet him before you regret and cry over everything. This is your whole life, said Freyja at the door in a quite loud voice. Don't torture and hurt yourself, darling. Believe me, you will live happily, be with him, and no one will bother you anymore. Grandma will guarantee that, Freyja continued. Check. Zenvia finally opened the door and hugged her grandmother. What if he gets angry with me and hates me? Zenvia asked. Take her heart back, and it's time for you to fight. Kal has done a lot. Things for you in the past included bringing your grandmother together with you. He is worthy of your love, and you fight for it, said Freyja. Eliminate your fear and show confidence that you can come back, took Kal's heart. And Grandma really believes that she still loves you very much. Don't let him become someone else's property. He's yours and only yours, said Freyja, cupping Zenvia's beautiful face. Then Zenvia nodded and Freyja hugged her again. We're leaving for America tonight, said Freyja. I will meet him and apologize to him, said Zenvia. Chapter 57. Zenvia flew to America that evening with Freyja and 5 bodyguards. Freyja wants to make sure everything is safe and there are no more problems on the way there. America, even though he knew that their situation was now safe. Freyja held Zenvia's hand, who was staring out the plane window. Are you nervous? Freyja asked. No, it's just that I can't imagine how Kal would react if we met him with me, answered Zenvia. If he is angry with you, take his heart, because it is quite easy to conquer a man who is. I'm angry, answered Freyja. I've never had experience with a man other than Kal, said Zenvia, looking at him. Grandma, what should I do if he rejects me and gets angry with me? Zenvia asked seriously. Kiss him, said Freyja, beyond Zenvia's expectations. Grandma. No, I can't do that. I'm not the aggressive type, and Kal definitely will be. Laugh at me if I kiss him first. Big no, said Zenvia. You have to learn to pamper him, darling. Throw away your pride if you want to tie him up. He's back, said Freyja. Grandma, I can't do that. That's not me, said Zenvia. I will apologize to him. That's enough, continued Zenvia. Okay, it's up to you. Grandma is just giving old advice that always works for you. Facing a man including your grandfather, answered Freyja. He's coming to America? Leska asked Thor when her husband told her that Zenvia came to America this morning. Yes, our lure worked, Thor answered as he put on his shirt. Leska then approached Thor and fastened the buttons on his shirt. We'll see first what he will do to Kal, said Leska. Yes, give them time. If it takes too long, we will intervene, answered Thor. Leska smiled and stood on tiptoe to kiss Thor's lips. Cup, aren't you going to the hospital today? Thor asked. Yes, this afternoon. Rena is going to give birth, so she will be at the hospital starting this morning. Because the contractions are getting more frequent, answered Leska. Let me know when my grandson is born. I'll have a short meeting and then go straight home. I'll be sick when I've finished my business. Said Thor. Maybe we can use the moment of our grandson's birth to bring Kal and ZENVIA, said Leska. Yes, later I will contact Mrs. Freja to discuss this, answered Thor. Leska smiled and nodded. That morning ZENVIA arrived in America and only slept for a few hours until now. Had breakfast with Freja at the hotel restaurant when it was already 9 a.m. When are you going to see him? Freja asked. I don't know yet. Give me time to think, Grandma, answered ZENVIA. Okay, but don't think too long, darling. You already know what you want, your heart, said Freja. ZENVIA nodded and continued eating breakfast. Yes, I'll be there this afternoon, Kal said to Clark when his twin brother reported that Clark and Rena's twins had been born. Can't you now? Don't you want to see your cute nephew, said Clark on the other side. Telephone. I still have one more meeting, Clark. I'm happy for you, said Kal. Yes, after this you will follow, right? Mommy has set you up and I hope you will. You'll be happy to find your soulmate like Sis Given, said Clark, laughing. I will thwart that stupid matchmaking at all costs, said Kal. Clark laughed again and then hung up the phone. Chapter 58. Where are we going, Grandma? ZENVIA asked when her grandmother asked her to leave. To the hospital, answered Freja. Who's sick? Is Grandma sick? ZENVIA asked. No, darling. We are going to visit the baby, answered Freja. Baby? Whose baby? ZENVIA asked. You'll find out later, answered Freja. Wait. Is Rena giving birth? ZENVIA asked. Yeah, she gave birth to cute babies, said Freja. Really? Thanks God, said ZENVIA smiling. Then ZENVIA smiled when she thought that she would definitely meet Kal-D. There, don't worry, you really have to meet him and this happens to be the moment. Make it easier for you to meet him, said Freja, as if she knew what was happening. ZENVIA thought. ZENVIA nodded, and there was a little doubt in her heart again. This is the path you chose, darling. And Grandma is sure this is the best, said Freja, calm. I really have to face it whatever the reaction will be, said ZENVIA, trying to convince himself. He wanted to get rid of his fearful and cowardly attitude. The door to Rena's treatment room opened and only Leska and Clark were there. Hello, said Freja smiling in her elegant voice. Mrs. Freja? Leska smiled broadly when she saw him and immediately approached him. Then Freja kissed Leska on both cheeks. Then Leska looked at ZENVIA and smiled, to the beautiful woman who broke his son's heart. Hello, darling. Welcome, said Leska, and ZENVIA smiled sweetly and hugged. Leska, am I late? ZENVIA asked. Absolutely not. Kal is waiting for you, answered Leska. But yes, he is getting engaged and that woman is a suitable candidate for him, he said. Leska, that means you are that woman. We planned this all so that you would appear in front of him again. Answer, Leska. What? Said ZENVIA looking at her grandmother. Freja smiled and just nodded. Don't you want to see my baby? Rena asked. ZENVIA, who was still confused, finally looked at Rena and walked towards her. "Congratulations, Rena," said ZENVIA and looked at the baby. "They are beautiful and handsome," said ZENVIA. "You can make it with Kal later. He can give you twins, darling," said Freja. ZENVIA looked at Freja, Grandma, and everyone seemed to laugh at the look on ZENVIA's face, which was awkward because of what she said. The grandmother. "It's been 30 minutes since ZENVIA and Freja have been in Rena's room and there has been no sign that Kal would come." Somehow that made ZENVIA relieved. "I want to buy coffee first. I'm a little sleepy because I haven't slept much since arriving America," said ZENVIA. "Okay, darling. Grandma will wait here," said Freja. ZENVIA then left the room and walked towards the elevator. Ting, when the elevator opened, he didn't move because Kal was in the elevator. They stared at each other until Kal came out of the elevator and stood in front of ZENVIA. ZENVIA saw Kal's face, which was completely expressionless when he saw her. Unexpectedly, Kal passed him and left him in front of the elevator. ZENVIA bit her lip and her chest felt like it had been stabbed, which made her feel painful and sick. "That's how he felt when you left him, ZENVIA thought. Then ZENVIA entered the elevator, and after the elevator door closed, ZENVIA dripped water. His eyes were silent. Chapter 59. Kal entered Rena's treatment room and forced a smile. "Hey," Kal said. Then his eyes looked at Freja. "Hello, Mrs. Freja," said Kal. "Hello, Kal. How are you?" Freja asked. "Very good," said Kal, smiling faintly. "You didn't see ZENVIA earlier?" Clark asked. "No, did he come too?" Kal asked casually. Leska was quite surprised to see Kal's relaxed attitude. "Yes, he still buys coffee," said Leska. Said Kal and approached the crib next to Rena. "Hey, look at this baby chick," said Kal. "No, he's a cute baby, Kal," said Rena. "They will be like his uncle and auntie," replied Kal, which was greeted with laughter by everyone. Freja saw that Kal's attitude was not very enthusiastic about ZENVIA's arrival and seemed to avoid talking about ZENVIA. ZENVIA sat for a long time in the cafe because she couldn't bear to meet Kal there. Kal would ignore him and it would make his heart hurt. At the cafe door he saw his grandmother standing and looking at him. ZENVIA shook her head as a sign that she wanted to give up. Then Freja came to him and sat in front of him. "You have to accept the consequences, darling." Kal's attitude is like that because he feels disappointed, which is too deep for you. But believe me, if you show your feelings of love to him, then he will understand and accept you back. You've always been covering up all this time your feelings and never told Kal. Be brave and don't lose with your fear, said Freja quietly. He ignored me and made my heart hurt a lot, said ZENVIA, dripping with water. His eyes. Freja wiped the tears and ZENVIA's cheeks. This time ignore everything and focus on yourself and Kal's feelings, said Freja. ZENVIA looked down and wiped her tears again. He just came home. Go to his company. He went there, said Freja. Then ZENVIA nodded and stood up. Grandma is waiting for you at the hotel, said Freja. ZENVIA nodded and went to the front of the lobby, then took a taxi to go to the company. Kal, yes, I definitely can. Ignore everything, Z. You can definitely show him how much you love him, whatever it takes, muttered ZENVIA in a whisper and full of confidence. Arriving in front of Kal's company lobby, ZENVIA immediately got off after paying the taxi. ZENVIA saw Kal, who seemed to have just arrived at the company. Kal will go inside. Elevator and ZENVIA ran to catch up with Kal. Kal, wait, call ZENVIA. Kal got into the elevator and looked at ZENVIA, who was following him. Company. The elevator door started to close, and Kal just looked at it without holding the elevator door still. Open. Kal called ZENVIA, and when the door was almost completely closed, ZENVIA pressed lift button to open again. Okay. I'll use Grandma's old-fashioned method to deal with this bastard, thought ZENVIA, who can no longer think of anything except that way. The elevator doors opened again, and ZENVIA immediately stepped in and stood in front. Kal. The elevator doors closed, and they were still staring at each other. Sorry, said ZENVIA, and then stood on tiptoe and put her arms around Kal's neck. Bit the lips of the handsome man, who wasn't smiling at all. He doesn't care about anything anymore because in his mind right now Kal can do it. Forgave him and accepted him back, even though he had to kiss Kal first, which is not his style. Chapter 60. ZENVIA didn't feel any reply from Kal, and that made her stop kissing him. ZENVIA felt very embarrassed about that. Are you really going to act like this to me, Kal? If so, I won't see you again, ZENVIA said backwards. Ting, the elevator doors opened, and Kal hadn't said anything until ZENVIA finally turned to leave. But in the end Kal grabbed ZENVIA's hand and looked into her eyes sharply. This is the only way you apologize? You've hurt me too much, because just left me like trash. You know that? Kal snapped loudly, slow, but pressing. Then what must I do to make you forgive me? ZENVIA asked. Marry me. Kal answered. ZENVIA stared at Kal. Kal. You were pranking me earlier? ZENVIA was annoyed, and Kal showed a mean smile. How is my acting? Kal asked. ZENVIA hit Kal's body and made the man laugh and hug him. Oh my. You punch quite hard too. Did Grandma Freja teach you to box there? Kal asked. ZENVIA chuckled and pouted, then finally smiled. Sorry. Thank you for not hating me that much, said ZENVIA, who was now curled up, his hands on Kal's waist. Love you, and I will still love you even if you leave me, replied Kal. Ahem. There was a voice from behind ZENVIA, and she only realized that they were now still in the company elevator. ZENVIA released her hug from Kal and looked back. There are few staff. The company and the employees behind it will also enter the elevator. ZENVIA's face immediately turned red and pulled Kal's hand out of there because of them. Have arrived at the lobby floor. Aren't you going to your room? ZENVIA asked. No, answered Kal. So you're going home? ZENVIA said and let go of Kal's hand. Yes, because you are there and I won't go home alone. I will go home with you, said. Kal took ZENVIA's hand again and pulled her towards the exit. Kal, I haven't told Grandma yet, said ZENVIA. Grandma will really understand this situation, said Kal. What situation? ZENVIA asked. A longing situation between you and me for sure, said Kal. Kal, said ZENVIA. Kal said softly. Tisk, I'll see you again later with Grandma. I came here to apologize. You and don't want to go to your penthouse, said ZENVIA. Kal laughed softly and opened his car door for ZENVIA. You want Grandma Freja to see us kiss? Is that what you mean? Kal asked. Kal, said ZENVIA. Kal gently pushed ZENVIA's body into the car and then closed it, the door. Then the man got into his car and sat behind the wheel. On the way, Kal's cell phone rang and he didn't answer it. Kal, pick it up. Maybe it's important, said ZENVIA. Nothing is more important than you, said Kal, who had started with words. Kal, your phone won't stop ringing. Pick it up, okay, said ZENVIA, who finally picked up Kal's cell phone from his trouser pocket. Oh my. You make me not focus on driving, darling, said Kal. I didn't touch it. Kal, said ZENVIA, and finally took the cell phone. This is Uncle Thor, said ZENVIA, and gave the cell phone to Kal. Then Kal picked him up and spoke to Thor for a moment. Okay, Dad. I'll be there in a moment, said Kal finally after talking for a while. It was his father who told him to return to the company. Then Kal put his cell phone away and stopped the car on the side of a fairly quiet road. I only have a little time, so I'll just taste you for a bit here, Kal said. Kal's hand held the nape of ZENVIA's neck and kissed the woman's lips, beautiful and so intense. Chapter 61, HMMMPPHH. I miss you so much, whispered Kal, who was still enjoying ZENVIA's lips. Then Kal stopped the kiss and cupped ZENVIA's jaw. I have to stop this because if it continues, I will be tortured, said Kal, and ZENVIA understood what Kal meant. Then ZENVIA kissed Kal's lips. Then marry me quickly, whispered ZENVIA. Kal smiled when he heard that. Whatever happens, I will marry you tomorrow morning, replied Kal. ZENVIA chuckled. Then Kal drove his car back and took ZENVIA to the hotel where she was staying overnight. I'll pick you up tonight, said Kal before ZENVIA came down. Kal kissed ZENVIA's lips repeatedly as if he didn't want to be separated from the woman he adored. His heart, HMMPPHH. Kal, you'll be late for the company, said ZENVIA when the man returned, kissed his lips. I know that. But I really can't let you go even just a moment, said Kal with his lips still pressed against ZENVIA's sweet lips. We can go to my hotel room for a moment, said ZENVIA, which was beyond Kal's expectations. Kal then broke the kiss. You look different now. You're a little braver. But I like it, Kal continued smiling. Go now, said ZENVIA finally because she didn't want to disturb Kal's work. I have to go now before you drag me to your room, said Kal. I never forced you, said ZENVIA, smiling and opening the car door. Bye, I'll come here later after I leave the company, said Kal. Yes, be careful on the road, said ZENVIA, who then closed the door. Then Kal returned to his company after just returning from there. His smile grew throughout the journey and he wanted to get things done quickly. His job at the company, not according to his expectations. It turned out that Kal's work took quite a long time, until you have to finish it until the evening. And what annoyed him was that he forgot to ask for ZENVIA's new cell phone number. As a result, Kal was filled with emotion throughout the day and his employees became the outlet is only because of the small problems they do. Honey, don't you want to just follow him to his company? Freja asked from earlier. Saw ZENVIA pacing back and forth near the bedroom door. I'll disturb his work if I follow him there. Grandma, answered ZENVIA. Grandma will check out tonight and will go to Boston. You can go to her penthouse, just. Or do you want to go with Grandma to Boston? Grandma has things to do there during 2 days, said Freja. Later, Kal will be angry with me again if I leave him without his permission, answered ZENVIA. Then, let's take Grandma to the penthouse after this, because Grandma will do it too. Trip to Boston, said Freja. ZENVIA looked thoughtful until finally nodding in agreement. Okay, I'll prepare my suitcase and Grandma's suitcase first, answered ZENVIA. Okay, said Freja, smiling at the twinkle of happiness in her grandson's eyes. After packing up their suitcases, Freja and ZENVIA finally checked out of the hotel. They headed to Kal's penthouse, which was not far from the hotel where they were staying overnight. Upon arrival at the penthouse, ZENVIA got out of the car after saying goodbye to her grandmother. "Don't forget to let me know when you arrive in Boston, Grandma," said ZENVIA from the window. "Yes, darling." "Say hello to Kal, Grandma," answered Freja, and then she left. There. Chapter 62. ZENVIA entered Kal's penthouse and found that his PIN number had not changed. ZENVIA looked around at Kal's penthouse, which was like a broken ship. What is this?" ZENVIA muttered, suddenly feeling dizzy seeing the chaos inside Kal's penthouse. It was obvious to Dal that Kal rarely stayed in his penthouse because it was quite dusty, until ZENVIA sneezed several times because of the dust. Huffed. "I think I would ask for 10 times the salary if I had to clean this mess overnight," ZENVIA muttered and carried her suitcase into her room. ZENVIA's room is like a warehouse where all the items are in a mess, and some things even broke. "Maybe he was annoyed with me and took it out in this room," said ZENVIA softly. Then the woman tied her hair up and changed into her old clothes, which is still in his cupboard. "Thank God he still had it and didn't burn it," muttered ZENVIA and took it. "The white t-shirt and shorts he will wear." After changing clothes, ZENVIA immediately came out of her room and started cleaning living room area where there are several bottles of wine there. ZENVIA didn't expect Kal to be this brutal because of his departure. Even though he felt annoyed, because he had to clean Kal's penthouse, but he was glad he was gone. Made Kal this crazy. That means Kal really loves him. ZENVIA turns on instrumental music, keeping him calm even though his work tonight would drain his energy. Because she is used to doing homework, ZENVIA is very agile, cleaned Kal's penthouse in a fairly short time. ZENVIA only took 2 hours to clean everything, Kal penthouse. And there's no need to ask about the results because ZENVIA is very thorough. Hygiene problem. Fayuwa. "Finally," said ZENVIA and rested her body on the soft sofa. ZENVIA looked at the wall clock and it was already 9 p.m. And Kal haven't come to the penthouse yet. Because she was tired, ZENVIA finally fell asleep on the sofa. "What? They're gone?" Kal asked. "Yes, Mrs. Freja brought all her suitcases and checked out of this hotel in about 2 hours ago," answered the hotel receptionist. Kal's expression immediately changed and annoyance returned to his feelings. "Didn't they leave me a message?" Kal asked. "No, but the security guard said they were traveling to Boston." Jawan, receptionist. "Boston?" Kal cursed in annoyance, making the two receptionists look shocked. Then Kal immediately turned around and called his father. "Dad, what is Mrs. Freja's cell phone number?" Kal asked. "What's wrong? ZENVIA disappeared again?" Thor asked. "Yes, they've checked out of the hotel and gone to Boston," said Kal as he walked towards his car. "Boston?" "Ah yes, Mrs. Freja also said that to Daddy earlier. She will be there, Boston for 2 days only." "Wait," said Thor, 2 days? That's a very long time for me to wait for ZENVIA for 2 days. I'll follow him there," replied Kal. "Oh yes, cancel my engagement, Dad," continued Kal as he drove his car towards the penthouse. "Are you sure?" Thor asked. "Of course," said Kal. "Your fiancé is ZENVIA. Are you sure you want to call it off?" Thor asked. "What? So you've been playing with me all this time?" "Oh my God," replied Kal. "That's our way to lure ZENVIA out, son." "Thank your sister," said Thor. "Really? How could I not know your plans?" By the way, thank you, Dad. After this, send me Grandma Frage's number, Dad. Bye, said Kal, and immediately hung up his cell phone. Chapter 63. Kal received a message from his father who sent him Grandma Frage's number. Then Kal immediately called the number, but the number was not active. Kal is back, cursed and wanted to throw his cell phone into the street, but he still managed to suppress his emotions and decided he would go to Boston tomorrow morning. Are you causing trouble with me again, Z? Kal growled with an annoyed face. A few minutes later, Kal arrived at his penthouse to rest for a while because it was tomorrow. We'll go straight to Boston. Kal chose to sleep in the penthouse because he would take something there first, before leaving for Boston. When he arrived there, Kal immediately entered. As soon as he opened the door, Kal's nose kissed him. The smell of floor cleaner and soft perfume from inside the penthouse. The penthouse lights were on so Kal could see that the room was very empty, clean in front. Kal immediately closed the door and walked quickly towards the middle room. Kal looks at ZENVIA, sound asleep on his white sofa. The man smiled broadly and took off his jacket and put it anywhere. Kal sat on his knees next to ZENVIA and looked at her beautiful face, who was fast asleep, at a very close distance. Kal's fingers began to rub and trace ZENVIA's tired face, which seemed new, cleaning Kal's penthouse, which is like an unkempt war castle. Kal stared at ZENVIA for a long time until finally his lips kissed ZENVIA's lips. Slightly open, Kal used this to gently sip and kiss those sexy lips. Kal also inserted his tongue and played in ZENVIA's mouth. The kiss made ZENVIA finally wake up from her sleep. His eyes blinked and, digest what happened to him. Kal, who saw ZENVIA's eyes open, released his lips and looked into her eyes. That blue. Hey, Sleeping Beauty, whispered Kal, smiling. ZENVIA smiled, and it made Kal's heart bloom because now ZENVIA did it more often, smiled at him. Did you just come? ZENVIA asked. No, it was a few minutes ago, Kal answered, touching his nose and his lips on ZENVIA's face. Why didn't you wake me up? ZENVIA asked. So I can look at your beautiful face longer and kiss your sweet lips. Kal answered. What have you done to this penthouse to make it completely destroyed? Are you crazy? Asked ZENVIA, who then sat up. Kal stood up and sat next to ZENVIA and faced his lover. Yes, I'm crazy, replied Kal, who then pushed ZENVIA's body up to Kal's body, was on top of ZENVIA's body. You have to pay me 10 times more, sir, said ZENVIA in the same soft voice, never changed. Kal laughed softly and kissed ZENVIA's very sweet lips again. He missed her for months without seeing her. Unexpectedly, ZENVIA welcomed the kiss and wrapped her arms around Kal's neck. The kiss lasted long enough and was intimate enough to awaken his wild side, Kal, which is quite dangerous for both of them. I love you, whispered ZENVIA when their lips separated and they looked at each other closely. Each other. Kal smiled at the words he had been waiting for a long time. And words, the price finally slipped from ZENVIA's beautiful lips. Can we not wait until the wedding comes? Kal asked. You can't. You still have to wait, answered ZENVIA. That's really difficult, said Kal and kissed his lips again. The swelling was due to Kal's repeated kisses on ZENVIA. Chapter 64. 1 week passed and Kal was completely able to restrain his desire not to touch her, ZENVIA, until their wedding day arrives. And today is Kal and ZENVIA's wedding day. For 3 whole days, Kal couldn't meet ZENVIA because Grandma Frage hid her, and you can guess how Kal will react because of this. Yes, for 3 days, staff, His employees always get cursed by him if their work goes wrong, even though it's just a trivial mistake and can be fixed. You ready? Asked Clark, who entered the hotel room occupied by Kal. Yes, very ready. Has my bride arrived, Clark? Kal asked while adjusted his tie. Yes, and Mommy is still hiding it from you. Clark replied, Mommy is really annoying like Grandma Freja. Said Kal. Check. Several handsome men were seen entering Kal's room. Finally I saw this fighting man submit to a woman, said Leander Kingsford. Where's Nix? Kal asked Rich. He's still on his way. He'll be here in a moment, answered Rich. No, I don't want my honeymoon to be disturbed by you and Zevin. Because you definitely will, bothering us, said Kal. Lean laughed, and so did Rich and Clark. Then where are you going? The African continent? Rich asked. That's a secret and you can't know, replied Kal. Come on. We will definitely be able to find you. It's not a difficult thing for us to do it, said Lean. Grandma Freja will help me. You know that nothing in our family could do it. Found Zenvia's hiding place under royal protection, answered Kal. Point 2. You're not fun at all, Clark said. It's not fun for you but it's fun for me, replied Kal. There was a knock on the bedroom door from outside and Clark immediately opened it. The event will start soon, sir, said the waiter. Yes, uncle. Thank you, replied Clark. Are you ready? Clark asked his twin brother. Very well prepared, and I won't spend my time partying after. My marriage is valid because I will immediately bring my wife into the room, said Kal, who was as cool as usual. Yes, it's up to you what you want to do with your wife, answered Lean. Remember, Kal, don't rush and just do it slowly so he goes crazy. Under your control, said Rich, who began to give his wise advice. TSK, you think I'm an amateur? I already know that, said Kal and walked out of the room, to the venue. I'm just reminding him because you've been fasting for too long, answered Rich, which was greeted with laughter by Lean and Clark. Hey, sorry I'm late, said Nix, who appeared in front of them. It's not too late. The event is just about to start, said Clark. I was too late to bully him. You guys have already given your best advice to men, this little bastard? Nix asked as he walked next to Kal. Yes. They have all bullied me. So you have been represented by them, answered Kal. Has our extended family arrived? Nix asked again. Yes, answered Lean, who was walking behind Kal. Are you nervous, Kal? Nix asked. Absolutely not, Kal answered casually. Then they arrived at the wedding area, which was being held in the garden of this mountain hotel. Kal was waiting in his place, and not long after Zenvia came by the hand, holding Thor's arm in his father's stead. Oh, she's too beautiful and it makes me nervous, Clark whispered Kal to Clark, who was there, next to it. Clark just laughed softly when he saw Kal, whose eyes couldn't take his eyes off the girl he adored, his heart. Chapter 65. The main event of the wedding went smoothly and Zenvia and Kal seemed friendly, with guests who were mostly Kal's relatives. Shall we go now? Kal whispered in Zenvia's ear. Zenvia looked at Kal and smiled at him. We can't. We have to finish this party until it's finished, answered Zenvia quietly. I just want to be alone with you and really miss you, Kal said pleadingly. No, Kal. After this party is over, you can do anything to me, okay, said Zenvia, which made Kal laugh softly. This is the first time I've heard your perverted jokes. It's progress and I like it, Kal said and took a short sip on Zenvia's lips. I love you, honey, said Kal and gently pulled Zenvia's hand towards the dance floor. Zenvia smiled, and the two of them then danced in the middle of the dance floor. The grandmother who saw them from her bench seemed to smile. "Will Auntie go straight back to Sweden?" asked Leska, who was sitting next to Freja. "No, darling. I'm going to Germany first, because I have business to attend to," Freja answered, smiling. "Don't be too busy and tired, Auntie. If Auntie doesn't mind, Auntie can live together. We're here," said Leska. "Oh no, I still have a lot of business to do, and I'm not used to keeping quiet because that would happen. Makes me lazy, and my body will hurt if I just stay still," answered Freja. "Don't hesitate if you want to ask for our help. Our door is always open to you." "Auntie," said Leska. Freja nodded and smiled, then looked back at her grandson, who was still dancing with Kal. Towards evening, Kal was seen visiting his relatives and friends when Zenvia went inside to change his clothes again for the third time. Zenvia and Zevin took Given to the car and they left the mansion area, with Given as the driver. "Sister, where are you going?" Zenvia asked. "We will give you and Kal a surprise," answered Given. After 15 minutes of driving, they arrived at a white mansion, and shaped like a palace. "This is your new mansion. Grandma Freja gave it to you and us. I brought you here first," said Zevin, who was now holding Zenvia's arm. "Shouldn't I just go with Kal?" Zenvia asked. "We want to play a little prank on your stupid husband," said Zevin. "But what if Kal gets angry?" Zenvia asked. "He's even more adorable when he's angry, even though all the curses will come out of his mouth." "That's spicy," said Given, which made Zevin laugh. "We want to play a little prank on your stupid husband," said Zevin. "Come on, come in," said Given and took Zenvia's hand. Then they entered the mansion, which was still very quiet. "Aren't there any servants here?" Zenvia asked. "I told the servants to go home and they will return tomorrow afternoon," answered Given. Zenvia looked around and saw the inside of the luxurious mansion. "Come on to your room," said Zevin. The three of them walked into the room and Given opened the door. "Tereya," said Zevin loudly, as if welcoming Zenvia to her new room. "We decorated it." "Hope you like it," said Given. "I really like it." "Thank you," said Zenvia, smiling and amazed to see it. The beautiful room was decorated with lots of white flowers and white decorations. Then Zenvia walked towards the bed and saw bright red lingerie on top. "Bed, wear it and greet Kal later. His anger will definitely subside right away, seeing you in that lingerie," said Zevin behind Zenvia. Chapter 66. Where's Z? Kal asked Leska when he couldn't find Z anywhere. "Mommy doesn't know, Kal." "Wasn't Z with your sister and Zevin earlier?" said Leska. "Actually knows where Given hid Zenvia. Oh my god. They must be playing a prank on me and taking Z away." Kal really annoyed. "I don't want to joke on this wedding night." Imagine how much Kal misses Zenvia, because he has been separated from his girlfriend for 3 days. His heart. "Give me a hint, Mom." "How would I know where Sis Given took Z?" said Kal. "Ask Kenzo," answered Given. Then Kal turned around and looked for Kenzo. "Sis, where is Sis Given hiding my wife?" Kal asked Kenzo to the point. "Brother-in-law, my wife is hiding your wife?" "Oh come on. I'm not involved at all, Kal. You know, how nosy is your brother, right? Try asking Clark." "Maybe he knows," answered Kenzo. "I know you're all playing a prank on me," Kal said, frustrated, and turned towards the brothers. His twin Clark. "Clark, I hope you're the last person I ask. Do you know where Z is?" Kal asked. "Please. Have mercy on me, okay?" It's really too much for Sis, given to prank me like this, continued Kal. Clark laughed at that. You know when I'm really angry? Stop laughing or I'll beat you up, right, Clark? Kal said. Ask Grandma Freja, Clark answered. Oh my. I really want to destroy whatever is here, said Kal. Grandma Freja is your final destination because she knows the address of the new mansion. Bought it for the two of you, Clark answered. New mansion? So Grandma Freja is part of Sis Given's plan? Kal asked. No, Grandma Freja just said that she gave her a mansion as a gift. You and Sis Given know that. And maybe Sis Given took Z there, answered Clark. And you know about the mansion and I don't? Kal asked with a frown, wrinkled. Because you didn't ask and you couldn't be bothered for 3 days since you separated from Z. Because your emotions are at the top level, Clark answered casually. Kal just shook his head with an annoyed face, then turned to go look for Grandma Freja. Kal asked several of his relatives to find Grandma Freja. But he's not at all found Grandma Freja's presence there. Kal even called his subordinates to find out the address of the mansion. Freja just bought it. Kal then left his own party, and he didn't care about that. Kal was really annoyed this time and really wanted to beat someone up because of his emotions. Played. And why would he want to be fooled by Sis Given? Kal gets angry when he's already there. Not long after, his cell phone rang and Kal opened a message from his subordinates. Then, Kal immediately drove his car towards the mansion because Kal already knew where it was, the address. ZENVIA seemed to be looking at her sexy body in front of the mirror when she was wearing it, that blood-red lingerie. Why do I feel like a naughty woman who is going to tease Kal? He definitely is. Tease me so much when I look like this, he whispered casually, looked at himself through the long mirror. Check. The door opened quite loudly because it was pushed from the outside. ZENVIA looked at the door, and Kal entered the bedroom area which had been beautifully decorated. Kal, said ZENVIA. Kal narrowed his eyes, and stared at his wife without blinking. Finally I found you. And I've made sure there won't be anyone else kidnapped you from me, said Kal, who then locked the door to their room. Chapter 67. Finally, muttered Kal, smiling when he saw his wife welcoming him like that. Sexy. This exceeds my expectations, said Kal, smiling and approaching ZENVIA, who looked ready, very ready for his first night. ZENVIA smiled faintly and stood where she was waiting for KAL-El. You came quite quickly than I expected, said ZENVIA in a low voice. Kal smiled and took off his jacket and put it on the floor while looking at his body. ZENVIA is very dreamy behind that red lingerie. Even ZENVIA didn't wear anything behind it too, and Kal was quite surprised by what ZENVIA did because it was quite brave and deep, outside ZENVIA's habits. Then Kal grabbed ZENVIA's waist and kissed her lips. What did you do for 3 days without me yesterday? Kal asked quietly while kissed ZENVIA's lips. I learned something a little naughty. I can show you, replied ZENVIA whispered. Kal narrowed his eyes as if he was curious about what his wife was saying. Show me, said Kal smiling. ZENVIA then kissed Kal's lips first and unbuttoned Kal's shirt. Move slowly and don't rush. Kal let that happen and followed ZENVIA's game. Then ZENVIA's hands pulled Kal's shirt out of his trousers and opened it. It made Kal's body visible, and ZENVIA kissed the hot, handsome man's neck and chest. I like what you're learning, said Kal in a sweet tone of voice, teasing ZENVIA's ears. ZENVIA's hands traveled down Kal's body and rubbed his back, then kissed him on the lips again. Kal. ZENVIA even took off Kal's pants and put them in and played wildly in there. Where did you learn this? Kal asked in a barely audible voice. Sis Given sent me something, answered ZENVIA, then bit her lip slightly. Open Kal, baby. I can't wait any longer, Kal said quietly, and his hand started to reach on ZENVIA's groin, who wasn't wearing anything else. Naok. ZENVIA screamed loudly when Kal touched the most sensitive part. ZENVIA held Kal's shoulders firmly so that his body wouldn't limp when Kal made his body really feel extraordinary pleasure. This is just the beginning, whispered Kal in ZENVIA's ear. Then Kal lifted ZENVIA's body and carried her to the bed. Kal opened ZENVIA's lingerie and looked at all parts of ZENVIA's body without missing a beat, even a little bit. The man kissed his wife's body from head to toe, until Kal played with his tongue and lips at the center of her body. ZENVIA's body writhed under Kal's control. ZENVIA sighed again and held Kal's hair, which was still at the bottom, his body. Not long after, Kal kissed ZENVIA's lips again and started the main activities. This first night, Kal started to move slowly on top of ZENVIA's body, and they were together, staring intensely. I love you, said Kal, who then kissed ZENVIA's beautiful face. I love you too, ZENVIA whispered, and her body moved beneath Kal to the rhythm, his movements. After a while, they finally finished their first night with each other. Satisfy each other. We're going to stay here? ZENVIA asked. It's up to you. I will follow you wherever you go, said Kal as he kissed ZENVIA's shoulder. ZENVIA turned around and looked at Kal. Then they looked at each other. I want to visit Spain, where my grandmother and I lived for a few months when I leave you. I miss that place, said ZENVIA. Okay. What if we have a honeymoon there, said Kal. ZENVIA smiled and nodded, then hugged the man who was now a man, her husband. Te amo con todo mi corazón. Quiero estar contigo para siempre, whispered ZENVIA. I love you with all my heart. I want to be with you forever. Tu eres mi alma, said Kal. You are my soul. ZENVIA smiled when Kal also answered her in Spanish. Who taught you? Kal asked. Grandma's servants in Spain, answered ZENVIA. Then Kal let go of his hug and looked at ZENVIA. No one has expressed their love for you with those words, right? Kal asked. ZENVIA laughed softly and kissed Kal's sharp nose. There are several, said ZENVIA, smiling. I like your laughter and smile. Makes me fall in love with you even more, said Kal. Then ZENVIA kissed Kal's lips again until they were back together on the bed. It's hot. Chapter 68. Call. Chase me, shouted ZENVIA while riding her white horse. Kal chased his wife using a black horse. Hei, wait for me. You're going too fast, baby, Kal said by shouting, behind ZENVIA. ZENVIA didn't say anything and just laughed. Until finally Kal overtook him and drove next to him. This is fun, isn't it? Shouted ZENVIA with a big smile. Kal smiled, seeing ZENVIA's beautiful smile, which he rarely saw before. It's more fun to climb me and move on top of me, baby, Kal said loudly, which made ZENVIA laugh out loud. I love you, said Kal in a loud voice, because they were still riding their horses in high speed. I love you too, answered ZENVIA. ZENVIA and Kal were in Spain 2 days ago. They will enjoy the moon, their honey, by traveling around Europe. Even though Kal is used to traveling around Europe, this time it will be different because there will be who warms his bed every night and every time. After they were satisfied with riding, Kal and ZENVIA headed to the middle of the park where there was a swing below that big tree. No wonder you feel at home here and haven't thought about me at all for months, Kal said. Zenvia laughed softly and hugged Kal's waist. I missed you. I just didn't want to disturb you at that time, answered Zenvia. I thought you would forget me after I left. I wasn't that special all the time. You remember, continued Zenvia. Kal held Zenvia's cheek and pressed it gently, then pursed those sweet lips. Then take a sip. You're special to me. Very, very special, answered Kal and made Zenvia smile. Is this swing rope strong? Kal asked. Zenvia frowned. I want to make love here, said Kal. Zenvia just laughed at Kal's always perverted jokes. I'm serious, baby, said Kal. Zenvia looked back into Kal's eyes. Kal, be quiet. I want to enjoy the cool breeze here. We can make love in the room, later, said Zenvia, who hugged Kal again. I want to make love in the open air. Tomorrow I will tell all the servants to take a day off so we can make love here and anywhere in this place. Kal said lightly. Zenvia just laughed listening to Kal's words, which were always beyond reason. Kal smiled and lifted Zenvia into his lap and hugged her like a person. Baby. Kal moved the swing until it made Zenvia sleepy because of the comfort he felt. You are my most comfortable place, said Zenvia softly in Kal's arms. And you're the most comfortable thing I've ever hugged, Kal answered. Zenvia smiled and looked up into Kal's eyes. You want me to get pregnant straight away, Kal? Zenvia asked. I want to take you on a honeymoon in many countries before we get busy with the presence of children, Kal answered wisely. You look cute like this, said Zenvia, smiling and kissing Kal's lips. Wait, are you trying to seduce me by taking me around many countries? Ask. Zenvia is suspicious. Can I fight one more time, honey? Just once. As my farewell, in that world, answered Kal. I thought so, said Zenvia. No, you can't do that anymore, continued Zenvia. Hey, just once. And after that I'll be the sweetest guy to you, Kal said, seduced while kissing Zenvia's face. Okay, but... Zenvia's words were hanging. Tapi apa, sahat Kal. Tapi kita tak akan bercinta selama satu bulan jawab Zenvia tersenyum menang karena ia sudah memiliki sebuah ancaman paling mujarab bagi Kal. Oh God. Ini menjadi kalimahanku sekarang, sahat Kal pasrah. Zenvia tertawa pelan dan memegang bibir Kal. Aku tak mau melihatmu terluka lagi. Ltu menyakitiku juga, bisik Zenvia. Kal memegang bibir Zenvia dengan lembut kemudian pria itu membawa sang istri ke kamar. Mereka untuk melanjutkannya dengan persentan panas di siang ini. Tamat.